Just act on your spicy instinct.
Hello, everyone. Hello to all of our Skybound friends and family. I am Danny Fernandez.
And I am Caramel Horn. What is up?
Yes. Welcome to Skybound Expo 2, Day 2, fueled by Nongshim Shin Noodle Soup, our friends, our family. They're the ones that are helping us, sponsoring us today so that we can have this cool expo and talk to a bunch of people. So we appreciate you.
We do. We really do.
We had a lot of fun yesterday. There were so many cool panels, a lot of cutesy. I'm still geeking out over Rainbow Billy and Kim Joy's game.
Yes.
I love both of those.
And Attack Peter and his incredible artwork. And then, of course, all of the swag. There's so much swag. I was so excited.
I still think those Invincible, the limited edition totes that were made out of literal billboards is so, like, who even came up with that? I'm curious.
That's an amazing concept. I'm a little mad that I didn't get my hands on one, but I'm really, really excited that was a really great idea, because what happens to those billboards when they're done? They just go to a
for real
or something. Like,
I know. I'm actually super curious. Maybe they should like auction them or something for like all of the, you always see it's like Space Jam and all of that. Right. I'm like, where does that go? In my backyard.
Hanging from your apartment building.
People just look over and there's like a massive Porky Pig over there. Yeah, those were super cool. The Adam Eve box.
Yeah.
And speaking of Invincible, of course, we have an Invincible panel. That's going to be our first panel up today. I'm really excited about that. We're going to have a lot of the stars and voice actors on it.
From season 1, which was amazing. And there is in fact, there is a video floating around. I think it's on my Instagram now, the Blur Girl, of me and my reaction to the end of the first episode. I'm not going to give it away if you haven't seen it. That video also has my boyfriend giggling in the background because he knew what was coming.
Wow, evil.
He read the comics and I didn't. But it was simply because I've read so many comics, and you get so used to comparing things to the comics. I know people have gone through this with The Walking Dead. I just kind of wanted to enjoy one of these things, sort of,
for sure,
not knowing everything. And I still think it's amazing. Very bloody. Like
I actually think, yeah, no, for real. I actually think that there were changes from the comics. So I think that's cool about season 2 is that everyone that thinks they have it all figured out, you probably don't.
You definitely don't. You definitely don't. But there's so much. And in terms of comics, there's just so much that Skybound has going on. Like the books that were dropping yesterday. Again, Clementine, and the Clementine Machine Boy, right, and everything that's coming out in their new YA line. I just think it's amazing.
Yeah, Skybound Comet. Yeah, it seems like it's for all ages too, like young readers, but also adults. I think that look, I grew up on fanfiction.net. So shout out to that. I don't know if it's still around. I actually think it is.
It is, I think, and so is AO3. I think
it has a lot of our skeletons on there. Has a lot of our
live journal.
Has a lot of my Vegeta Bulma fan fiction slice of life. What happened during those 3 years? You know the ones. Well, we actually have more merch that we have here. We have some cool pins. Skybound exclusive pins. Yes, we still have this queer one, which I'm obsessed with. And are we allowed to read these off right now? I don't know. They probably will be. It'll just be like, beep, beep, beep.
We can say disco broccoli.
Disco broccoli. We can say RV pin.
Yes.
Honestly, I need this FU pin because sometimes people, like whenever someone tells you to smile as you walk by them, I will just point to the pin and walk away.
This pin is Mondays for me.
Yes, totally.
Basically Mondays.
I was like, this pin is any day that ends with Y.
There you go.
Yes, I'll just have all of them. All decked out. I'll have my rainbow welcoming thing. No, that would go perfect. The queer one would go perfect right here. And then the FU one over here. Those are I'm a Gemini. So those are actually both my personalities. Cute and cuddly, but has claws.
I was going to say, but might kill you.
Yeah. Yep, awesome. That is us.
That is awesome. I'm also really excited to, like, today, for a lot of the stuff coming up, like the Schmoedown trivia game that's coming up, and also the comics. It's interesting when you talk to people who collect comics, like serious collectors, about the grading process and everything like that. And I'm actually curious, where does one get their comics graded in a pandemic? Like,
Yeah.
what happened last year to all that? Like, where people, you don't send them in, you physically have to bring them someplace. So,
and also just comic books in general are affected a lot, like the printing and comic book shops, which I wanted to say, this is a good segue to plug. Definitely buy local when you can, or request. A lot of the times you can request Skybound comics at your local comic book shop. That way we both win. And one of my favorite comic book shops is one of the only female owned ones here in LA and in California in general.
That's
and that
awesome.
is the Perky Nerd, which is in Burbank. And they also have a lot of art there, and they have figures and Funko Pops, and they have sales regularly. And back before the pandemic, they were doing art shows like almost every week that were themed. So it was so cool. They would have a bunch of artists do like a single theme, and they would have a ton of artwork from it. So clearly, like I said, I'm in art. You already saw I had like a bunch of Twilight Zone art behind me, but the Perky Nerd, definitely support local comic book shops when you can.
Absolutely. I gotta give a shout out to Anyone Comics here in Brooklyn. He did great during the pandemic because he just switched to mail order. He's like, tell me what you want, I'll order it, and then I will put it in the mail for you. He was amazing. And this is why I even used to do, it's a great space. I even used to do a talk show there, like a live one. We had just people talking about geekery and everything right there in the shop, because that's the neighborhood. I can't wait till they turn everything back on and it's safe. But yeah, this is all the things that we're excited about: the pins, the gear, the comics, it's the movies, everything that we're going to talk about today.
Yes, I always feel extra proud of myself when I can get a single answer on movie trivia Schmoedown. I'm like, Pinocchio. I knew it.
It's like watching Jeopardy. It's like, I know that one. But yeah, sometimes I'm like Captain America. Like, I know that reference. And
but it was really funny. I was talking to Mark Ellis, who's one of the hosts, and he said that they have to they're so careful about how you word something. I know that there was, for movie trivia Schmoedown fans that are watching this right now, there was an infamous mess up between the fairy and the blue fairy. Like, the blue fairy from Pinocchio, somebody said fairy instead of the blue fairy, and it disqualified them. And it was like a whole thing. So Schmoedown fans definitely get into
specifics.
it.
Yes, they do. But I too am very excited to find out what's going on with Invincible. Also, I like all the voiceovers that are going to be there.
Well, I am super excited about this panel. I always love seeing the behind the scenes of our favorite shows, and this is definitely a star-studded panel.
Oh no, absolutely. One of my favorite actors is Walton Goggins, and ever since The Shield, but he's been on everything: Justified and Django Unchained, Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's funny, like he just pops up, and it's going to be either comedy or death.
I actually realized I was going to say I have another panelist on there, Jason Mantzoukas. We have, I think it's not even 1 degree. It's like we're 0 degree from each other, and that we were both in Ralph Breaks the Internet.
Oh, right.
He was, by the way, hilarious. I literally I laughed out loud.
I completely forgot your Disney debut. I forgot about that.
My little Disney princess. So we are 0 degree, I guess that's what you would say,
nice.
From each other. And of course, Gillian Jacobs is in it. We have Robert Kirkman, and it's also hosted by Greg Miller, our friend Greg Miller. So that'll be really exciting. And I'm kind of curious because I think everyone thinks that they have everything panned out, especially if you've read the comics, but season 1 had some things that were different. So I feel like
it definitely did. And there's video of me on my Instagram reacting to the end of the first episode. I won't give it away here. And my boyfriend giggling in the back because he's read all of the comics and knew all of the things. But even he was surprised because what happened at the end of the first episode, I don't think in the comics, I think it happens much later. So if you think you know, you do not know. There are changes that were made, including listen, I can't unsee the Bobby King of the Hill connection you made yesterday. I still can't unsee that. I'm like,
I thought a lot of people thought that. I thought like I think there probably is an entire like Reddit a subreddit about how the now that King of the Hill is in the Invincible universe, and vice versa. So you never know what else is going to pop up. What other pop culture things are going to pop up in there?
No, absolutely. But I'm really excited for how many seasons of the show we're going to get. All of these new fans. It's interesting. It's just for an animated series based on a comic book, I just really feel like this has a whole new audience. This isn't like the MCU or the DCU. This is just people who are new to this animated series and are, new to this show on Amazon and are really excited about it. So
yeah, I think another cool thing is people like retroactively getting like people that were obsessed with the show then wanting to collect the comic book and wanting to have that. We know our friend Hector, who couldn't be here with us, is a big fan of tangible physical media. Yeah. So he is he not only is an encyclopedia, but his place is literally a library. So it's just like
specifically of Invincible too. He has all the his Invincible swag is ridiculous.
He has been on the train since day one.
Yes.
So we love you, Hector. We miss you. Speaking of Invincible, we have the panel coming up right now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Looking Back at Invincible Season 1. I'm your moderator, Greg Miller from Kinda Funny. And of course, this is part of Skybound Xpo, brought to you by, there it is, Nongshim Ramen. Never forget. You want some ramen? That's what you get. Right, Robert? Is that your ramen of choice, Robert Kirkman?
The only ramen I eat, man.
Exactly. See?
It's also the only thing I eat.
Exactly. Nongshim Ramen. They didn't tell me the tagline, so we'll just say, eat ramen. Why aren't you right now? You're at home. You can be eating whatever you want. We have an amazing cast of people here to talk to you about Invincible Season 1, go through how it happened, what came to be. Let's start by introducing everybody. Of course, number one, he's the man that made it all happen. You know him. You love him. He's Robert Kirkman. Let me look at these stats here. Right? Co-creator of Invincible, The Walking Dead, Firepower Outcast, about every other thing you've ever heard of. Hello, Robert. How are you?
I'm doing great, Greg. How are you?
I can't complain. This is fun. It's good to be on a panel with you. I can't wait to see how you insult me this time. You know what I mean? At least I'm here to defend myself, unlike at IGN where you attacked me. But, I digress. We don't need to dig up these skeletons all the time. People who I have no beef with that are on this panel, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, know her as Adam Eve. Welcome, Gillian Jacobs. Of course, also from Community, Love, Fear Street on Netflix right now, and her podcast, Periodic Talks. Gillian, how are you?
Hi, thank you for having me.
Oh my God, it's a pleasure to have you. It's so cool to actually be here to talk to you and hang out with you. And of course, get into what you brought to Adam Eve. I've been a fan for a long time, and I got lots to say about this entire cast and what you guys did in season 1. All right, so everybody strap in. Next up on our panel is Walton Goggins. Walton, of course, you are Cecil Stedman of this one. For me, you will always be Baby Billy. Every day we listen to Misbehaving in this house, and I want to thank you for bringing that into my life.
Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate you plugging that for me. Thank you. So I don't have to do it. Thank you. It's great.
No, why? Your plugs are justified. The unicorn, the righteous gemstones, of course. So much to love with Walton. Thank you for joining us today. And then last but certainly not least, ladies and gentlemen, he's a man who needs no introduction, but I'll give it to him anyway. Of course, he is Rexplode in Invincible, but you know him as Jason Mantzoukas. Of course, The League, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, the podcast. How did this get made? Jason, how are you?
Greg, I'm coming into this panel with no beef with you, but I am guaranteeing that when I leave, we will have beef.
Impossible. That won't happen. We will not beef. We will not be a part of that. All right. Because that was my thing when I'm watching Invincible. And as Robert Kirkman will tell you, of course, I'm Greg Miller. I put Invincible on the map. This thing never would have happened without me.
This guy is. I do not vouch for him.
We're watching this thing. It starts up. I'm sitting there on literal pins and needles as I show it to my wife, who has not read the comics, has not been obsessed for the full 18 years like I have. And when you came on as Rexplode the first time, Jason, I couldn't help myself. I turned to her. And she knew I was watching her, and she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "It's the pillow fucker from Big Mouth." And she's like, "Oh my God, it is!" And we were off to the races. And that's when she became a fan of Invincible,
right?
But,
because that is her fetish, is the pillow fucking, and she was like, "I see myself reflected in this."
It's like, you know, when you see someone you know succeed.
Insult his wife and start a beef, Jason.
I'm trying to start a beef.
So you can start a beef with my wife, all right? That's where you can go, Jason.
That's right, lady Greg Miller. I'm beefing with you.
Sure. Her name's Genevieve. Go ahead and cut a wrestling promo. We can wait.
Listen up, Mean Gene, Genevieve.
Let me tell you something, brother.
Let me tell you something, brother.
This is the kind of panel it's going to be at Skybound. And, of course, you can only get that at Skybound Xpo. Of course, brought to you by Nongshim Ramen. Get out there and get some right now if you need food.
Beef bone broth.
Robert Kirkman, I want to start with you. It's probably a silly question that I'm sure you're sick of answering, but try, okay? 18 years later, did you ever think Invincible would get to this point? Because as a fan, right, reading that comic, loving that comic, seeing that comic end, and of course, the success you were having with The Walking Dead during that same time period, I was like, awesome. I really wish Invincible would have had something like this. And so to see the movie get announced, to then see this animated series get announced, to see the animated series come out, and then see it blow up, where friends who had never listened to me when I recommended this comic book are suddenly all about it. I couldn't believe the resurgence, but I guess really this blockbuster nature of it. Like, is it a stupid question for me to ask you if you ever saw this as a possibility?
I mean, I definitely never saw it as a possibility. Let's go ahead and get that out. Like Walking Dead, I seems like a fluke to me, you know, like comic book turns into a big successful thing. I don't know how that happened. I have people that are like, hey, you do TV. How do I become a TV writer? And I'm like, I don't know. You make a comic book that's successful and then it gets turned into a TV show. Like, I have no idea how this happened, but it's really great because I've had to deal with years of Corey Walker and Ryan Otley, who, you know, co-creators, artists on Invincible, going, hey man, how about some love for us? As if it was me that, like, you know, like just waved a magic wand and did this with Walking Dead. So it's nice to actually have all this excitement around Invincible. So those guys will leave me alone. but it's very exciting. I mean, Invincible is something that is like super like important to me. And when you look at the 144 issue run, like I grew as a human being. Like I started at like 23 when I started it, and I was like 103 when the book ended. And I went from like, I had just gotten married, had no kids. By the end of it, I had 2 kids that are like super old and super mean to me. And so it's been a huge change over the course of that series. And I feel like a lot of the transformation and things that happens to Mark over the run of that book, are definitely reflective of my life in ways I will never reveal. But it's
how many people have you killed? Like, I feel like that would be the thing that Mark's reflecting on you. Yes.
I can't go there right now with you.
Okay, my apologies.
We'll talk about it later. But listen, it's really great to have this massive audience like coming in and being able to, you know, experience these characters through these amazing actors that are, you know, making them their own and reintroducing me to these characters in an exciting way. And it's just a really great time to be an Invincible fan. And I couldn't be more happy than, you know, with how things have come. I'm very excited.
So I like starting there. Obviously, this guy's been on the 18-year journey, but I want to flip it now and go to you, the actors. Gillian, when you're presented with this project, well, I guess first off, are you presented? Do you audition? Do you know anything about Invincible when this starts for you?
I auditioned for this project, and it was from a casting director, Linda, that I love and I've auditioned for many times in the past. And she seemed very excited about the idea of me playing this character. So she's like, I want you to get this one. So I was
You're like,
like,
okay,
all
no
right,
pressure,
whatever.
great.
No pressure. But Linda was really supportive of me. And I think I was in Toronto shooting a movie and just recorded the audition on my phone and emailed them in, hoping I would get it because it seemed incredible, but with no expectations. So when I actually got the job, I was so excited. And this is such, I mean, in addition to the, amazing comic that you're talking about, the cast of this show is also amazing. And so I was just thrilled that they wanted me to be any part of it.
Walton, same questions for you. What were you familiar with this project? Did you know anything about it?
I did not know anything about it. I don't know. I missed that whole kind of comic thing,
Oh, sure.
in my childhood. I didn't have really anybody turn me on to it. And then this came along and written by Robert and I read the first episode and I couldn't wait to read the second episode, and that's all that they would give me, and I said yes just so that I could read the third episode, the fourth episode. I was just so blown. Let me just say, hold on, this is Jeff. Thank you so much, mate, for getting me safe, man. I appreciate it.
Oh my God, the big time Walton Goggins over there, right? Look at this.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say goodbye to my driver in the middle of a panel.
Big time.
Also a documentary, A Day in the Life of Walton Goggins.
He's gonna have plants that come up looking for autographs, right? Like, oh man.
Yeah. Some people have like Mercedes. I have a 15 pass van. All right, let's just start.
Who's he on? What's the address? You gotta find him, guys.
Super cool hotel. No, and then I read it and then had a conversation with these guys and was just I'd never read anything like this before ever. I'd never read even a Marvel movie like this. I'd never, but I didn't fully anticipate what you guys were going to do, Robert, visually. I had an idea of it, but then once we kind of got into the story and we're all kind of in this room and individually and knowing everyone that they kind of cast, it just took on a life of its own, and I couldn't believe that I got the invitation to kind of come play at this level, for a story like this. And I think in some ways, I don't know, it's like, it's nice to have somebody, maybe there are other people, but I don't know. For me, it was nice. And I think maybe for you, Robert, and for other people, like to have fresh eyes on it, right? I mean, for me, it stands on its story. There is no, it doesn't come into my life. The reputation kind of doesn't walk into the room first. I'm just reading it and letting it stand on its own merits. And it did, from the beginning to the very end. And it was a real honor and a real pleasure to go on this journey.
Jason, how do you come to the project?
I'm kind of the opposite. I read the comics, I'm more like you, Greg. I've been reading the comics and have been a fan since they were coming out, I don't remember at what issue I picked up Invincible, but it was pretty early on in the run, and then proceeded to read the rest of the book as it came out in issues, and then got to know Robert. Unfortunately, we have a friendship that is
the worst,
not satisfying. But so got to know Robert, and then I think through that was able to kind of audition for the Rexplode part, which was for me, I'm obsessed with this book. This is one of the books that like I give as a gift to people to be like, this is a story you should read. This is a complete, especially once it was completed. It's so nice to give somebody something that is done already. It's a hard thing to give somebody something that's like midway through and be like, just wait, now more's coming. It's great to give Invincible to people and be like, here's the story, and read it and have people be like, holy shit, And so to get this part and then to be inside of Invincible, which was a story that I knew so well, was very exciting. To be able to be Rex and to play, because I felt like Robert wrote a really good teenage asshole character. And I was like, I can bring that to life, but I can add a little bit more of a douchebag to this guy that I feel like Robert really was withholding. So I feel like I brought my own thing to it in a really great way. No, it was a blast. It was a blast to be to be in the room recording with Robert and doing all these sessions on these stories that I knew so well, and seeing how they were recalibrating and reordering and doing the story that I knew so well differently in a way that I was like, oh, this could be like a kind of Titanic arrival. And then when that first episode hit and the Omni-Man reveal happens at the end of that episode, instead of at the end of was it issue 8, Robert, in the book?
Yeah, issue 7 actually, but yeah.
Issue 7. Instead of waiting 7, episodes, instead of it coming at the end of season 1, for it to come at the end of episode 1 was fucking awesome. And I had so many people immediately start texting me and emailing me, be like, holy shit, this show is fucking crazy. And it was awesome. Like, people that I was shocked were finding it were like, not only had found it, but were instantly obsessed with it in a way that I was like, oh, please. And I've been sending people the books, just anybody who's like, I'm loving this show. I'm like, here you go.
So now, Robert, back to you on this one, because I think this is an interesting, spectrum, right, of people who know what the Invincible story is. When you bring on this cast and you give them these characters, do you talk to them about like, okay, cool, read the whole book, don't read the book, stay away, do this thing? Clearly, you're going to change little things, but obviously broad strokes for the most part are going to be similar. Like, do you want that in their head? Do you want them to come at it, like for Walton, who knows nothing, to be completely fresh to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. A lot of people ask me about this, and it's similar on Invincible and Walking Dead. It's a case-by-case basis based on what the actor wants. There's a lot of actors that say, I want to know every little nook and crevice about every little character, even if it doesn't end up in the show. Like, I want to be able to use that to build this character out. And there are other actors that say, no, I'm crafting a role and I'm building this character, and I don't want to be anticipating things that could distract me or could mess me up. And it's all about like, it's a case by case, like each individual actor knows what they need and what they want, and that's how they build their roles. And I'm just fascinated by all the hard work that goes into this. Having worked on Walking Dead and Invincible and different things, I love it because every single actor, especially the 3 here, work on their characters and care more about their characters and put more effort into their characters than I ever do. Like, I'll be on set and somebody will come up to me like, what were you thinking about this character when this happened? Because I was thinking that his childhood was like this, and then this happened to him, and then this happened, and that built him into this. And I just go, yes. Because I don't want to be like, oh my God, you guys are working way harder than I do. But there's a lot that goes into, like putting yourself in the mindset of another person, and anything that the actor needs to be able to do that. Like, sometimes that's reading a bunch of comics and sometimes it's not. And I think that's great.
Walton, how did you come at it? You're coming in as a blank slate. Did you just let the script speak for themselves, or did you go look at stuff?
He read all the comics and said they sucked.
I would have done this. This is terrible writing.
I like the pictures. I like the pictures more than the words.
I think, I don't know, I think you're probably talking to 2 actors that are, not myself included, but on this panel, that are much more suited maybe to this than I am. I was so unbelievably intimidated, kind of by the whole process early on. I mean, this is not really something that I've ever really thought about doing, and then over the course of this kind of pandemic, or really kind of starting with Invincible, this kind of world started to open up. And then when we got in there, I don't know, the very first day, I don't know, Robert, I don't even know, Robert, were you there the very first day?
I was.
I don't think so. Well, you were, right?
Yeah.
Well, and I was really, I couldn't kind of find it, and I couldn't find, my rhythm kind of behind that microphone. And so much about, for me, like telling a story is, I need my body. I need to move. And I didn't, it's like you just have to tell the story kind of with your voice. I don't really know how to do that. And then once we started to kind of get into a rhythm, and I think it took a little while, I think I'm lying kind of when I say that, but what these guys did for me, and the way that I work, is they just opened up the whole kind of recording booth for me, in the sense that I said, where's the chair? I need to know, like, what is happening? Where am I standing in this room? What's going on right over here? And where are they in relationship to kind of what I'm saying? I don't know how to just kind of talk and like it go out into a void. It has to live in my imagination. And then I don't know whether these guys liked it or not, but I enjoyed it. I just would kind of walk around, man, and start like fucking improvising, excuse my language, like all of these things, and like yell at them in the booth. And then I would come back around to the microphone, and we would kind of go into like a scene, you know, and so it was a little different just of getting used to, like for me. But ultimately, I hope you guys had a good time. I had a blast once I kind of found my way into it, right? It's a very different set of skills, and my hat is off to people that just do this effortlessly, because it was a lot of effort for me initially.
For sure.
I think that's a testament to your craft, Mr. Goggins. You were absolutely killing it from minute one, but you wanted it to be bigger and better at all times, and you were putting a lot of effort into it. The scene that comes to my memory very vividly was the opening scene where Cecil is introduced. You come into the death of the Guardians, and you're very boisterous, and you're like looking at the scene, and you're very angry that the Guardians are dead, and you have to deal with this. And Goggins comes into the recording booth, and he goes, okay, dead body here, dead body there, dead body over there. There's dead bodies everywhere. Fuck, everyone's dead. What do I do? God damn it, motherfuckers. God, fuck, God. Okay, great. And he goes to the mic and just absolutely fucking kills it, like doing all of his lines. But I loved that you needed to get into that headspace. It was like you had to build the world around you as you went in to do the lines, and it was it was great. So much better than Manzukis, who just like walks up to the mic and talks.
How dare you?
As a Starbucks coffee, it just kills it.
Just like glug, 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 glug.
Yeah.
And then I just scream all my lines and walk out, flipping everybody the double bird.
Gillian, what about you? So you're coming into like
30 minutes before he'll actually do the lines. It was very frustrating.
Can I just throw one thing in there before you?
Yeah, go for it.
The thing that I've been not surprised, but I guess what I've just enjoyed about like having this being introduced to this world first and foremost, and being given an invitation to just be around these creators and this creator and the creators that stand shoulder to shoulder with him and his cast, is out in the world. That when people come up to you, it's like they've seen like life on. And when I say Marvel, I love Marvel. I love that whole universe. But the ramifications of the interactions that these people have with each other and in this world, it is graphic. I mean, it should be graphic, right? This is the violence that's being kind of perpetuated. These are the stories that are being kind of told. And when I listen to the enthusiasm in people's voices and the passion for this story and the way in which it's visually told, I just get so excited, man. Like, it's like I don't know. I think we've just entered a world that we've all been kind of a room that we've all been waiting to walk into. And it's cool that we're all there.
Yeah.
Right.
It's great. It's a great world. And it's also, I'll say this as someone who's read all of the story, it's also like, unlike a lot of other stories in this space, like Invincible's all about like the consequences of your actions, like it's really about the compounding nature of making decisions that come back to either haunt you, to be, like all of the decisions that are happening, all of the elements that are in play, like Mark and the Graysons will be dealing with for forever. Like this isn't a series that has a status quo, or that every season retcons itself into a different way to tell these same type of stories. This is a story that is forward moving and consequential. When a teenage Mark makes decisions, like those decisions have consequences years later. We've seen stuff in season 1 that I suspect if this story unfolds the way that the story unfolds in the books, we will see pay out in season 3 or something. You know what I mean? Like what Robert and his collaborators did is so impressive in, how many 15 years, Robert, were you telling this story in the book? Over the course of 15 years, having these characters age and make choices and have to deal with the ramifications of those choices, both familial, personal choices, but also these big world galaxy type choices, genocide choices that are absolutely catastrophic, down all the way to like personal, relationship choices. It's incredible. I'm excited for people to keep watching what's coming because I know, and it's fucking nuts.
For sure, right? And that was the thing of watching season 1 and being right there with you, Jason, of having read all the books, the stuff that, seems like, oh, this is a throwaway, or, oh, they're just putting this scene in there to do whatever. Like, that even if they don't reference it again in that episode or that season, that is coming back, because that's the beauty of what Invincible is. And you nail it. Comics is always chasing that issue number 1, right? Of how do you get a new reader in? How do you bring somebody into this property and get them into the comic book store, which I understand. But the beauty of Invincible was, right, that it was, here is one series, one universe, one world for you to read through, to fall in love with these characters, go on journeys with these characters, lose these characters, see them find love, see them evolve and change. And that's why I think, Walton, to your point, you're getting those reactions from people on the street when you do it. Because again, like, as an Invincible fan, I never expected this. I never expected this animated series. I never expected the movie. Like, there's a clip that's infamous now of like me flipping out right when the news broke when we were live that there was going to be an Infamous movie. And it's because it's beyond my wildest dreams that it was going to happen, let alone that we would get it and it would be this good. The fact that it is this good is the mind-boggling part of it, right? Like, I was definitely ready for Robert Kirkman to finally half-ass it, and he didn't. You know what I mean? He's got all the money in the world, no reason to keep trying, but he tried on this, and he did it. And now, Gillian, that leads me to my question for you, is that we're talking about this fan base that, again, was starving for the content and thinking it was all over. When did you have to wrestle with, or did somebody talk to you, or how do they explain to you, like, there's an audience that loves this character, Adam Eve. They know everything about her. They know her start in this world. They know her finish. They have her statue back here and her action figures and everything else. Like, do you let that get into your head as an actor coming into this role? Did you have a sit down moment? Did you realize at some point after the fact that this character meant so much to people?
I knew that this was special because of the way friends responded to the news of me doing the show. And it was with like a passion and an excitement that was exciting for me, but also did make me a little bit nervous. But then when I read the scripts, I thought they were so good that I knew it was going to be great. And I knew the cast was amazing. And then now, having seen the whole show together, the animation, I think is incredible as well. So mercifully, I didn't really get in my head too much about that. I just knew that this project meant a lot to people. And thankfully, all of those people have now texted me and called me and said, what you said, it's better than I ever hoped it would be. It's everything I ever hoped it would be. It's so good. And friends who didn't read the comic, who maybe just started watching it because I told them about it, also became avid fans. So that has been really gratifying to hear all of those people say, this is better than we were hoping for.
And then, Jason, for you, it cuts the other way, right? You knew everything. You knew you were stepping into this project. Is there that moment of like, I love this property and I hope I don't fuck it up?
There was, there was a little bit, I hope I don't fuck it up, but also a little bit like, I hope this is the version of it that I want. As a fan, a fan, I was like, I hope Bobby Kirks isn't going to fuck this up. I hope Hollywood Bobby Kirks.
Hollywood Bobby Kirks.
I swear to God, if people start calling me Bobby Kirks, I am done.
Hollywood Bobby Kirks was like, guess what, bro? I'm making an Invincible animated show. No, so I was like, for me, I really was like, when I saw that A, Robert was so involved, and B, that it was like 1 hour episodes, I was like, this is gonna be incredible. That's when I was like, oh, they're doing a version of this. I almost feel like if this, because I feel like, and correct me, Robert, if I'm wrong, there have been versions of this that almost made it to screen or to, in some version, there have been different versions of Invincible that have almost made it to, for us to be able to see. But this version of it is, what's that? A couple dozen times?
There were a couple of, they never really got very far, but there were some attempts.
But this one to me is like, it makes me so excited because I almost feel like at this stage, having the whole story known and being able to have control over it in a way that's like, these are 1 hour episodes. This is a drama. This is a epic story that we're going to tell in all of its facets, and including these deep, visceral, incredibly rendered violent fight scenes. You know, it's not just, oh, we're here for like some fun punching and some fun laser zapping. Like these are the Omni-Man Invincible fight where he pushes Invincible's head through the bodies of the people on the subway train is just absolutely like shattering when you watch it, because you're like, I can't believe how perfectly I'm understanding what's happening and how brutal it is, and that what I'm watching is actually just a fight between a father and a son. It is really just like the architecture is a father and a son disagreeing over how to grow up and how to choose your own, make your own individual choices. But in this instance, the father is causing mass death using the son's body as a weapon. And that's incredible, you know? And that's the kind of stuff that Hollywood Bobby Kirks is known for, you know? Like, that's the stuff he puts in there. He's just sprinkling some of what he calls that Bobby Kirks dust.
Oh, there it is. Wow, hold on.
Wardrobe change.
Hollywood Bobby Kirks in full effect over here, everybody.
Hollywood Bobby Kirks. So cool, man. So
he was ready for it, you know?
He
How do
really
these
was.
sunglasses stay on? He has no ears.
Oh my God, that's funny.
So
For me, I was really excited that it was really the version of the show that I felt like was closest to how I felt reading the book, you know,
Sure.
Which I love, you know, and that's what I think people have responded to, you know, is that it's not quippy and silly. It is the book. And that's the people like you've said, Greg, you know, people who've waited a long time for this, who've been reading this book, you know, and it's, I think, really impressively well done.
And so
Jason, after this panel is over, can I have you call my parents so that they'll finally accept me?
Wow.
just show them this video. Send them a link to this video. Get the views up on this video. Help out Skybound Expo, of course, which is brought to you by Nongshim Ramen. Why aren't you eating this ramen right now?
Beef bone broth.
Mr. Kirkman, you know, he's talking here, Jason, about the fact that it is pretty much the comic. I feel like that cuts a number of different ways for you. Number one, was there a concern of being too faithful to the comic, or a concern of being not faithful enough to the comic when you sat down to actually make this series, right? Because is there a concern people are going to know every plot twist and not care about it? Are you going to worry about then if you go too far, you piss off nerds like me?
I ain't scared of nerds like you, Greg.
There.
But it's a balancing act. You want to have some sense of newness to the story so that people that even the most diehard Invincible comic fan who's like, just do the comic book exactly, I feel like would be bored if we just did the comic book exactly. So you want to add some things to it. Also, look, I love the Invincible comic as much as, you know, a lot of people love the Invincible comic. It's not perfect. There's definitely some things that could be improved upon here and there and streamlined and things like that. And so, you know, as a creator, it's great to get in there and kind of feel like you're cleaning things up. And I think if you know, look at the first season, you can kind of see examples of where I was like, okay, like this is a 5, I can move this to an 8. Like, you know, this thing doesn't need to be this big. I'll move this down. You know, working with Simon Ranciopa and the writing team to, you know, kind of streamline things and plus things up. But you know, having done The Walking Dead, like there is lessons, you know, to be learned. Like, you know, we're going to be, you know, hewing very close to the comics when things are very important and things are beloved by the fan base. And, you know, when I feel like there's a deficiency in the story, we'll be cleaning things up and changing things quite a bit. And you know, it's kind of a little bit of both things, which I think will lead to a really cool show.
Is that cleaning things up and, you know, taking it from 8 or 5 to 8? Is that something you accredit to all the, I guess, experience and knowledge you've accrued since being 23 and working on this, right? Because, you know, like one of the things I had been talking to you about before, I think on other shows or maybe just texting about, right, was like the fact that this is Invincible, obviously, but you've made changes to it, right? And you've, you know, like Amber Bennett, right, is no longer just a blonde girl. She's a person of color, right? Adam Eve has shorts on rather than this, right? Like you've gone through and made these changes. You know, there was this conversation in the original book, right, of William kind of coming out and being gay, whereas this one he's established already as a gay character. Like, were those choices you made because you're in a different place writing the show, or you think the comic is, or like why would those changes be made?
I mean, those changes are all, a byproduct of this comic book being almost 20 years old.
Sure.
Tastes have changed, society has changed. There are things about the Invincible comic that are somewhat antiquated. A plot line of a gay teenage guy coming out is a little, that's hopefully something that's more and more behind us. Like you want to show that families accept their family members early on, and there isn't this need to make coming out this big thing. And so it's always just an effort to try and recognize the progression of ourselves as a society as we move forward through time and acknowledge that. So, it's a great opportunity to kind of, enhance things and also make it a little bit more of the times, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Sure. Now, speaking of the times, Gillian, how do you, of course, being an adult woman now, go back and put yourself in the headspace of a high school superhero?
Oh my goodness. Well, mercifully, they didn't really want me to change my voice too much, which I feel like it was really great that I essentially spoke with my voice, and maybe I just really haven't progressed that much emotionally because it didn't seem to be too much of a challenge.
Understandable.
It was really fun. I mean, I just felt so lucky to be a part of this. And I tried to read ahead, but then I was having so much fun being surprised by the scripts as we would get them that I decided to just read them as they were presented to me. And I really got to experience all the twists and turns that the audience who wasn't familiar with the comic got. And so, yeah, I just think it's a really well-written show. So it was fun and easy to do.
Have you maintained that? Have you still not read ahead? Have you still not had anybody ruin anything for you?
I tried to read ahead, and so much happens that I honestly couldn't keep track of it. And so I decided I'm just going to stay with the continuity of whatever scripts they send me.
Yeah.
Walton, for you with Cecil, I think in the comic, he's so utilitarian, right? Like he is the government, he is this arm, he is the tech branch, he's connecting that kind of thing. How do you come in and decide what that character is, what his backstory is, and how you're going to make him interesting, how you're going to make him this? Because I think it's this fascinating thing of like when Rex speaks for the first time, Jason, cover yours, because I don't want, since you're beefing with my wife, I can't say nice things.
Oh man,
when he speaks for the first time, it was that thing of like, oh, that's Jason, but also, oh, that fits so well for Rex. And the same thing for Gillian and Adam Eve, right? Of like, oh, that makes sense. And then when you opened when Cecil opens his mouth and your voice came out, I was like, oh, it never dawned on me reading the comic that I never had an established voice for him, right? I think I maybe skewed him older or something to that effect. Like, how do you come in and decide what he's going to be?
Wow. Well, that's a really great question. I've never been asked any questions about being a part of an animated series, so I'm answering them in a way, like truthfully and honestly. Robert, I have a question first before I answer your question. Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a drawing of Cecil that changed, right? I mean, you had an idea of what Cecil looked like. Am I remembering this correctly or not? At least there were early sketches. Go ahead.
Well, I know that we had Corey Walker's character designs and that we would show the actors because, animated show, a lot of people had no idea who they were playing. And it was funny too, because everybody was reading scripts and then they would come in for recording sessions. And that would be the first time that a lot of actors would see the characters. And there would be a lot of like, oh, I'm this person. Okay. Seeing who they're playing for the first time, which was a lot of fun. You may have seen like a earlier drawing. That
I did. Okay. So then I am not wrong. So there was an earlier drawing that I was shown, and he was pretty handsome. I got to say, he was kind of handsome. And he was kind of a big guy. He was a really kind of a burly, kind of a big barrel chested guy with a smaller waist and legs, nice kind of thin legs or whatever. And so I had this in my mind, and I was really kind of flattered, to be quite honest with you. I felt really good about it, and so I'm reading the script like thinking, okay, well that's the guy. And then the first day of the recording, they said, no, this is what Cecil looks like. And I said, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you serious? Is this really happening right now? Wait a minute, I'm bald and I have this thing. So that was a kind of a shock, you know, kind of early on, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna change my game plan, you know, and the writing, you know, I'm just gonna go back to the writing. The writing is so good, and you know, we've all been around for a while, and we've all met a lot of people in our lives, and I don't know, some of the greatest people that I've met in my life, whether, you know, they're in the military or like a version of a police officer or someone with an authoritative kind of position. Hi there, how are you? Sorry,
Guest star. We have a guest star appearance.
Oh, gotta get an autograph.
We gotta somebody get that guy to sign a release.
Dude.
We gotta get a release from that guy.
He's just walking to death right now. That's it. There's this practical kind of reasonable side to them that they're able to see the forest for the trees. And you know, if you ask anybody that has been kind of in those positions, you know, that deal with math in a way as it pertains to casualties and war, in a way that you or I or any probably person on this panel could never talk about people that way ever, but Cecil can, and there's a sober kind of like not austerity, but like just a soberness to their personalities that
Sure.
that I take great comfort in, to be quite honest with you. They are not hysterical, and they understand the world in a way that probably the world really works, really is. And then later on, you know, as we kind of went along, I mean, the thing that I tried to do whenever I had the opportunity, and the thing that Robert and these guys really supported was, you know, when he understands the humanity of a situation, he understands the difficulty, he tips his hat to that really means something, you know, and his sense of humor kind of comes from like this practical kind of view of the world, but when, you know, when he's able to kind of step out from behind that facade or that veneer, if you will, then he really becomes human, and that's when he became really human to me, you know, and that's just in the writing, honestly.
Yeah, and I think, you know, both your performance and the writing drive that home. I think, you know, in the final moments we have with him in the season of him, you know, being worried and having that vulnerability, but like what you're talking about, right? Still saying true north. Like, I know the job is, I know what I need to do in this moment. You can still hear it in your voice in the performance.
Oh, thank you very much for saying that. Yeah. Thanks.
I'll say for me, Walton was like an incredible choice for Cecil, because there is that exactly what he's describing, like that calm, cool matter of factness that Cecil has, but the undercurrent of true, like malicious capability that you understand is there. That underneath that, there is a threat. Underneath that, there is a capable person who will do whatever it takes.
Did you feel that way Did you feel that way when we met on a beach in Eleuthera? Did you feel that?
Yes, I did. I was like, this guy is dangerous. I like him. I want to hang out with him, but we got to be careful. This guy is dangerous.
I want to ride the lightning with this guy, but, you know, 5 feet back. I want to stay a little bit back.
Yeah, so that I felt like that was I loved that casting choice when that was announced, because that was exciting to me, because that is Cecil. Like, Cecil to me has like the charming capability of putting everybody at ease, but then the real backbone to completely decimate whoever is in his way if he needs to, you know, and he's prepared to call those shots and make that move, you know, and that is, you know, I felt like Walton crushed that throughout. And I'm knowing where Cecil goes, I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, he really did. But I mean, it is funny that, you know, originally Cecil was like 9 feet tall, had this giant barrel chest, very strong chin. And then we cast Walton and we were like, we gotta rethink this. We can't.
But you were like, let's keep the skinny legs. You said, let's keep the skinny legs, but redesign it from there up.
Make the body match the leg.
We couldn't animate his teeth because that would be too far over the top. So
we need to give this a Goggins pass.
Robert, we
What
are
about
running out of time
Jason?
on the panel.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Wait, Robert, and we're running out of time on the panel, and so everybody watching is like, this is great. I like their performances, yada yada, but they want teases for the next season. They're here for the exclusives. What can you give them? What's going on with the rest of Invincible?
Including us.
Yeah. Spoilers. Spoilers. Is there a multiverse? Is there a multiverse?
Well, we have talked about Angstrom Levy. Angstrom Levy is going to be a big part of the second season. So, if you're familiar with the comics, that's a, cool villain to come in, really shakes things up. I think if you are aware that Angstrom Levy is going to be a big part of season 2 and you're familiar with the comics, you can kind of get a sense of where we're going with the second season, especially if you really think hard about how we adapted the story into the first season. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff. And, I just want to stress to people that have only watched the first season and have not read the comics, because I feel like there might be a sense of like, well, how are they going to top that? Where are they going to go from there? Oh my God, you guys have no idea. Like, there's so much crazy stuff coming, and it's going to be really awesome. And I can't wait to get to. I'm just not going to say it, but there's a lot of cool stuff coming.
There's so many things that I want to say, and I don't even know if they're going to actually happen. I just want to say, like, there's
give me
stuff
one,
that,
Jason. Give me one. I'll tell you if it's happening in season 2 or not.
Well, I don't know if it's happening in season 2, but I will just say how much of the story, I'm excited for how much of the story I understand to take place in space to happen. And you can cut that out if you want, but space is such an integral part of Invincible's story, and we have barely broached that, and that's exciting to me. And there's other villains that I'm, I mean, like, I want Thrag. Give me Thrag.
Just wait.
All right.
Definitely
I'll wait.
Thrag in season 2. I'll tell you that. But there's a lot of space coming in season 2.
How long are we gonna have to wait, huh? Do you want to announce a release date, or do you know when they're gonna get scripts, or when they're recording again, or anything like that, Robert? You suck. This is a waste.
I'm gonna do my best, Rick and Morty. Season 2 is coming sometime in the future, less than 10 years from now. I swear. It might be a while, but we'll see. Who knows? Could be next year. Probably won't be, but we'll see. You never know.
Are you doing the Morty voice? But
Yeah.
are you being Dan Harmon or Roiland in this case?
Listen, there's a reason you guys are the voice actors and he's the writer. All right, just lay off him. Get out of here.
Oh wow, Greg! Wow,
That's
wow.
right.
No,
Greg. I want to stick up for him,
I've
all right?
actually this whole time I've been auditioning to be a cameraman in the animated world for season 2. I know this camera work is horrible. This is all cinema verite, but
It's so good.
You know, it's a superpower. Like, I've been holding up this phone for 45 minutes right now. 50
I'm
minutes
impressed.
right now. Thank you.
Round of applause
I'm
at home
impressed.
for Walt.
I've been holding this
and
laptop
it's
for 45 minutes
Yeah.
too.
Since Invincible season 2 is still so far away, let's go around and talk about what everybody else is up to before this panel ends. Gillian, where can people keep up with you?
The Fear Street trilogy of movies on Netflix, and I have a podcast called Periodic Talks.
What's that all about?
That is I think it's a great podcast, but
You might be biased.
My co-host Deanna Reesenover and I interview people who work in the STEM world. So everything from astronauts to microbiology to spiders to volcanoes. And then we try and highlight also stories of people who worked in the STEM world in the past. So
I await
check it out.
my invitation.
All right. Great.
I've written about Walking Dead.
I write about science.
That's my impression of you. See,
And
That's
it
what you
wasn't squeaky and didn't have a southern accent.
know. I'm being polite. All right, Walton, what are you working on that people can keep up with?
Gillian, you're awesome. You're so amazing. I just think I've been a fan for so long.
Seconded.
I think you're hot shit. Is what I look. I almost, my wife and son just walked out of this thing. You know, what am I doing? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I had some stuff. You know, I don't know. I mean, I hate this portion of it. I hate selling shit. Like,
Everything Walton does is great. Go to imdb.com. Go there and watch everything he's been in. Of course, The
There you
Righteous
go.
Gemstones, criminally
Cool,
underrated.
man. You know
Not
what, I
enough
will
if you
say-
watch it. His performance
I
is
love
amazing in
that
it.
show. I love
Gemstones.
Righteous Trend.
Everybody
I'll
watch
say
Gemstones.
one thing. You know what? I'll plug one thing. I just wrap because I think it's I don't know. I think it's really important, and it's called the Last Days of Ptolemy Gray, and Sam Jackson. It's very important to him. You know, he's been trying to get this done for like 10 years, and Walter Mosley, the great Walter Mosley,
Oh wow.
wrote the novel. You know, and it's it's about dementia and given an opportunity to have clarity again, and instead of making a movie, they decided to do it over a six parts or whatever, and it was fucking awesome. Wow, it was just a great experience. So that's there you go. There's one. There it is.
Nailed it. You nailed the plug. Good job. And Jason, what about you?
I don't know. I mean, like, I urge everybody, if you haven't already, please watch Invincible. I mean, if you're watching this, I'm assuming you already watched it. Read the comics,
man. You got the job, man.
God, I gotta keep this gig. No, Big Mouth. The new season of Big Mouth will be coming out soon on Netflix. Another animated show that I'm a voice in. And I do a podcast called How Did This Get Made, where we talk about bad movies and why we love them so much. So if you think you might be interested in that, if you want to hear us talk about things like the Miami Connection or all of the Fast and Furious movies, check out How Did This Get Made.
Who doesn't want to hear more about
Robert
Fast and Furious?
Kirkman has been a guest. Gillian, have you been a guest? I think you would.
Yes.
What did we talk about? I forget.
It was a serial killer whose body was cut into parts,
Yes.
and then everyone became killers.
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
Such a good one. Walton, we're going to have you on to talk about something. It's going to be good.
I'm in.
All right.
And then finally, Mr. Robert Kirkman, Bobby Kirks, Hollywood Bobby Kirks. What do you want to? Where do you want to direct people here?
That's the takeaway. That's the takeaway.
There
from
it
this
is.
panel.
Hollywood Bobby Kirks coming out of the blocks hot.
When you guys edit,
Walking Dead, I got Walking Dead season I lost count coming out in August. There's also this Invincible show. We got some more seasons of that coming out whenever I feel like it. You'll wait.
oh, I feel like when you guys edit this together, when Kirkman puts on the sunglasses, will you edit in like an electric guitar sting so that it's like? Ooh, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt Robert for a second because I don't know if he's going to, but I want to promote his book Firepower with the incredible artist Chris Somney that is out right now in issues and is so good and so fantastic and one of my favorite current comics on the stand.
Thank you, man.
Oh yeah. Oh man, you got a piece of Robert Kirkman there when it was back to Hollywood. Back to Hollywood. You hate to see it.
Firepower. Got Oblivion song wrapping up soon. That's another comic that I'm doing. Got all kinds of cool stuff going on. Very exciting. Listen to my podcast, Putting on Sunglasses at Fun Times. Every Thursday, wherever podcasts are sold.
All right, look at the time. We're out of time there. Sorry to cut you off, Bobby. All right. I want to thank you, Robert. I want to thank you, Jason. I want to thank you, Gillian. I want to thank you, Walton. And I want to thank you, of course, the viewers for hanging out at Skybound Xpo to talk all about Invincible Season 1. And, of course, we want to thank the only ramen anybody on this panel eats, Nongshim Ramen, right there.
Beef bone broth.
That's the one right there. Get out there, get yourself some ramen. And until next time, it's been our pleasure to serve you.
Oh my God. Angstrom Levy? Okay. I don't want to give it away for the people who haven't watched the show. But oh my God, Angstrom Levy. And it's voiced by Keith David. If they bring him back and it's still Keith David's voice, I'm a huge Keith David fan. He's the voice of Spawn years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He's been the voice of so many characters that I love. Gargoyles. Oh my God, that man
Gargoyles.
I know that man could read me a phone book. I love him. If you don't know what a phone book is, kids, look it up. But, oh my God.
Wow. You do know the white pages are digital now. Like they're on.
But nobody
even
knows.
that feels old.
But nobody knows why they're called white pages. They think it's racial. They don't understand.
Okay. That's the business side, right? Or am I dumb?
No, it's
Okay.
no. That's the like personal side. The yellow pages were the
Is
business side.
business.
I-
Okay.
That has nothing to do with this, but I'm just totally excited.
I'm sorry,
about-
kids, you learn something new. Fellow teens, I am one of you. You learn something new every day. What I wanted to say is congrats to Invincible on their HCA, their Hollywood Critics Association
yes.
nomination.
That's true. Yes.
Yes, they are up. I saw that our friends at Harley Quinn actually were like, hats off to you, because they are also, I believe, nominated.
Mhm.
So, and then I think the boys are, and so I saw, I don't know, it's just a lot of love, because I saw
It
like
is.
Invincible interacting with the boys. They're both on Amazon. They are also nominated, obviously not in animation, so they're not going up against them. But yeah, that's really, really cool, and hopefully means that for the rest of award season, because award season is kind of just kicking off, although it's the
Mhm.
summer. Normally it's like fall leading up to winter, but hopefully that means more critics will be watching and recognizing Invincible, because I feel like a lot of times animation does not get the same respect
doesn't.
and recognition. It's wild.
Yeah, it doesn't. A lot of genre content doesn't, and there's so much work that gets put into it, obviously.
Yeah.
And I believe that Walton Goggins' way of being on a panel in a car walking around is now my new way
Yeah.
of being on a panel. So from now on, I will be walking around my house, walking around Brooklyn, holding my
I've
phone.
seen people do that. I mean, I honestly, my phone probably has as good a camera as a regular camera, to be honest. It's
Yep.
honestly too good. I was like, no, I need a blur. This is too sharp. I don't need 5K right now. But I did want to make sure before we hop to our next panel to plug our merch. So we have these bundle posters that are signed by Robert Kirkman, that you guys can pick up. We also have our totes, again, that are made out of real billboards, Invincible billboards that were up around town. And then of course you can also get a Mark figure. I love that you can take off his hands.
I'm
trying to see what the other, is it like one in a bald fist?
I think so. I just hope he's fully like articulated too, because you put him in different poses. That'd be really cool. And also the bundle is everything we saw there, or just the posters?
The posters. Yeah.
Cool.
But those are all going to go, obviously, because they're signed. That's going to go really quickly.
There's not
All
that
of our
many of
stuff
them.
Goes really quickly. Yeah.
And you gotta either hit that little QR code at the bottom of the screen, or you've got to go to the website. So don't forget to literally
store.skybound.com.
Yes, and go now and keep it open and keep refreshing, because throughout the day things are going to disappear. I learned my lesson last time. Please do yourself.
I feel like people watching are like, they keep saying that, and then when you try to buy something, you'll be like, oh, I see why they said
gone,
that.
Right, because that was in the chat constantly last time. Like, it's gone. People buy them in seconds. Store.skybound.com.
Also, I'm sorry, please don't DM me. I cannot grab anything. I will probably grab it for myself, but
And look, I will.
yes. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I haven't been into Skybound offices in a while, but one of the best things about working for them is they love giving us comics. And so when you go into the office, we could just like take comics, and I loved it. I loved getting into new comics, new titles that I hadn't, previously gotten into before. And even one of the lesser known titles, to then have those blow up as well. So that was really cool going to the offices, but I've been virtual for a little bit now. So
But
yeah.
hopefully you can still get your hands on.
Oh, I'm going to take a backpack and just stuff it.
No. You know what? We're going to go pick up that tote, and we're going to fill it.
Yes. Speaking of collecting comics, look at that beautiful transition. We have our friend. So we have our Sean. We have a big clutch with us now, talking to other comic book collectors and getting to geek out about what they do. And like you said, we'll also be talking with him about grading and all of that, but getting into the world of collectors, hardcore collectors. We have that panel coming up right now.
Hey everybody, welcome to Big Clutch Conversations. This is the Collecting Comics panel. Real quick, I want to thank Nongshim for hosting the Expo and making this all panel possible. I got some awesome guests today for the Expo to chat about collecting comics and other things. So I'll do a little introduction around the circle. And I think I'm going to go from by this way to you're that way, maybe. So we've got Sam and Tony from Skeleton Key Comics. We've got Natalie from D Comic Queen. We've got Danielle from Nerdy Girl. And then we've got Jack, aka Mr. Bolo, on the line. Hi, everybody.
What's going on, Clutch?
Just had a little guest there too. Didn't realize that Winston's in the panel too. This is going to be pretty fun. So let's start it off. How do you guys protect your comics from your cats?
You really don't.
Seriously, they always find a way in there. So it's a really interesting time in the fact that, this past year and a half, I mean, the collectible space has really kind of blown up and gone off the rails to a degree. It's in everyone's lives. Everyone's focusing on the cool stuff that they love and they want to put and keep close to them. So thinking about the modern comic space, like, what do you guys see? How do you see it currently? What is the shape of the landscape at the moment?
So do you mean like modern is in like currently being released, or modern is in like 90s and 2000s?
Let's actually talk about briefly into like, what is the current collectibles market in your eyes?
Like overall, it's just insanity.
Overall, yeah.
There's record breaking prices every day. There's like 1,000 different storylines you have to follow if you're in like the current modern segment, which I'm not really into that segment. So if you ask me anything about issues that are coming out this week, I don't know anything, admittedly. But I know that like all those 90s books are totally coming of age right now.
Absolutely. Sam, what do you guys think?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
What do you think?
Oh. I have to agree with what Danielle said too. Because it really kind of like depends on what areas like of the categories of the market you're talking about. Because I feel like there's an area where you can follow the books that are trending closely to what's happening with the MCU, or like right now, the Loki show is happening, right? And then you've got emotional collectors, or people that just collect what they love in general, and they, will do whatever it takes to get that like nostalgia in those books that are like relevant to what they love. And then you've got the spec, right? That's like outside of like all those two categories. And so I think in those categories, everything is just exploding, just everywhere, especially with modern.
Yeah, with super modern stuff, it seems like, you guys remember third grade soccer where all the kids run to the ball here and then it gets kicked over here and all the kids run over here? They forget about that space that was just there. That's how I look at current stuff. Is everybody was on something skilling the children. Now that's kind of slid off and they're on to the very next thing. Nice house on the lake, and it just seems like everybody's just rotating around on different stuff.
Yeah, Nat.
I think it has a lot to do with like the word itself, like Danielle said. How do you see modern? Like it could be modern age, which is from like the 90s, and there's people that collect that modern age, and there's also modern books coming out, weekly books, or people just collecting books to read, and they might see that as like a modern type of collecting or reading. So
yeah, Jack.
Yeah, I think as we've kind of developed into a more of a technology-based society, we're starting to see some of that bleed into our collecting habits. So, information is moving faster. People know more. So collectors are well informed. The market moves extremely fast. It's starting to duplicate other markets outside of the comic book industry. And so you're starting to get piqued interest from people outside of the traditional comic book buyer. And as more of these kind of new buyers are entering into the market, That's where we're starting to see that ripple down effect of these extreme price changes and record breaking sales. And I think that's something that's only going to continue to happen as the industry keeps meeting the end user where they're comfortable.
So that's a fantastic point to my next question, actually, is the speed of which social media, the internet, all the information is now at our hands, where back in the 90s, we didn't necessarily know how stuff was moving. You had the monthly, the comic book readers that you'd get, and all right, cool, and you're looking at Overstreet to see prices, whatever. But now it's like you can see price fluctuations like daily, and the influence upon like Instagram, like you guys all have amazing Instagram pages and you show off all the collections and all that stuff. Like gathering that information and giving that out to other collectors and other consumers. Like, what do you think in terms of like the overall reach that has had in terms of collecting in the space?
No, I think it's been incredible. I think that we've been able to see daily changes where even just something as simple as somebody sharing a book that they haven't seen or they forgot about, and then that being reshared amongst the community, and then you start to see immediate price changes. You start to see changes on eBay. You start to see asking prices go up. You start to see different websites that cover the market start talking about the book, and that can happen so organically on a daily basis. And it doesn't have to come from a prominent member of the comic community or some large influencer. It can start truly grassroots with one collector just saying, "Hey, I love this book, and here is why." We all end up being so interconnected through social media.
Yeah, it's been a few times where Sam has texted me a book and she's like, "What's going on with this book?" And it's just a random something somebody shared and like 3 other people shared it, so it's like all up on our feed. And it's exactly what Jack's talking about. The price will just double for no reason.
Well, too, and I think especially after we were in 2020, right? Everyone's at home, and the way that we are like connecting is like we are kind of like a book club, but like with collecting, right? So in 2020, I feel like is where everybody's like, ooh, we can still hang out and build connections and relationships through things that we love. We just have to do it virtually. And so I really started noticing that. Because I collect a lot of, as they call like 90s gimmicks, and I love sharing them. So X-Men 300 is my absolute favorite 90s gimmick book of all time. And I remember sharing it. And I got so many messages either saying like, "Hey, I was out at a shop and I found that book in the Dollar Bin and I grabbed it," or "Hey, I have that book." And I had a lot of friends like posting it and tagging it, and like in that day I probably saw at least 15 to 20 X-Men 300s in my feed, but that just goes to show like how quickly everyone can like kind of like band together or connect and really have like an influence on either the market or collecting or FOMO or sharing and stuff like that.
I think it's relatability, right? Like, it's like, oh, you have that. Oh, that's so cool. I have that too. And like these people that like kind of were a little more introverted have this place now where, am I screeching? Okay. Have this place now where they feel like this camaraderie. And I think that 2020 has changed the way that people collect going forward. I think people are so eager to go to shows, but I think people love like this close knit but big knit community that social media has become for comic book readers and collectors alike.
Yeah, I agree. I think social media had a big part in playing and bringing people together, especially the way the algorithm works towards bringing people of the same hobbies or interests, and just being able to meet other people that like the same things as you and being able to share that with someone else, I think had a big part and it growing so fast.
And I also think we live in the society of FOMO, and that's driving prices too. And even like Jack said, coming from other hobbies, people are like, wait, why is this Spidey 300 9.8 like 2,500 now? Well, now it's like 6,000. And there's all of this crazy FOMO going on. And people are like, well, I made all this money in cards. So I remember reading this book when I was 15, 14. Well, now I can afford to buy this book. And I think that's a huge driving source too.
Oh, absolutely. I think we all have other interests in other collectibles as well, whether it's cards or games or action figures and whatnot. And I think that seeing people in these other markets that have matured a little bit faster, comparatively to the comic space, sports cards is a great one. I mean, the money that floats around there is sometimes just mind-boggling. I think today there was a Steph Curry RPA Logo Man auto that's up on some site that's getting listed for like $5.9 million, and it's like that's
holy crap,
big money for a basketball card. And people are realizing that there are even though there was massive print runs in the 90s or whatever, there's still stuff that is still kind of, it hasn't still reached the level it could reach
it's not matured all the way yet.
Absolutely. And especially with the range of look at how our comic world has expanded into films and animation and TV, and that's really bringing a lot of new eyes who didn't really understand or didn't know that this stuff came from this source.
Right.
In your collection, like, let's talk about how you guys all got started in collecting. Like, was there a specific moment? Like, I remember picking up my first copy of Uncanny X-Men from like a spinner rack at a Thrifties back when I was like 11 years old. What about you guys?
I did not come from a comic book background. My boyfriend was doing it when we met, and it was like, wait, you sell comic books? And I was like, what is this? And then I went to my first Comic-Con and in San Diego, and it was like, whoa, there's like an underground secret society of people and like collectors. And back like 16 years ago, Comic-Con was still a comic book convention. And so you had like all of these people coming and being excited for all these comic books and all of these covers everywhere. And it's when I got to like start seeing more artwork and more really classic covers and like realize the community that there was. And I was like, this is kind of cool. I'll learn.
I'm a little bit of a different type of collector in that I've had like two different kinds of like collecting periods. In my childhood, I had like that every kid was a reader. I guess you could call it a collector, but I certainly didn't take care of my comics. And back then it was more just you're looking at the cover and you're grabbing the story based on what the covers got. So if you had Punisher, if you had Daredevil, I was on board as a child. I got back into comics when I was after college. You get that box from your mother of like, here's all the stuff you cannot keep at my house anymore. And I found that box of comics. But what I found in there was a list, and the list had, it was literally a want list that a 10-year-old version of myself had written, and in like pricing that I was targeting. And when I looked at the pricing and I looked up what books were currently selling for, I said, oh, wow, I would have done extremely well for myself. And it got me into a comic shop, which helped me find not only that there was this huge budding commerce here, and as a sports card buyer, seller, I was managing a sports card store at the time, was that very attractive to me. But then I ended up finding like Image Comics and these great stories that as an adult I connected with in a way that was far different from what I enjoyed as a child.
Did you go hunt all of the books on that list that you made as your 10-year-old self?
I
totally would have. That's
absolutely
so awesome.
Did.
I love
absolutely
that.
Yeah, the great thing was I didn't have the craziest aspirations as a child, so it was very doable, but it was exciting. That was one of the first things I made sure to do.
That's great, Nat.
Well, for me, I mean, as a child, I did grow up playing a lot of video games. I did grow up around the whole superhero, Batman animated series, X-Men animated series, Spider-Man, but I was never really into the actual comic book world until I picked up Green Lantern. And that for me was like my turning point. I fell in love with Jeff Johns' writing. Everything about the book itself, like Ethan Van Sciver's art, just the way it was the way a creator could put like what they had in their head and their imagination onto a piece of paper and then share that. So it was more than just like reading a book or more than just seeing like a TV show. It was something that came directly from a creator. And that to me was just like amazing. And it made me want to reach into more comic books or want to read more. And then I think it just, you fall down this rabbit hole. Like it just, once you start, you just can't really stop. And you just find more and more and more things that you like. So
I love that perspective.
yeah.
For me, I think I started collecting things when I was a kid. My dad was a big like a baseball card collector for the most part, so I would collect like Don Russ and Fleer as like a little kid just to connect with him. And then as I got older, I got super into Ninja Turtles, of course, and they had those little cards. So I have some of them over there now. I'm really excited about. And then I would collect, or I would read, like Jack was saying, I would read some comics here and there. And then the 90s happened, and Batman Adventures and Amazing Spider-Man and X-Men. They were every day like sprint home and watch that. Or and then I think I picked up a Superman comic one time, and in the back of the book there was a little subscription card thing that said like, hey, if you send us $60, we'll send you comics on like a monthly basis or something. So I was like, begged my mom. I was like, hey, give me all my allowance for the next like 20 years. Like, let me get this $60 subscription. So I did that, and I would get it was right before the Death of Superman storyline. So I was getting the Death of Superman storyline in the mail, and it was the greatest storyline I had ever read. And then that was me getting into comics as a kid. And then as an adult, I think a lot of people have the same kind of story where they did things as a kid, then they fell out of it, and then they got back into it. And so for me, I was like, okay, Spider-Man's definitely my favorite. I walked into my LCS. I said, hey, I want to read Spider-Man. Where do I start? And he was like, they actually just reset the storyline at Brand New Day like 8 months ago. Why don't you start there? So I get the trade paperbacks. I read all the way to the current issues, and then just started collecting those. But he kept referencing Spider-Man, kept referencing Civil War. And I had no idea what he was talking about, because that was 15 issues before I started. And so I was like, okay. So I hopped on eBay, and I was like, all right, Spider-Man lot, like find me all of them. And eBay granted me that wish. They found me everything from 22 to like 600 at the time or something like that. And so then I started all the way back before Civil War. I got on eBay again. I was like, all right, give me all of Civil War tie-ins. So then I got that long box and a half of comics in the mail. And I read through all of that. And then I was like, this is getting expensive. I need to sell some of this to fund now my weekly addiction. And then Sam was like, you should not sell on eBay anymore. And I was like, okay. And that's how we got Instagram started.
Yeah.
That's my origin. Life story.
I feel like mine is like if you put it all like in a timeline, I can just like pick up snippets, because I think it was like my backstory getting into comics is really like 2 years long, I feel like. So we met, and then once we met, he was like, oh, I'm getting deployed for a year. So I was like, oh, great, wonderful, meet this guy, and he's about to be deployed. So he was like, and I'm sure it was super awkward. He's like, I need help packing all my comic books. And I'm like,
this is like 3 weeks into our relationship.
I'm like, wait, what? And so I'm sure this was a scary moment as he looked terrified and embarrassed. I go to his house. He takes me to what looks like is going to be the biggest room in the house. And I'm looking at boxes, like probably like 100 comic boxes. And I'm like,
it was 42 long boxes and 36 short boxes.
I'm like, oh my gosh. And that's where it started, is we're like aggressively packing like all these boxes and then taking them to the storage unit and putting like all these, anti-humidity.
Climate controlled.
climate control everything. Me and him muscling it, building shelves in the storage unit. And then during the whole process, I'm like thinking like, man, comic books must be amazing if we're like doing all this work and he's spending all this money to preserve them. And you know, as a kid, I grew up with the animated series with my dad, and I enjoyed Silver Surfer and X-Men with him, but we never like got into comics like that. So, you know, it really had me thinking after we got done packing all these comics, like, man, this must be like a really serious hobby. And so he gets deployed, and you know, when you have to like only video chat and talk on the phone only without actively doing anything together, you really start running out of things to talk about. So we started talking about comics. I started, you know, taking notes, like teaching me everything you know.
We literally did like weekly classes. I would tell her about grading comics and collecting and like where to go and all these things.
And so he got to come home like during a break on his deployment. And me and him and the boys cosplayed, and he took me to his favorite comic shop. And he talked to the owner, and he was like, it was a husband and wife, and he's like, take her and get her whatever she wants, just whatever she likes. So we're like, have like this giant stack of trade paperbacks, like this huge stack. I have no idea how much he spent. Got all these, you're good girl. Got all these comics, and then, you know, he went back off on his deployment, so I'm like reading these comics, and that's when it really started being like, whoa, because I started with Saga, and I feel like that's a really good place to start with comics. It was just amazing, and that really got me hooked. And so then it got to the point where, like, when we weren't talking about comics on video chat, I was like researching everything. And so fast forward a little bit, what really kicked it off for me, and Nerdy Girl and I talked about this a little bit when we were together, is when we were back and we, you know, this is fast forward a couple of years, we're in our home, and I'm like, all right, so this is a dude hobby, is what I had in my head. So I'm like, but there's gotta be like somebody out there that's a girl doing comics. So Google knows everything. I don't remember exactly what I Googled, but I Googled something along the lines of like women in comics or women collectors, and Nerdy Girl's article pops up on Google, and I'm like, all right, Tony, there's a super successful, awesome woman that does comics. I found her on Instagram, and I messaged her, and I think it was the same day. So I was like super excited about it.
Very excited.
Nerdy Girl messaged me back. And really, between like everything I had already done with Tony and Nerdy Girl, that's what really was like set me on fire. I was like, comics is the way. And then I just started collecting from there. My first book that I took from Tony into my collection was X-Men 4. So
that's a great book to steal.
Yeah.
Like, this is mine now. Thank you. Claimed. Well, using that as a good jumping off point. So in your collections, what would you say is like your favorite piece? Like, and it doesn't have to be the most valuable. Like, what's the thing that you're like, oh my God, like this for me is a massive chunk of history, or the whatever, you know, what's your favorite thing you have?
So I actually took it. I grabbed it because I always get asked this question, like, what's your favorite book in the PC? It's Wolverine and the X-Men 24. It's a $1 bin find, but this book is super special. So I was like a baby into comics. Tony was deployed. This is like going back a few years ago. Tony was deployed, and I was like, all right, I want to find a super cute cover of Storm and Wolverine because those are our characters. It took me months to find this book of them super cute, kissing on the cover. And so I ordered it, didn't know how to pack a comic, sent it there. It arrived a little busted. But he got it, and we've been like keeping it back and forth during all his TDY and deployments ever since. So the case is a little broken, but it's super sentimental.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mine is not a comic book. Mine is a piece of artwork, and it's an LB Cole commission that I got in an original art deal. And it was the first pieces of art really that I ever got, and it was very organic find. Like we went for a comic deal and this lady just started pulling out like boxes of original artwork, and her husband helped like found like comic fandom and like that whole magazine that they used to do. And so it's this commission LB Cole did, and it's Suspense 3 superimposed on like this giant spider. And I have the letter that he wrote to the guy explaining his whole thought process on why he made the edits he did, because when the guy commissioned it, he wanted different images and like different changes, and Cole was like, well, I didn't want to do it that way, and this is why I did it this way. I hope you still love it. So to me, that's like completely irreplaceable. I'll never ever get rid of it.
It's super cool because you get a little bit of an insight into the thought process of both the
Yeah.
and like, this is what I want, but I think this would be better. Like, and it's actually like, that's a really like a kind of weirdly emotionally bonding you to that piece.
Yeah. I think I love that piece. It's hanging in my house. It's like it made the wall.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey Nat, how about you?
First of all, that's amazing, Danielle. I would love to own any freaking comic by LB Cole. I can't imagine original artwork. Like, wow, that's amazing.
He was so ahead of his time.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm such a huge fan. I think my favorite book would have to be my Showcase 22, because I mean, I'm a huge Green Lantern fan. Like, I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but when I got that book, I was just like I love it. I love it so much. And
you like felt the joy in your heart, right? When it arrived.
Yes.
I feel it. Yeah.
And just, I think for the longest time thinking or just having it in the back of my mind, like, oh, I'm never going to have that book, or like, wow, like, you know, but actually saying, you know what, I can, and working towards it and finally owning it. I think that was like a big proud moment for me. So that's definitely one of my favorite books.
That's awesome. Jack?
Yeah, that was first appearance. Yeah.
I think that's like an ever-changing question for me. Originally, when I first began buying and selling, it became these key issues, right? And you kept, every time you acquired that key, you kept raising the bar. And then it got to a point where I had bought and sold most of the books that I had dreamed of multiple times over, and you almost start to get jaded, where it's like you got to check yourself, because you're not getting that same rush out of that big first appearance that at one time you would have done anything to grab.
Oh, it's everything.
Right. And so I sometimes have to remind myself. So then it became I've gotten involved in producing exclusive variants. So then it became the book that I actually had a hand in bringing to life became my favorite. And then even that, I did more than 20 of them. And after a while, it's like choosing between your children. That becomes difficult. Which one is my favorite? And then I one time I did some YouTube hosting for a couple of years on a podcast. Shout out to Brian Wood from Simpleman's Comics. And I did a show, and I kind of mentioned on the air that as a collector, I had kind of fallen into this pattern of not having that thing, and I'm always looking for that thing that's not gonna keep me feeling that way. And actually a viewer reached out to me and sent me a book completely for free. And I'm a big, huge G.I. Joe fan, die hard since I was a kid. Comics, the cartoons, even the terrible movies, I don't care. I love them all, and especially the action figures. And he sent me a G.I. Joe #1 from Spain. And it was my first international comic. And to see this book in like the wear on it, to know that like a child in the 80s in another country grew up reading the same story that I did, I had this like immediate nostalgia connection that I felt like was totally missing from my comic experience as a seller sometimes, in making it so much about the commerce.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah, I love that too. Big G.I. Joe fan myself, and knowing that there's other collectors in other parts of the world who think you see it as Action Force or whatever iteration it is. It's super cool. I want to pick up on a piece of the thread that we just had in terms of finding that piece. I think a lot of collectors. I'm a horrible. When I get something, I don't like to get rid of it. I have a hard time selling stuff, and so upgrading my collection has always been a pain because I'm like, I don't want to get rid of those two because those two are awesome. Knowing that if I could get rid of those two, I can get that one that I want, whether it's maybe it's a higher grade version of the book I already have, or some other key that I'm looking for, or some other piece. How do you guys navigate your collecting journey to find those avenues and those ways to go?
That's a hard question because with comic books, I'm all about like less is more. And like my PC is only a couple bucks of like really just mega keys because they're also investments, honestly. But if you ask me about my video games, like I grew up playing video games and I love them. And I think there's something so special about like these games that everyone played and it's sealed and it's still in like this immaculate condition on some of them. And it's like, well, this is so cool because it was preserved for maybe 30 years or 20 years, but everyone rushed out to buy some of these games. And so I guess you can't because I'm always letting go of something to get something else. But I definitely do have untouchables where like, no matter what, I don't care what you offer me, NO.
I think for me as a reseller, it took getting the reps in because early on, that was like that hardest pain point was like, when do you let go of something? You see like a market exploding and you want, maybe you want to capitalize or maybe you have that next item that you want to buy. And you're looking at that, man, letting go. I find that the more that you do it, the easier it becomes. I've been kind of described a little ruthless at this point because, the market's exploded so much. For me, I learned to get the enjoyment out of selling a book to a collector who's going to love that book forever, the same way that I would if I had a book that I love. And I think being able to do that made it a little easier to get over that barrier to sell a book. As long as I know that it's going to it's kind of like a pet. Like if it's going to a good home, then you feel good about it.
No, you can't have my pet. What if it's something that you'll likely never own again? Do you still feel the same way?
I think that's the hardest thing because sometimes you don't know in the moment if that's the case, right? I think there's been times when I imagined I would own it again and maybe either the market drastically changed and made that a lot tougher, or you didn't realize how truly rare something you had kind of in a moment. And you never forget those. Don't get me wrong. I can rattle those off really quickly. But I think that for every time it's pros and cons because the market can change so much. And then you mentioned earlier speculation, and especially once that comes into it, I've always found that on the whole, I do better when I'm able to learn to let go and more comes back to me in turn. It may not be the same, but there's always that next thing to chase. There's always that next thing it seems like to get excited about.
Yeah. You have to take the emotion out of it is what it is.
As best you can, but it's tough because we love it.
I know. So hard for me. Yeah, I've never really been a seller. I've always been. My friends think I'm like a hoarder, just because even if I have the book, I'll just buy it, so I'll have like duplicates. It's not until like this last year that I realized I might have to start letting go of things, and I did start a selling page and started selling, just because of not having space or room, or trying to change that perspective of, hey, you know what, I should let go of some books to maybe get better books. And because the market this past year was crazy and made me realize I couldn't really keep up, and I have the means to sell to someone else that might be looking for these books that I already have 2 or 3 of. Like, why not maybe try to get a bigger book in that way. But it's been really hard to change that mindset of letting go, because I am very emotional with my comic books, and I do have connections with everything. So I do have that problem. So that's my.
I'm the same as Comic Queen. As Tony's probably gonna laugh. I hold on to it all. And the only time I've let go of, I don't know, I have this weird, it's hard to explain. The only time I've ever let go of a book from my PC is giving it away. And that's not only, I couldn't even sell it. It was a giveaway that we did. It was my first X-Men 4 actually that I had gotten from Tony. I gave it away as an appreciation giveaway. I couldn't even sell it. For some odd reason, it took me forever to get that book back, and I know there's a zillion copies out there. But I do emotionally attach to every book in my PC. I could be on the shelf orders and just be the people that are have an explanation I cannot get rid of this book because X, Y, and Z. I can't get rid of this. I really, really need this one because. So Tony will probably have more of a experience with letting go of books that he's been finished.
Yeah. So for me, when we got started, everything in that room was my PC, and I didn't want to just be okay, well, I'm going to keep all these keys and we're going to sell all these dollar books and we're going to make it, So I was all right, I have to make a cutoff. I'm all right, so I'm just going to keep these 9/8 single issue stuff and in this one short box, and that will be my PC. And then everything else is for sale. And we just follow the market with how those things go. But it was hard. I had to basically put a tourniquet on it and then just be all right, none of you others, all you all can get adopted to somewhere else. And that was more out of necessity because I started like her, where everything is my PC, nobody can touch it.
Oh, that's so awesome. Let's talk about what is tips and tricks that you guys have found over the years in your collecting journey that you can say you can give away to people who are new into the hobby or people who are still trying to look in a way to build their collection to to get that dream book or whatever. Is there anything that you've seen, whether it's spaces to look for, or finding new voices on Instagram to find books from, or eBay, or scouring Craigslist and whatnot is a great place to find stuff too now? What do you guys, any tips and tricks?
Build connections, because those connections are so important with people. They'll keep an eye out for you. I had someone looking for a book. They mentioned it to me. I remembered it. I'll tag people. If I know someone's looking for a book and I see someone else post it, I'll tag them so that they can at least see it. Whether or not they get it or not, I don't know, but I'll at least say, hey, I know you're looking for this. It's here. GP analysis for me is life. I tell everyone download it so that they're being smart with their buys, right? So many people come in, they don't know where to start, they don't know how to value stuff, and pay the $10 a month or whatever it is because it catches so many sales. And even if it misses some, it at least gives people a baseline so that they're paying at least fair market.
That's a great tip.
Yeah, just because I know the Overstreet used to be the Bible for everyone, and I love the guys at Overstreet, but it's so antiquated now, and they haven't kept up with the market. And I know we talk all the time about how the market's moving, but it truly is moving so fast that you need something that is watching every sale happen. It can be 500 today, 800 tomorrow, and 600 in 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with Mary Girl. I feel building connections is super important. I've gotten most of my PC, the bigger books, from the Comic Fam on Instagram, and also in the wild. I know that when we got our first appearance of Black Widow, we were on a road trip and we just called around shops. Hey, are you guys open? What you got? And you can even do that kind of in the radius, just kind of get a feel for like what different shops have, because I find like hunting for us is like the funnest way. And then of course those bigger grail books are harder to get out in the wild, and we tend to get them on Instagram. But yeah, building those relationships is really important.
Yeah. The only thing I would add on is that if you come across something that you know is rare, even if you have to pay over fair market value, that might be the last one you're going to see for a really long time. And that fair market value that you're overpaying now for is going to probably be under by the time you ever found it again.
Well, especially if it's so rare, you can kind of set your price for it, right? Like Action 1. Okay.
Absolutely. Nat?
I think my biggest recommendation to people would be support your LCS, go into your shop, and you'll find something. It could be a book to read or a book behind the shelf, a key. You'll find something. So I think supporting your LCS is like a big thing in starting a comic journey. Like I come from a very small town. I live in a very small town, and we didn't have a shop for years. I mean, I grew up without a shop, and it really sucked. So every time I'd be out of town, it's like I would be going to every shop and at least buying something, and that's where I would get most of my books. Most of my pool and stuff for years, I would order online through Midtown and do that until eventually we did get a shop here in my city, like 4 years ago, and they got a new owner, and within like a month or two, I noticed like huge changes in the shop, and I started going in and looking around and like, wow, like this is growing really well. And eventually I told him, hey, I'm going to move all my pool to you. I want to come pick my books up here, and I want to support you. And it was a big move for me because I had been pulling from Midtown for years. And now within this whole year and a half that the shop has been growing, it's been so amazing. Like he just gets books in all the time, and so many people, every time I go in the shop, it's like just full of new people, and he sees new people and I meet new people, and it just becomes this community of, you see new kids coming in looking for Fortnite comics, and I'm trying to get my kids into comics through video games or stuff like that. So I think going into your LCS and just starting with anything, whatever you can see around you, like a book or a game, a toy, I think that's like a big step for any collector.
It's great. Jack, any last tips?
Yeah, I get asked a lot about people getting into the hobby and the market in general. And there's some great tools out there. You mentioned like selling platforms, whether you're looking at eBay or whatnot, or now StockX. There's also amazing resources out there, from apps to websites, that will help you really like get caught up on what you're trying to do. There's some great YouTube channels. But the biggest thing I would tell a new collector is to pace yourself and enjoy yourself, because I think it's very easy in today's day in social media. You start following those big accounts. You start following a nerdy girl. Let me tell you something. You can't be nerdy girl day one. You're not going to do that. So
You can't. It took me so long.
Right. You're not going to do that. So I think it's very important, because I think that sometimes, and I've seen this in other collector spaces as well, new collectors can get burnt out trying to reach a level right off the bat when, that new movie or the new TV show, Invincible trailer debuts and everybody's showing off their Invincible #1s on Instagram, and you can get to feel like, man, if I don't have an Invincible #1, I don't have it. But that's an expensive book, and not everybody's going to have it, and that's the point. And so you shouldn't feel less than because you don't have that big key, and you should just start finding things that you enjoy collecting, finding niches that you can be an expert at, and then building from there and letting it grow organically. And low grade is better than no grade. You can start low and work your way up.
They're
And
good.
sometimes those low grade copies, especially on the big keys, they see those big jumps.
Yes.
See, if you're doing it for investment, because your pool of buyers is so much bigger than on these super high grade copies where, okay, an AF-15 and 8.0, how many buyers are there? But on a 1.0, your pool is so much bigger. I agree.
So good. Guys, I think we're pretty much out of time. This has been a pretty awesome chat. I really appreciate everyone to come out here. So before we go, let everyone go through where to find you online. And I think we've all learned that community is probably the place to go for all your collecting needs. So let's put our socials out there and go through it. So Danielle?
I'm Nerdy Girl Comics on Instagram. And I have a YouTube channel that needs to be updated under the same name, but you can find me under Nerdy Girl Comics.
Sam and Tony?
All right, well, we are also on Instagram. We are Skeleton Key Comics. We have our link in bio. We keep it pretty updated, but you can find us on Whatnot as well under Skeleton Key Comics. And we just launched our YouTube channel where you can also find us on Skeleton Key Comics.
I just signed up on Whatnot. I will be selling in the next couple weeks under nerdy_girl. I didn't have enough room to do comics.
It's all good. Nat, what do you got?
I am mostly on Instagram under D Comic Queen, and it's not DC, it's 1D Comic Queen. A lot of people get that mistaken. I do have a YouTube under the same name, but I didn't have time, so I haven't been on there for a while. But I do have a couple videos there.
That's great. And Jack?
Hey, at AKA _ Mr.Bolo on Instagram and AKA Mr. Bolo everywhere else. You can also catch me every Friday morning. I host a podcast. It's available live stream on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, everywhere. CBCS Live, making the clear choice with your grading option. And of course, 1:37 p.m. In the afternoon, I have a weekly comics article, kind of like a market overcap on the biggest news of the week.
That's awesome. Again, thanks everyone for coming out. Check out these awesome collectors and content creators online. Join the community. I'm Big Clutch. You guys know what that is. And again, thanks to Nongshim for sponsoring this panel and the expo. So go try the noodles if you haven't. It's great stuff. And we'll catch you guys later. Thanks.
Bye.
Always love our friend Big Clutch.
He's such a wealth of knowledge too. I'm making
Dude,
notes.
yeah.
Now I'm making notes.
Honestly, it'd be funny to just have a segment every time of just him and Hector talking about comic book collecting.
It really would.
It's an art.
It is. And that would be a class as well.
It should be. It should be. There should be more comic book. I actually have a membership. Someone got me a membership to Masterclass, which I think is really cool. There's like everything on there. They should have comic. They should have comic book writing. I don't know if they have that on there, but
I don't know
there
if they
should
do.
be a
Collecting. Collecting would be amazing.
Writing. Yeah. What do you collect? I see you have some stuff back there.
I collect Shin noodles. I collect these amazing Nongshim Shin noodles, and they are, of course, our sponsor today. I collect a lot of things. I collect Funkos. I collect comics. I like indie comics. I also like older classic comics. So that's why I was also paying attention to a lot of the slabbing and stuff that they were talking about, because I have some really older comics that I got from friends and people who didn't know what they had, that I really need to get graded and slabbed, so I can maybe, I don't know, buy 3 or 4 houses. Maybe I can buy some of those billboards that you were talking about. So
my friend has some Magic the Gathering cards, and I swear if he sold them, he would get a house. He could get a house. No
I
joke.
do know one person who sold. They had Marvel #1s of every single #1 of every single X-Men from basically Claremont's run back in the day, and he put his kid through college. So
there you go.
Yeah, it can be done. Knowledgeable.
What have my
stuff.
Beanie Babies done for me lately, though? What have my Beanie Babies? I got the tag protectors and everything.
Oh
wow.
my god, the tag protectors. Oh my god.
Yeah, what a wild child I was. I was going to ask you if you keep your Funkos, if you take them out or if you keep them in the box.
I keep them in the box. There's maybe one that I've taken out, but I am one of those people that will buy two and like play with one and then keep the other one in the box. So I have all of the collectibles from Black Panther, and I'm going to keep those away. Okoye included, never selling her. But if I find a second one, I will possibly maybe. But yeah, it's fascinating, and it's also a lot of the art and a lot of the things that we see. You see a lot of artist progressions too, through older comic books to now, and that's also what's fascinating to me about the collection process.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I have a lot of art. I actually have Shuri. No, that's the right way. I'm like, we're backwards. There. Nope. There you go, Danny. She's right there. Right there. Oh my gosh. And then of course I have my Twilight Zone. I have the Beholder, Howling Man. I have some of myself up there because I'm vain. It's me as a Saiyan.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
No. And we have our next panel that we have up is our friends that are going to be talking about podcasting, something that you and I are both very familiar with. I know my friend John Roca is on that panel as well. You have, what is your podcast? Because I ended my podcast.
Well, my podcast is actually, but your podcast is still up and amazing. My podcast is the Blur Girl podcast, but there's also the Blur Girl Live. We can talk about that more later. I'm actually really excited about Lauren Shippen being on this new panel coming up as well. She's an award-winning writer of scripted podcasts, among them The Bright Sessions, if those of you in the audience might know her, and then also the Marvels podcast based on the comic. So these were all scripted podcasts she did. There's a lot of really good scripted podcasts out there that are made from comics. A lot of people don't know about it, but if you kind of go into iTunes and go into Spotify and look for like a comic or a comic book character, you will find not just somebody talking about what they collect, but often a scripted podcast. So this is going to be exciting.
Yeah. I wanted to say before we hop over to that, we actually have some Ultra Mega merch that I wanted to make sure that y'all can get your hands on.
Ultra Mega is amazing. And I think one of the funniest things about this comic is not only is it violent, but it's also kind of funny. It's James Harron who's drawing it as well as writing it. And for those of you who don't know, Ultra Mega is basically about a cosmic plague that transforms everyday people into monstrous kaiju. So they're not turning into zombies, they're turning into kaiju. And then three individuals, we feel they're random people on the planet, are approached by a being to say, listen, we're here to help you save your planet. We're going to give you powers to fight the kaiju. And I'm not going to tell you, give it away what happens, but they do suit up, something similar to what you just saw. And when they fight, they just level entire communities. There's entire cities that are gone at the end of their fights. But if you're kind of a fan of Godzilla and a lot of those Mega Man and SSS Gridman and things like that, where you have these big mechs fighting these big kaiju, you're going to like this comic. And it's bananas. Like, his art is crazy.
Hit us up, store.skybound.com. We have our podcasting panel starting right now.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Expo audience, and welcome to Can You Hear Me Now, Skybound's inaugural panel on audio and podcasting. I'm your host and moderator, Alexandra August. I'm Skybound's director of podcast production, and with me today are, sorry as I choke, are 5 wonderful figures within the audio community, some of whom work with Skybound directly, some of whom we just admire from afar, too far. So we'll start with Lauren Shippen. Lauren, do you want to just give us a quick beat on your relation on you?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm Lauren Shippen, and I started in audio in 2015 with my original scripted fiction series, The Bright Sessions, which is about people with supernatural abilities in therapy. And since then, I have worked on a bunch of different shows, including Passenger List, which I co-directed and co-produced. And in terms of like diving into other fandoms, I wrote a show for Marvel called Marvels, based on the popular comic. And most recently, a Stranger Things podcast called Surviving Hawkins, which is about Robin Buckley and what she was up to during season 1 of the TV show.
Oh, she was one of my favorite additional characters on that. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
It was so much fun to write. It comes out tomorrow as of this recording, and I'm so excited.
Congratulations. I'll subscribe now.
Which means by the time that you get that, by the time everybody's watching this right now, it'll be available. So go listen, pause this and go listen. Scoot on to Gabrielle Urbina, who's also a luminary in the audio fiction world.
Yeah. My name is Gabriel Urbina. I'm a podcast writer and director and producer. I kind of got my start in the field in 2014, which in audio fiction terms makes me a fossil. I remember when the dinosaurs roamed the earth and the continents were all one great landmass. My beginning into the world of podcasting was creating and show running Wolf 359, which is I am told considered a cult classic in the world of audio fiction. And since then I've co-created and co-show run 3 additional series, the most recent one being called Unseen. And while I'm doing that, I'm also adapting the award-winning graphic novel series Gasolina for Skybound.
We are. It's going to be Skybound's first dual language audio. So we're going to do it twice. We're going to make it in English, and then we're going to have everyone come back in and say the same lines in Spanish. And Gabriel,
awesome. It's going to be amazing.
Reading Gabriel's script, he puts a lot of wonderful audio in his stage direction. So when I did the opening to our first to that first episode, with I believe it's from the perspective of an insect crawling out of the earth, yes. I cannot wait to listen to it. Absolutely cannot. And John Roca. John Roca is a member of the Skybound family as well. Through work with one of our wonderful titles, Movie Trivia Schmoedown. But John, you do a lot of other stuff. Like you have your hands in a bunch of different pots.
Yeah. I mean, I started right around the same time as Lauren and Gabrielle, right around 2014, 2015. Christian Harloff, who runs the Schmoedown or owns the Schmoedown or whatever he does, chairman of the Schmoedown. He put me together with one of his friends who's a stand-up comic, Matt Nost, and we created the top 10. And I was just walking. I was kind of frustrated being an actor, and I just walked into this opportunity. It was like, oh, this is fun. We're going to count down the top 10 movies based on a movie that's coming out that week. And I had no idea it was going to last 6 years, but we're still going strong. And that inspired me I just took to it like a duck to water. So then I co-created The Cinephiles, which is another podcast I do with my friend who's a film director here in town. And we break down one classic film every week, sometimes over multiple parts, and analyze it, break it down, go scene by scene, literally scene by scene, through the whole movie and break down what's happening, talk about the technical aspects, maybe some of the symbolism, what the director was thinking, all of that. And then, as if I wasn't busy enough, I started another podcast called The Geek Buddies, which I do with my friend Michael Vogel, who is a showrunner and executive producer in animation, like My Little Pony and other things he's worked on, and my actor friend Shannon McClung. So the three of us talk about geek news items from the world of entertainment every week as well. And then after I was let go a year and a half ago from Collider, I was there for 3 years, I started my own channel, The Outlaw Nation, and it's been going strong, over 17,000 subscribers, which is big for me. May seem little for some of you listening, but it's big for me. And thank you. As of this morning, I I'm officially a Rotten Tomatoes critic approved. So that was something I worked 2 years to get. So very nice to finally cross that finish line. And of course, as Courtney mentioned, as Alexandra mentioned, I see Courtney in the chat, I got confused. I am also the outlaw in the movie trivia Schmoedown, a 4-time movie trivia champion in that league as well. So I do a lot of things to stay afloat and stay alive, and I love doing it.
To entertain us.
Yeah, but I'm listening to you all talk about writing, and I'm like, maybe that's a new avenue to get into. So you're inspiring me just listening to you all so far. So thank you for having me on.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure. And Chloe and Eliana are two fans who are like not as much within the Skybound family as I want them to be, so I tricked them into being on a panel. They're the host of a phenomenal literary analysis podcast called Girls Gone Canon that you should all be listening to. Why don't you guys give us a little bit more background, though, because you are much more than that podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us. I did before this. I was like, "Are we being collected too?" Oh my gosh! But no, My name is Chloe Ketchum. I am one half of Girls Gone Canon. Like you said, we are a literary analysis podcast. We are covering 2 series right now. We're covering A Song of Ice and Fire, point of view by point of view. We also did some coverage during the show, during season 8 of Game of Thrones, which was very fun. And we also are covering His Dark Materials, both the inner trilogy, the outer trilogy, the novellas, and the TV series adaptation from BBC HBO, which is amazing. Great adaptation. We've also covered The Golden Compass, the movie, if that counts. No one likes to talk about it, but we do.
No one really does. It was really disappointing.
Yes.
It was interesting.
It was definitely
was.
interesting.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fun background there, but I personally came into audio first a little bit of a roundabout way. I did stand-up comedy, improv, and sketch starting back in 2011. And I kind of fell off of comedy. I moved, and then, the pandemic happened, as we all have kind of experienced. So I'm sure we'll talk about that today in audio. And I moved to podcasting and to talking about books with friends. And I started with a podcast called Drunk: A Song of Ice and Fire History, which was very fun.
I still have to come on that.
Open invitation.
Chloe
if
still
I
has
ever
to
do it,
go on that.
I still have to go back on. No, it was a fun way to have drinks with friends and chit chat about the stuff we loved. And that was such a blast that I met Eliana, the other half of the brain here. And we started Girls Gone Canon.
Yeah. So I guess that ships it to me. And, Chloe gave you a really good overview of a lot of what we cover on Girls Gone Canon, but a little bit about my own journey is, in my secret professional life. It's not that secret, but it is a life. I do a lot of communications and content stuff, and a lot of it does involve some storytelling, and I like to bring some of that lens, some of that stuff that I'm passionate about and learn about into how we're analyzing a lot of these works. And the way that I started, though, actually, in podcasting is I am a moderator of the A Song of Ice and Fire, aka the Game of Thrones books, on Reddit. And we were like, wow, we have all this really cool stuff. There's all these really cool thought and analysis and theory crafting going on. And we saw that podcasting was a sort of burgeoning medium. A lot of other people were doing it and reaching broader audiences. And we're like, people need to see all these other thoughts that people are having, right? There might be someone who only gets like 5 upvotes or a comment that's like super buried in a thread. So we started this podcast called Maester Monthly to just really celebrate and showcase some of those creators within the community, but also within like the Reddit community, but also within the broader fandom community. And now that's kind of become Maester occasionally. Gone similar ways as Drunk Ass Off History. So, but Chloe and I have, been doing this together and been on this journey, and there's always like new things. We have other things that we might explore one day and reach back into our other fandom roots. So bottom line is just big fan. You can just put big fan as my title.
You are one of the things that I love so much about Girls Gone Canon in particular is that I kind of up until I was not a huge Reddit user at that point. I found forums to just be a little bit too time consuming as much as I used to be dedicated to them. And so I didn't find much outlet there, but you guys put out some incredibly trenchant analysis like treating you make this like collegiate level stuff feel incredibly entertaining and digestible and accessible, which I think is kind of my favorite part of audio culture, is that at least when it comes to nonfiction stuff, you get this like usually it feel like it's like just really intelligent trash content, like not, and I don't mean trash, but I mean like Saturday morning cartoon content, like, but you learn something. There's so much information that is able to be communicated in ways, and like it's just nice to like vacuum and learn stuff. Lauren and Gabrielle, I'd love to hear kind of from you guys, what was the path to audio, because you guys are kind of in entertainment, you're sort of kind of at the forefront of what a lot of people hope audio does, which is, okay, this is a cheaper content and a cheaper way to invest in content and find audiences and get something that has a determined audience, so we can, you know, be more able to get it made in a film or TV or platform streaming situation. So how was the route there? How'd you guys get here?
Gabrielle, you were there first, so
Yes,
you go right ahead.
Me and the dinosaurs.
Cold.
My path to audio kind of actually began with a lot of the same things that you were describing, Alexandra. I, went to school and studied writing and filmmaking, and then moved to LA and was kind of like, this will be so intuitive and so simple. I will break into the film industry. And the film industry slammed the door shut and turned out the lights and put out a do not disturb sign and just wanted nothing to do with me. But the hunger was still there. Like, I still had these ideas and these stories and these amazing people all around me that were all fabulous out-of-work actors, out-of-work musicians. And it kind of, when my brain, I think, started just cooking in, there must be some way to tell a story with these people today. Not save for 4 years to put together a micro-budget indie feature, but there has to be some way to kind of produce something that people can enjoy, that people can kind of cut their teeth on, that we can all get better as writers and as actors, as performers, as musicians on. And I wish that the next logical step was, oh, and I've solved the puzzle. It is audio fiction. That is the answer. The actual next thing that happened was about 3 months of me kind of going, if only there was something to do, as I listened to more episodes of Welcome to Night Vale and kind of went, there's no solution to this. It's what a mystery. But after about 4 months of kind of trying to solve this problem, the story kind of found me. One day I remember I was filling out application forms for jobs that I was never going to get, and this idea popped into my head of this man stranded on a space station listening to alien music, and that became the basis for Wolf 359. And for whatever reason, it felt like an audio fiction piece. It felt like something that only wanted to be in audio, and that kind of led me to, oh, that is something that you can do. That is something that is feasible to do on a fairly threadbare budget. And that's when kind of the tumblers engaged and all the dominoes started kind of falling into place.
Yeah, I think something that's so unique about audio and the people who I think have found success or found sort of their niche in audio is that the origin stories are always, this story was inside of me, or it called to me and it wasn't audio, or I wanted to talk about this thing, or I was really passionate about this particular subject. And that's exactly how I came to it too, which is that I like John and Alexandra, I was an actor who was not doing very well and had been in a friend's web series, which was incredibly fun. And he was such a talented, is such a talented writer. And the show was so great. And like, it was able to get funding, and just, it was like a 5-person D&D web series, all filmed in one apartment. And just even the cost alone for just that, for 10 episodes, was like astronomical to me. And so I was listening to Welcome to Night Vale, and I was like, aha, like maybe I can do something here. And I hadn't ever like taken a script writing class or creative writing class. I'd written, short stories and half-finished novels when I was a kid, but I started writing the script in 2014, and then I sat on it for a year because I didn't think that I could do it. I didn't think that I was allowed as an actor or a person who hadn't taken the formal writing class to do it. And ultimately, it just was something that it was a story I wanted to tell and characters I wanted to explore. And I was meeting these actors in acting class who I really wanted to put into these roles. And that's the thing that I always say when people ask for advice about like, how do I, start my first fiction podcast? Like what's, the best advice that you can give for somebody? And I think I was going to your point of like, it is a lower barrier to entry than other media. I think that there are a lot of people who come into the space being like, oh, well, I'll just make it because I'll make something hooky and cool and it'll be easy and it'll be cheap. And that's great. And the thing I always say is like, if you are not passionate about this story, like just don't bother, like go a more traditional route, like go, like try to find a job on set somewhere, but don't just make a show just for the sake of making a show. It has to be something that like keeps you, sane as Adobe Audition crashes for the 1,000th time and you've like lost 6 hours of editing or whatever, problems come up when you're an indie podcast producer.
Same, but with Descript.
Now you tell me this, Lauren. For 7 years, I've just been trying to do something hooky. My God.
Is that the key? Son of a.
What's the first show that you listened to that made you a podcast listener?
Oh, Mark Maron. Mark Maron was the WTF podcast and Bill Simmons at the same time. I discovered them at the same time. And at the time, like you all, I was driving to audition. So I was in the car a lot. I was doing that Santa Monica 4 o'clock audition, which drove you insane. And so you're in that car a lot. And so I had to find something that would make me laugh and would distract me and would get me to understand how certain people function or work in the world of entertainment or in the world of sports. And so I found myself becoming very addicted to those podcasts. And so when I got into it, I made sure that was my inspiration, speak truth, dig deeper, find out what these people actually feel about it, analyze something to it as bone deep as possible, because then you get some real jewels that come out of that. So those two really inspired me as a podcaster, and still do. Those are the two that never leave my list of podcasts that I listen to every week, and they're still doing it in great ways.
How about you, Chloe?
Well, in universe, I'd say in terms of A Song of Ice and Fire, of the fandom that we're probably most active in, Radio Westeros was the first podcast that I would drive to shows all across the Midwest to. That one was big. I'm a big Spotifyer. I have a lot of Spotify playlists, possibly all for fictional characters and themed to them. You don't need to judge me about it. Anyways.
Share them.
Same
What
thing.
is your paddling playlist?
I think we're all the same way on this.
Exactly.
Good,
Good. Chloe, who are you on Twitter? Liza Arbor. Liza Arbor Gold on Twitter at Liza Arbor.
Yeah, I'm one of those, I'm too cool to be uncool, but I'm actually like the biggest nerd, unfortunately. But like I listened to a lot more music when I was driving back in the early 2010s. And then I'd say like the second half was, just all like Two Dope Girls and Radio Westeros was pretty much it. But that made me think like, this is so creative. This is so fun. Why am I not doing it? Why? I can do this. I have a problem. I'm an Aries. So everything I do is like, I could do this and I could do it better. What? Shut up. I could do this 10 times better. I'm going to do it today.
That person can do it. What about you, Laura?
My first ever podcast was in 2010, which I just realized was 11 years ago, which is insane to think about. But it was the summer after my freshman year, and I had an internship at WNYC's Soundcheck, which was a music show. Might still be a music show. I haven't checked in with them in a while. And in order to like kind of catch up on the show, the producer there was like, you can listen to like the back catalog as podcast. And I was like, what is that? And so I listened to the back catalog and then found out that Wait, Don't Tell Me and a couple of my other favorite like NPR shows were also distributed as podcasts. But I think the first like actual like made for podcast was NPR's Pop Culture Happy Hour, which is very much a thing where I was like, oh, like there are people out there who love TV in this way, like in the way that I do and talk about it. And that's their job. That's so cool. And then, years on Tumblr, I got exposed to Welcome to Night Vale. And I so distinctly remember I was shooting a short film up in the Angeles National Forest and had to be up there for a 5 a.m. call, like 4 days in a row. And it was like an hour and a half drive, in the woods as the sun was rising over the Angeles National Forest. And so I listened to like, 40 episodes of Welcome to Night Vale, I feel like in that week, and just like fell in love with it and had that feeling of like, definitely not of like, oh, well, if they can do this, I can do it better. But of like, this is so special and cool, and how do I do this even a quarter of as special and good as this is?
And you just did, and then you did. I tried to make the break session.
No big deal.
How about you, Gabrielle?
I was trying to remember, and I think that the first podcast that I ever listened to, and I know that it was the first one that had like a huge impact on me, was when I was a senior in high school. A cousin of mine was like, "Have you heard of this thing called the Radio Lab?" Turns out later on it was just called Radio Lab.
I love
And I
Radio
started
Lab.
listening to it, and for 2 years I didn't listen to podcasts. I listened to Radio Lab. That was the thing. But I remember there was this episode that they released in 2012 called Colors, where they did this thing where they were talking about how humans see colors a certain way, but certain animals see less colors than we do because they have less receptors in their eyes, and certain animals see more colors because they have more receptors in their eyes. And so they were like talking about how can we illustrate this, and they ended up going to a church, and they got this huge choir, and they used this choir to kind of sing notes that represented each color. And so the choir got fuller and fuller as more and more receptors were added to the eyes of the animals that they were talking about. And by the time that you got to these shrimps that can see millions of different colors because they have 5 times more receptors than they do, it was this gigantic choir singing all of these different notes. And I kind of went, oh my God, these people just used sound not only to represent a visual idea, but to represent a visual idea that visuals could not represent. Like, you know, like that completely twisted my mind into a pretzel. And I was just like, this is the coolest thing ever. And it was one of those things that like really made me aware of just how potent this was, and just like what a brilliant alchemy the best audio can have. And I think that that was kind of the first moment that I kind of went like, okay, I need to listen to more of these things and more than just this show. And like, I think that it would be really, really fun to do something in this.
Oh no,
go
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that's exactly how I felt about Night Vale's, A Story About You, which is I think like they're like 9th or 10th episode, somewhere in that sort of early
It's
run.
somewhere
And
in there, somewhere in that first dozen, I think.
yeah, and it's like, you know, like a lot of the early episodes of Night Vale, it's just Cecil Baldwin and this person's music and a script, and this particular script is all in second person. He's talking directly to you, telling you a story about you. And I just remember being blown away by the simplicity of it, of like, this has compelled me more than any TV show I've watched in 8 months, and it's one guy talking into a microphone, and I'm completely on the edge of my seat.
Eliana, what was your first pod experience?
Yeah, I guess I had like heard of all these other ones, but I didn't really jump into it until like the fandom. I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna jump and really, really just dive very deep, head first into this whole thing and start listening to it. And I didn't start thinking of it in terms of like I could do this better. I actually started by like trying to manage other people doing it. And they're like, Eliana, you should just be on it. I was like, I don't know about that. Y'all were like actors and stuff. I was the person in the back painting the sets. That was my role all the time.
Yeah.
And,
Oh yeah.
so and trying to get the actors to be like, but what if you move the tape to paint it the right way? But anyways, frustrating. But I'm also a fire sign, a Leo, so obviously Chloe and I clicked. We were like, yeah, let's do something.
Let's burn the world down. I do love but you have to have that too, right? Like you talk about, Radio Lab. That's the first run of that was 17 years before Robert retired from it. 17 years. And if you're working with someone on a podcast and you have a run like that, like that's that kind of chemistry and that dedication to being the type of people to be able to cover what it takes to make your podcast. That's big dedication.
Yeah. I'm one of the I got started with podcasting like as so many Angelinos driving to work. I had to drive from Venice to West Hollywood every day in the evening to work at a restaurant. And so I started listening to shows like The Nerdist, similar to the Marin thing, like, because really what audio offers that like other interview formats don't is there's no visual. So everybody just automatically becomes way less self-conscious. And you get Brad Pitt on Marin talking about his quote dumpster fire of a personal life, and it's just that's just nothing you'd ever see. And like Harp, sorry, not to make fun of that, but it's just you would never hear anybody saying that on a Tonight Show. You would never hear them saying it on The View or something. That's more strictly promotional, and it's still interesting content. Like I still watch those shows occasionally, but in terms of really forming a relationship with someone that you are not interacting with necessarily, audio is just that wonderful, wonderful medium for that, because people let their guard down a little bit in a lovely way.
I think this is the one thing I discovered when I started doing the deep cut a few months before I left Collider. I started doing my own podcast show there. It was on camera, but then mostly podcast. I started to find out that the things that I enjoyed the most were the moments when the publicist came in afterwards. Go, you got to cut those 15, 20 minutes. You can't put that out there, because that you had made them so comfortable that they revealed stuff they would have never revealed anyplace else. And the publicist, like I have Gavin Hood, and I still have the audio, and I'll keep it forever, of him telling me what actually happened on that Wolverine set with him, with the studio heads, with Hugh Jackman, and with the executive producer. I have 25 minutes of audio of him speaking honestly about what happened. And it turned me around completely on him as a filmmaker, yet I can never release it because I value him as a human being more than I valued getting clicks or likes for dropping this on an occasional moment. I just had Cody Smith McPhee on. He gave me 15 minutes on what it was actually like working with Bryan Singer and some of the situations. Wow. And I can't release any of it. They had me cut it. And so I take pride in that now. And I used to be upset about that, but now I take pride in that, because that must mean I'm doing something right if they're being willing to divulge this kind of stuff. And you mentioned the Brad Pitt. That's what the Marin stuff, when he was able to get that, like the Elvis Costello episode is still legend for me. What he was able to get out of Elvis Costello, I'd never heard anywhere else. And that kind of stuff is inspirational when you're listening to it, because you want to get to know people and what makes them tick. It's not about their hits. It's who they are as a human being.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's like, everything. Like I know, like I've seen, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eliana.
Oh no, you go ahead, and then I'll follow up.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of actors that I really admire. I've seen most of their work. I've probably seen a lot of their appearances on talk shows because I like them. And so to actually manage to create something that is just as compelling as watching them in something is just kind of the marvel of audio for that. I'm grateful to audio for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious, what do those moments look like? And maybe this is off topic for the panel, for people who are doing more of those scripted, right? Those fictional podcasts. What are moments where that magic that you didn't plan, but suddenly the alchemy all comes together look like? I've been, I think it's so cool that you also put out like your scripts so that people can compare and see like, this is how it was brought to life. But yeah.
Oh man, that's such a good question. Sorry, go ahead, Gabrielle.
No, I think that in my experience, those moments, the kind of equivalent of kind of those moments of magical alchemy and chemistry in the world of fiction are when someone, whether it's one of your collaborators or one of your fans, teaches you something about the world that you ostensibly created. When you are kind of going through, say, a rehearsal, and this has happened to me dozens of times, where you are going with through a rehearsal with one of your actors after you've written something for them, and halfway through they'll stop and they'll kind of go like, oh, one moment, I just finally understood why they're saying this. It's because they had this conversation with this other character 2 days ago, and they're remembering that, and the way that this reflects this other thing that's over here. And inside your head you go, holy mother of God, that is so smart, and that is so true. That is, I hadn't thought of it. Like, that was not in my mind when I was writing it down. That was not in my mind when I was putting it down on paper. I did not come here intending you to direct that. This is something you found, and it is something that is undeniably true, and it is now a part of the character because you're going to play it that way. Of course, then out loud you go, exactly. That's exactly what I wanted. You you got it.
I'm so glad you got that.
Yeah. I was wondering if I would have to spell it out for you, but there you go.
So what the team that we've got on Gasolina, we're very, very, very lucky to have. Obviously, we've got Gabrielle, who's doing some incredible work, and we are. It will be directed by and starred Gigi Salguero, who is a Mexican by way of Canada, actually, a female horror
Yes.
filmmaker, has done some incredible work. And seeing, I'm kind of a bad critic of Gabrielle's. He'll send me scripts and I'm like, they're really good. I don't know what to tell you. Here's a note.
Which
I
is
don't know.
important feedback to get.
Fix something in spell check.
Very
And
valuable
Gigi-
part of the process.
And one of the reasons we really wanted Gigi on this podcast is that Gasolina is a story about a Mexican cartel that doesn't traffic in drugs. They traffic in soul destroying and humanity eating insects that get inside you and then kind of it's really cool. You guys should. Sean Makowitz and Nico Walter were the writer and artist. As you can tell, Sean Makowitz is not from a Latin American country, and he graciously, when we originally approached him about the adaptation, he was the first person to mention, he was like, we should probably get somebody who's of the culture. And Gabrielle is from Costa Rica, but Gigi is a good friend of ours, and so she is from Mexico. And some of the really detail-oriented observations that she has given about certain turns of phrase and certain relationships continue to make me glad that we have this many cooks in this kitchen. It's
no,
just
and without getting into any specifics, because obviously we can't do that, but we had a notes call last week where Gigi gave me half a dozen tremendous suggestions that I immediately had to go and put in the script. There was one thing in particular that when I heard it, it wasn't, oh, that's a good change that I should make. It was, oh, that's a truth about this world that I hadn't realized yet. That is not, this is not me changing to be in line with your suggestion. This is me realizing that that is right. And you were a little bit ahead of me and you were discovering something here that I still have to do some work in my own mind in order to get there. But now that you've pointed it out, it's so true. It is absolutely the way that it needs to be.
It's kind of like we're sort of exploring a world together and mapping it out almost. It's like you kind of walk it. Yeah, it's. But oh, sorry. Please finish.
No. That is more or less where the rest of that was going.
Good timing because we are about ready to wrap up. I did want to close out a little bit with just what are your tips for somebody who does want to do this? What's a basic high level? What's something that you wish you knew when you started, or were very glad to learn? When it comes to producing audio, not in general. Just do it.
I mean, that's my advice for anything. Just do it.
Here's the thing. At the end of the day, and this is, I tell everybody this: believe in your point of view having validity. Love it because as many people have pointed out already on this panel, you're going to do it week to week. You may get inspired to do it, but in that third year, on that Wednesday, in that August, are you still going to be able to come up with a topic and deliver an episode? Okay. I can speak from experience now, having done, multiple years of multiple podcasts. There are weeks where you're like, I don't want to do this, but you've got to figure it out. And it takes
give Audacity the middle finger and
there you go again. I love it. You gotta have tenacity, have something to say, believe it's valid, get a decent mic. You can get it for $100 on Amazon. And then be consistent. That's the most important thing. Be consistent. It's a lesson I had to learn. My co-host Matt Nose taught me that, because I could get like, oh, I don't want to do a list this week, and he's like, no, you cannot miss a week. You have to do it. And when you learn that part of it, then you really find out if you are cut out for this or not. And more than anything else, never discount your fans. Never ever not listen to them if they've got some constructive feedback. Let that ego go. It can change your podcast and make it grow even more. So those are the tips that I would throw out.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
And to kind
go ahead, Gabrielle. Sorry. No, go ahead.
To kind of piggyback on the second to last thing you were saying about sticking to that schedule, my advice would absolutely be, as soon as possible, get on that schedule and have it be a public thing, because it can be very tempting to kind of go, I am working on my pilot and I will rewrite it and I will redesign it and we will rehearse it and rehearse it and rehearse it, and then we'll record it and then we'll do Foley work and then we'll sound edit it and then line, and then I realized that I could rewrite a little bit over here, so we'll get the actors back and we're going to do it again and spend a year doing that until it is the best show that it could be. I guarantee you the show will be better if in that time, instead of doing one show for 12 months, you had done 2 shows a month for
Yes.
all of that time.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
you build the muscle by iterating, by kind of putting the thing out there, by letting it go. Like and look, like most of the first season of Wolf 359, I can barely listen to it because
I have
it
the same
is,
problem.
To
Yes.
me,
You're a different
so
person back
clearly the
then.
work of someone that is doing the math as they
Uh-huh.
go live, the thing. But that's
Who was he?
the only way that you're going to get better.
I don't know.
Who was Gabrielle then?
He doesn't exist anymore.
He's dead now, so it's okay.
Well, and
Yeah.
to go off of what Gabrielle's saying, it's a muscle. It is a muscle. You're gonna grind. If you want it, you will have to grind. There are gonna be weeks it will suck. You will have to write notes, and you will have to record, and then you'll have to edit, which that's the worst part, but it's the most rewarding part.
Oh
Okay,
my
at the
gosh,
same
so
that's
true.
the same part. But like the thing is that if you put out an episode right now, your next episode won't be worse. I guarantee it. And the episode after that won't be worse than that one. And the more you do it, the better you will get. And it is a muscle. And like I used to have to drive an hour each way 5 times a week to whatever show I wanted to go do stand up at. Used to have to jump on podcasts every week and guest. And, I'm going to do like 3 guest things this week, but I'm going to keep going just to get legitimacy. And it sucks. The grinding sucks, but you do have to do it because why are you doing it if not? Do you like it? Don't you have to find out if you like it? Isn't that what we're still doing it for?
So yeah, that's the thing too. I would tell people like and always on. Like I did an always on for my first. Since I didn't introduce myself very well, my first podcast was a Game of Thrones podcast, which I did with the amazing Johnny Kolazinski, who is everything you could want in a partner. And we worked. I literally just Facebooked him and I was like, "Do you want to do this? Do you want to do a Game of Thrones podcast with me?" And immediately he was like, "Yeah." And then from that moment on, for 18 months, we podcasted week to week because there was 0 white space in the thriving season 5 when I decided to start a Game of Thrones podcast market. It was pretty populated. But I was like, no, we're going to be the best Game of Thrones because I had all this energy from not being an actor anymore. It was like, we're going to be the best Game of Thrones podcast. We're going to run up in Vanity Fairs, whatever. And so I decided to take us to every single convention we could possibly go to in Southern California because there were a ton. And it was really fun. And so not only did we do that, we podcasted straight through season 5. And then I was like, no, we're going to do a reread of the entire series. And that's going to be our off-season content because nobody does off-season content. We're going to do it.
Oh, yeah.
There's a reason they don't do off-season content because not a lot of people care about Game of Thrones. But we did it. We like pushed and pushed and pushed. And we finally went to San Diego Comic-Con together. 18 months after we started, we podcasted about the Game of Thrones panel, put down our phones, and did not speak to each other for 3 months. And we love each other and we care about each other, but that burnout is real and it can sneak up on you if you aren't prepared for it. If you don't plan certain breaks or really mentally prepare yourself that this is going to be a consistent part of your life for years. If you do want to get the most out of it, you are going to have to grind at it for a while.
Yeah. I think for fiction, my first piece of advice was unless you have an enormous budget or your episodes are 5 minutes, do not do an always on. Don't do it. And I think something that definitely benefited me hugely, and I think is becomes a little bit more difficult the bigger and bigger these communities become. But find your friends in the space, the other people who are making other fiction podcasts that are in queer post-apocalyptic sci-fi, and you think that's really specific and all of those people are your competition. It's no, those are your friends.
Really
those are the people that are going to support you. I mean, Gabrielle and I met in early 2016 and have basically just been cheering each other on for 5 years.
And it would have been very easy to kind of be oh, it's that other sci-fi show that makes people sad. That's our competition. Yeah.
Piggyback on the ego thing, one more thing. Do not get caught up in how many views or downloads you're getting. Do not get caught up in that you haven't made it in 6 months. Nothing against Alexander wanting to be on Vanity Fair. I think it's good to have goals, but I think you also have to be aware. Now, it doesn't mean it won't happen overnight. You've got some incredible podcasts. You could be successful. I just think if you're getting into it for the attention, for the views, for the likes, for all of that, that's ego stroking, you're not going to last very long, I think.
No.
You've got to do it because you love it. and then learn and understand it's a process and be patient with yourself and cut yourself some slack. Treat yourself like you would treat your best friend if they were taking on a podcast, because that's going to be essential on those frustrating nights when you lose 6 hours of editing, or when you're editing and you're just like, I can't do this anymore. It's important.
The only comparison that you should care about is with yourself yesterday, not
Yeah.
with
Mhm.
the other
Yes.
people around you.
Yes.
Great point.
Not with where you should be, not with the platonic ideal, not with Mark Maron.
Yes.
But just kind of, like, you should only care about where was I yesterday and what step forward have I taken since then.
Yeah. And if you're too focused on the tangible goals, like I think when I started the Bright Sessions, I was like, oh, well, maybe someday it'll get turned into a TV show. And it's like, sure, maybe someday it'll get turned into a TV show. But if I had been so laser focused on that, I would have missed the beautiful things that I never could have imagined. Like, I mean, both Gabrielle and I have had people write us very emotional messages about our shows, but also like get things that we wrote tattooed on their bodies. Like, that's nuts. And I never would have imagined that. And it's so cool. And you don't want to miss out on
that's
that
my
stuff,
new goal. That's a new goal.
Yeah.
Makes you a lot more careful about the things you put in your scripts all of a sudden.
It sure does.
Okay, well, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Let's close out, and if you want to each say your names, socials, and anything that people should be listening to of yours, please feel free. Lauren.
Yeah, you can find me at Lauren Shippen on all social media, and be sure to download Surviving Hawkins, available on all of your podcast apps right now.
Huzzah! Chloe.
I will take the His Dark Materials side of our podcast, but be sure to check out Girls Gone Canon on social media at Girls Gone Canon, CANON. You could also find us on Patreon at Girls Gone Canon, and of course on any podcast streaming service near you, whether it's Spotify, iTunes, you know the drill. Look it up, you'll find it. We are covering His Dark Materials, The Amber Spyglass. We just put out our first episode. It was 2 hours and 40 minutes. I'm not sorry. And tune in monthly, last Friday of the month, for The Amber Spyglass, His Dark Materials.
John.
You can follow me at The Roca Says. That's my homage to The Rock on Twitter and on Instagram. And I am twitching now, The Outlaw Nation. So you can find me there. I'm on my 4th day today. So The Outlaw Nation on Twitch. So that's a new avenue I'm exploring as well. But for podcasts, please, The Cinephiles. I think that's one of our jewels. The Top 10 and The Geek Buddies. And then over on my outlet, The Outlaw Nation, it's youtube.com/John Roca Says. They wouldn't give me The Outlaw, or they wouldn't give me Roca Says, so I had to say John Roca Says. So go see all the stuff we're doing there. And my Patreon, patreon.com/John Roca. If you want to see all the multiple tiers, you can help train me for the Schmoedown if you want, if you're a big movie trivia person, and hang out with us twice a week on camera and in the Discord. So a lot of fun there as well.
Aliana, I don't know if you have, I know Chloe covered Girls Gone Canon, but I didn't know if you had anything else personal that you wanted to share that people should listen to, or socials and stuff.
Yeah, so Aliana, other half of Girls Gone Canon, and Chloe covered how we are doing the His Dark Materials series, both the books and the television show. Whenever that comes out, we're very excited for the future. But every week, for those other 3 weeks of the month, we do cover the A Song of Ice and Fire books, and we read it one chapter at a time by covering all of one character's point of view chapters that we've collated together and sort of doing that deep dive into their perspective.
Well, you guys are on Catalan now, right?
We are on Catalan now. I guess by the time this comes out, we will still be on Catalan.
Are you in Storm of Swords right now, or
Clash?
We will still be in Clash when this comes out.
Check back in October.
Oh, well. And Gabrielle, where can we find you?
My name is Gabriel Urbina, and you can find me mostly at gabrielurbina.com. That has all the podcasts that I do, all the podcasts on like special guest writing for, essays I've written, information on the classes and workshops that I teach. And if you want sort of the more informal thoughts, those live on Twitter at Gabriel Urbina TM, like Gabriel Urbina trademark. And I guess depending on when you're listening to this, you should either check out Unseen, or if you are kind of looking at this from the archival point of view, you should definitely check out Gasolina if that has already come out.
Sure. Yep. If it is sometime in 2022, then yes, Gasolina
Then
will
you
be
should
out.
do that.
Thank you guys. Thank you all so much. I am Alexandra August. I am Skybound's director of podcast production. And if you feel like following me on Twitter, I'm at ALX August, and I usually tweet about Star Trek. I like to little separation of church and state in terms of work and fandom there. Well, thank you. Thank you guys so much. Everyone, please enjoy the rest of Skybound Expo, and hopefully we will see you in person at a convention sometime soon.
Wow. Okay, so Skybound's got a lot going on. I'm really excited about this podcast and everybody that's on it. Those are some great hosts. And I mean, we've got that, we've got Comet, we've got toys, we've got totes, we've got pins.
Oh my gosh.
So much.
Yes.
It's so much. But I mean, I'm excited. I mean, you are a veteran podcaster. What do you think of that lineup?
I mean, they're stellar, amazing. I love, that podcasting, also indie podcasting as well. I think I actually did. So my podcast, I've had a couple of them, but one of my more popular ones was at iHeartRadio. It was called Nerdificent with Ify Wadiway, who is also a host and comic
He's
and writer.
amazing.
Yes. And so we wanted to kind of tackle, some of these nerd topics and franchises in a tangible way. I think a lot of times we deal with a lot of like gatekeeping amongst our nerdy properties, and it's just, there's no need to. It's kind of like what we said, like the Hector Navarro way of like, oh my gosh, you don't know about this, let me teach you about it. So that was the nicest thing about having our podcast. But we often got asked like, how do you start one, what do you do, all of those questions, and some of the stuff that they covered in the panel. And I think honestly, just having passionate people on your show, they don't even have to be, I think everyone thinks you need to book a celebrity. And honestly, you've interviewed a lot of celebrities, I've interviewed a lot of celebrities. Sometimes they don't talk very much.
Yeah, sometimes it's not actually all. And honestly, my podcast, which I have had for years, I actually changed it in the middle of the pandemic. I started a live show on Twitch on Tuesday nights, Blur Go Live. And actually, if he was on my show, you're gonna be on the show too. You don't know that, but you're coming.
No, I do. I replied. I will hop in.
But it's great because it's another way. Now we have this visual medium, and also taking that and putting it on a podcast is the best way to go. And Skybound has so many different parts of media right now that it's just a natural progression, I think.
Yeah, but if you're thinking of like starting a podcast, just your friends who are really passionate and knowledgeable about stuff. I think that's how a lot of us got involved in that business, and doing that is not necessarily writing like, Jordan Peele, will you be on my podcast? It's like, hey, my friend knows everything there is to know about Attack on Titan, and so like, let's have you geek out about it for an hour and educate and teach people that are trying to get into it. So it's just stuff like that.
It is it's absolutely amazing. And it's also really wonderful, like you said, to have a conversation with somebody who is super knowledgeable about something. Even as a host, I don't have to know everything, because if the guest does, it's more of an interesting conversation. So experts, not necessarily celebrities, but experts are always a lot of fun.
Yeah. Or if you can be both, we had Gillian Jacobs. She has her podcast again, Periodic Talks. So that is women in STEM. And I know that you can catch that wherever you get your podcasts.
Yes.
Check that out. And your podcast, my podcast is still up there. It's not going to be updating anymore. We ended it last year.
It's still a wealth of knowledge.
There's 100 episodes. We did 100 episodes.
You should still check out Nerdificent, because it's really, really good. And speaking of experts, Big Clutch is coming back.
Yes. We have Comics Vault Live. This is like every expo, one of their favorite parts is we always have Comics Vault Live and Attack Peter. And actually, those two will be combining for this Comics Vault Live.
That's true.
Yes. Some of you already know, some of you don't know, so I'm not going to spoil it, but you will be checking out a variant during this Comics Vault Live. So something special for y'all. But yeah, Big Clutch. Oh, by the way, follow Sean at Big Clutch. I'm so jealous that he has that handle. My handle is like Ms. I had to add like MS Danny Fernandez because the other another Danny Fernandez, there's a lot of Danny Fernandez took it. So
Fernandez, that's the plural.
There's a lot
Fernandez.
of Danny Fernandez. Yeah.
I did not know. Yeah, I've kind of just been the Blur girl all over, but
jealous.
Hiding in the background.
Jealous. But yes, our friend Big Clutch is coming up next with Comics Vault Live right now.
Just act on your spicy instinct.
Welcome to Comics Vault Live with your host, Big Clutch.
Yes, 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 yes. What is up? Hi, everybody. It's going down. Comics Vault Live, Skybound Xpo 2. We are doing this thing live. This is great. This is fantastic. Love everything that's been going on today. This weekend has been freaking super cool. Bow, wow. Thank you, John Holt, for the music. Love you, buddy. Awesome. You guys need to know what's going on. Hollywood Bobby K. We have just brought out the new moniker. You guys were waiting for it. You guys wanted the NW of comics. This is it. New World Order of Comics. Skybound is for life. A little too sweet. That's what we do. Anyways, how you guys doing? What's going on? Sunday. This is awesome. Good times. I got to start this thing over here. Hold on. Oh my gosh. I'm going to start this timer here. We're running stuff. It's been a crazy weekend. Super good. It's hot as heck out here in California, and I'm sure in other parts of the country it's crazy too. So, but thanks for joining us. I got the AC going. We got a lot of cool stuff. Also, speaking of hot, Nongshim. These Shin noodles are dope. They're so good. The hot noodles are awesome. I'm super weak sauce, so I can't do them. My girlfriend loves the hot noodles, so we run that stuff in the house, and it's pretty great. So easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's do some stuff. We're gonna, before we get to the books, I know what everyone's here for. You guys want the books? We're going to the books. So let's show some other cool stuff. So we know that during the expo, we dropped this Art of AMC, the hardcover book, which is going to be fantastic. We've got this amazing Dave Finch and Dave McCaig cover of Daryl Dixon, which is, I mean, this is the first depiction of Daryl in a comic format released, period. And so this is super cool that we got this variant cover, which matches all the other Walking Dead Deluxe headshots we've been doing. So it's super cool. definitely pick one up. I think those are $80 in the shop. Links are in the chat and all that stuff. I'm sure you can find on the front page of the Skybound web store as well. We've got some cool stuff. I think there's some Attack Peter. By the way, Attack Peter is going to join me on Comics Vault Live in the later half of the stream once we get to releasing the Invincible print and book. So that'll be super cool. But I know that we've got the Attack Peter Nongshim collab print. I think we have some still available, and then we got the Vera Koros print as well. So those are still in the shop. So get those before they get gone. The Adam Eve box, which is a super cool little collection of Adam Eve stuff. And I gotta say, like, I'm super pumped. The artist who drew Adam Eve, Amanda, awesome. Follow Amanda on Twitter. Such good stuff. Love it. Kim Joy, the Magic Bakery. This thing is super awesome. This has been in development for such a long time. A couple years ago, Kim Joy was at San Diego Comic-Con, came by our games booth, which was ran by James Hudson and Ben Kepner and Dan Stong and the crew, and started talking about games. And we're like, hey, let's make a game together. And boom, 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 here it is. So get your pre-order on now. What's the other cool stuff? We got a ton of Ultra Mega merch, all sorts of cool merch. That stuff is great. But I want to show you something super cool, right? So I ran into the warehouse, into the office, and stole a couple things. So we've got these awesome bags, right? These are vinyl bags made from the banner, right? And so they're all going to be different. I know the web store page shows are really some of the cooler ones, but they all vary. They all different. This one says like 26, so it's got the date from when the show started airing. This one is cool. It's got the MA from Amazon on there and the part of the Z, and it looks like the buildings and stuff, so you can see that in there. Like, these things are massive. I don't think you understand like how big these billboards are, and so these are in there. So these are made from them. They're super cool. They're awesome. They got a cool little tag that says "I was once a billboard." And then this one, I know Danny is going to be upset at me because I stole it from her, but I've got Omni-Man's feet. I got Omni-Man's boots. So, Danny Fernandez might have to, I don't know, hit me up. I might hook you up. Give me a call. Anyways, welcome Comics Vault Live, everyone. We're also doing some cool stuff too. So if you guys want to chat, I'll answer the questions toward the end. Once again, we're going to lay this out here because I know we're going to have some new folks joining us. So this is not a claim sale. This is, we put a link to the collection in the chat. You click on that link so you can either hold up keep on your website, keep refreshing the main collection page. And so once we make stuff live, they'll pop in there and you can go by there. Once the link is in the chat, the book is live, or it might go live earlier. So always refresh the collection link. Items will be available until they sell out. If they're in your cart, you've got to check out with it then. Don't wait. If it's in your cart, someone else can buy it. That's just how shopping online works these days. Really cool stuff. Alex, I do not have a foot fetish. If you saw my feet, you'd understand why. I've got a giant scar on top of one. It's all weird, but what are you gonna do? So let's start with a book. How's that work? You guys want to start with a book? Walking Dead Deluxe, second printing, gold foil, Carl cover. I think we're going to check this out. We're going to have a new graphic here in a second, so this is going to be super cool. Maybe. Kind of. We're trying. We're getting it. We're going to get this graphic here in a second. So, Walking Dead Deluxe I think this is number 4. Yeah, I believe it's number 4. Yeah, that's all right. Let's. There we go. Yes, that's it. That's awesome. So this is the Carl cover. This is Walking Dead Deluxe number 4 from the amazing Walking Dead Deluxe reprint series. This is a second print, which we did off the backs of the versions that went to stores. And so this is the gold foil color cover, gold foil, $99.99. I'm not sure. I forgot how many we have in this shop. I should have prepped more. I had all day yesterday to prep, and I totally screwed up. But I think we've got about 175 of these in the shop right now. So $99.99. I think that comes with free shipping at the breaking point of $99.99. So please go grab that. We are also going to have the black and white version up in a second too. So let's get this one rolling. See how it goes. So the the print's behind me too. I forgot about the print. That's Battle Beast. So stoked. I'm excited. This is great. This has been one of those days of just like I've been jonesing to get in here and do this and watching all the great panels this weekend. Thanks to everyone who came out to the panel earlier today. That was super fun to do with everybody involved. I love talking about collecting books and everything that's in the collecting world. So great stuff. All right, so Walking Dead Deluxe #2. This is the black and white version. This is the red foil. The black and white versions, the sketch versions, I don't know what you want to call them. I think we call them sketch variant. These are amazing because like you get to see like the inking process in these books. Like this is so awesome to see how Dave is done, and you can see like how the strokes lay out and you know the use of different washes or different inks, and sometimes they'll use what do you call it, whiteout pens to change it. It's one of my favorite things about seeing original artwork for comics. They're such really cool stuff. So these are they're just so cool. I'll sit there and look at these books and I'll just stare at them because they're so great to see the detail that goes into these. And so and this whole run has been amazing. And I know you guys know that 7 through 12 we've got covers done, with Tyrese and I think God, these are the best. These are the best covers. So exciting. Thanks again for picking them up. And I think that we're going to have these through 12 for sure. And so we'll be releasing these once a month on Comics Vault Live. I'm seeing comments too. So if I'm bouncing around, I might see a comment that piques my interest a little bit. I might laugh or talk or comment about those, but I will take questions at the end of this too. So this is good stuff. So the gold foil variant for the color, the red foil variant for the black and white are in the shop now. These are $99.99. I do believe there are going to be some 99 slipped in there. So those will be rare popping up. I think I'm not sure what the ratio we put in there, but they will be around. And so both these two books are ready to ship now. The other books we'll have are we expecting to ship in a couple weeks, because as we wait for CGC to get through their backlog and get to our stuff, and then we get it prepped and shipped over to our fulfillment warehouse, and everything is good and it's going and it's awesome and it's great. So let's do it. Let's jump to, we got 30 minutes, 23 minutes left to go. And we've got so much cool stuff to show off. Let's go ahead and do the next one. Why don't we? I think we're going to have, this is going to be, this is awesome. Yes. Skybound X #1. Oh, this is so cool. One of my favorite artists in the world right now is Yoshitani, and this cover of Clementine is awesome. And if you guys haven't checked out Skybound X #1, please do. It is a fantastic book. It's a little anthology that we came together to celebrate the 10 years of Skybound being in the world. And this is looking at our past, our present, our future, just really kind of touching in with really cool stuff. So this has got short stories from Rick Grimes 2000, Ultra Mega, Manifest Destiny, and then Clementine, which is from Tilly Walden. And I'm excited to see that coming into life now in book form. So super exciting. And this great cover, I've got a raw one here that I just had shipped to me to make sure everything was cool. Clem looks awesome. I'm super pumped to see her in this comic form. So I'm going to say I think we probably got about 175 of these available as well. There is no, I don't think we got any 99s on this one, if I can remember correctly at the invoice. But so these are in the shop. Pick these up now. There is a limit of 1 per order. And if you guys are able to get in there for a second order, you can still get another one. So just know that that's our criteria. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to get in there and pick one of these up. So, Skybound X is this is the thing that Sean Makowitz, myself, and Robert and the editorial team had kind of like threw out for 2. It would have been last year for San Diego Comic-Con, but when that got sidelined because of the pandemic, we figured out how to what's a cool way to kind of shift stuff around and put it out this year. And Skybound's 11th anniversary. Here we go, 10th anniversary. It works. And this series is great. There are 5 issues to Skybound X, 1 through 5. Oh my gosh. Rick Grimes 2000 is the lead story in all 5 issues. So and it's some really wild stuff, and I'm excited to show you guys what's going to go on with the next CVL, because we'll have something really special for Skybound X for all 5 issues, and it is mind-blowingly good. So we'll show that to you guys next week. But for now, let's get this one. Yoshitani cover, Clementine. This is so cool. I know we got a lot of new folks here who've come in from the Haha and the Ice Cream Man world, and so let's put one of these up here. So we've got we did a connecting cover for Haha and Ice Cream Man, and so this is the counterpart to the Ice Cream Man throwing the pie. And these covers have got a really cool foil effect on the logo and the image eye and all the credits and stuff. This is $74.99. This does connect to the two covers do connect, and it's a really cool scene. So I'm excited to have this here. So if you're able to pick this up, the free shipping level is $99.99, and I think there's now shipping on everything because shipping keeps going up, and we have to change our model. So there we go. I do not believe we are not combining shipping on multiple orders. Oh, shipping's free over 50, so good. I think. I don't know. I just do what I'm being told. Nongshim, everybody. get those noodles. Awesome. I can ramp. That's what I'm best at doing. Stay hydrated, homies. I gotta say, this has been a really cool day for me to be able to talk to all of you guys about some cool comic stuff and talk about collecting and kind of how that ties into what we've been doing with Comics Vault Live. And this whole year, 2 years that we've been, or I guess a year and a half that we've been doing CVL has been pretty amazing. And I got to say, I want to thank everyone for coming out. This has been a pretty awesome journey. And we're looking to do more stuff. We're looking to add more products and do more cool stuff. So as you guys want to, give us your ideas of other stuff you want to throw in there. Let's do it. Let's bring out, we're gonna look at other publishers like we've done with Boom. We're talking to other cool guys about doing some fun stuff coming up, more stuff with Image, a lot of really neat things in the pipeline. So I'm excited. Speaking of neat things, Peter Santa Maria, aka Attack Peter, is coming out to join us today because we are releasing, and this is a super, super, super sweet thing. We're releasing Invincible number 19. This is the Battle Beast Attack Peter variant. We're going to have this in 2 forms for everyone out there. We're going to have the CGC version 9.8, and we're also going to have a print. So I think let's put up the CGC books for you guys right now. So this is a reprint of Invincible 19, which of course is the first appearance of Battle Beast. And knowing that how popular he was on the Invincible show, to see him in this format is really cool. It was a really neat flashback to pop back and see Ryan's initial depictions of him, and just so cool to see this awesome flashback. And it's also, if you guys remember, Walking Dead 19 was the first appearance of Michonne. Invincible 19, first appearance of Battle Beast. Kind of cool fan favorite characters. And we're definitely, oh my gosh, you guys, we're going to do this. Let's bring him in. He's on the line. He's ready to go. We've got Attack Peter. Oh my gosh.
That's right, brother. Little Clutch right here next to you.
Oh, what a beast.
Welcome to Comics Vault Live with
What
your
a battle.
host, Big
I mean,
Clutch.
this guy. You're kind of looking like Macho Man when he came into the NWO for that little stint,
People have always told me that my whole life, and I'm like, wow, I don't see it. But I guess like when you can think about the fact that he's like a big jack dude with a great beard and awesome personality and like killer presence, I get it. You know what I'm saying? So like it makes.
I mean, it's you to a T, dude. You to a T.
What's up, man? Dude, I'm so excited. I can't wait. I can't believe this day is here. I'm so stoked on it. When we first talked about getting a chance to do this, I was like, no freaking way. I've told the story a million times. Like I read Invincible working in a comic shop. I held the book in my hand. I'm like, what is this wizardry? And it got me to really dump all the superhero books I was reading and just focus on Invincible. So this is an amazing day. So thank you, man.
Yeah, dude. I'm super stoked. This is the thing that we'd kind of put into the world, just as kind of like, hey, like this is something that could happen, and it took a long time to get for the stars to align, and then when we were talking, like once the show started taking off, and we were talking with Robert about, hey, can we do something kind of fun? And he was like, we're like, this is what we want to pitch to you. Saw how well we do with the Ultra Mega. The print in the book, and this was just like a no-brainer. He was like, yeah, let's do it, let's go for it. So here we are.
Oh, here we are, you guys. Don't let me down. We gotta nail this, or they're gonna crush me over here.
Yeah, sell this out, or else we're gonna have to send a hit squad after. We're gonna send Battle Beast after Peter. He's gonna go in there and just start punching him in the face and just like taking him out. Right?
They're gonna get rid of my health insurance, you guys.
We will not do that. So one thing we will not do. We'll switch you over to Cobra though, so you got to go deal with that. So enjoy.
Amazing, dude.
Peter,
Yeah, I'm so excited. Let's do it.
Peter, can I ask one thing?
Yes, sir.
Did you have no pants on yesterday during your stream?
Oh my god! All right,
a lot of people
like
wear pants, dude. Come on.
Here it is. I wore for this stream. I wore the exact same pants that I was wearing yesterday. I'm gonna get up on.
Oh man, you guys are getting the full.
These are shorts. Do you see them?
All right. It looks like they look invisible compared to your skin color. It's the same thing. You got camouflage pants on too.
Let me get out of this thing before I break my head open. Here we go. So that's proof. Hashtag he was wearing pants. Attack no pants.
Attack no pants. That should be a new piece of merch.
Yes, dude.
Peter, the no pants variant.
I love it.
So Peter, going into making this print, and we'll put the print up in a couple minutes, but I want to talk about the process and whatnot. Like, you've done so many different characters from other IPs, whether it's, Spider-Man, Black Panther, Alien, you've done, Godzilla and the whole cast there. Like what's something that you look for when you're bringing your style into another dude, another guy's like world. This is something that Ryan and Corey and Robert have put, their lives into. And how do you go through that process and respect that?
Well, if I'm 100% honest, usually the people who, design the characters aren't around anymore to judge my work when I do some of those, pieces. So there was a real sense of like obvious humility and nerves, because you're vulnerable for a minute. Like you put it out there, and then the people, and I got a chance to meet Ryan Otley way back, and Robert, super nice guys. I never met Corey, looking forward to it, but I knew they were cool, but I also knew they bring the most fire in any project possible. And truly, and this is the truth, I used to look very carefully at Ryan Otley's work when I was like studying and developing like dynamic expression in printmaking, because a lot of printmaking is there's a stoicness to it. There's like a stillness, a calmness to it. And so one of my goals has always been like explosive dynamism in this medium will help set me apart. And I always thought that Ryan's work was that in comics. In a medium that's already super dynamic, I thought Ryan Otley stood above a lot of people. And so it was crazy. I'm like, I usually try to like do something to like Otley-fy things. And so like now I had to come over here and do it and make sure that it is an homage and not, and not like a cover version, like an homage to it. And honestly, hoping that I did enough to, be worthy of putting on the book, because the book is now more than ever, like the book has been sacred to comic fans for a while. Like you heard Greg Miller talking on the panel earlier that like that whole thing of like getting people to try to read Invincible, because you just know once they start, so like for us, it's been sacred for such a long time, but now that it's like a major thing that like memes come in from the weirdest places using Invincible art, and it's like in pop culture now to stay. It's like, okay, this is like super, super important to nail. And I'm just so stoked, man. Like I'm at a loss for words, which is rare for me, I guess. But the idea to get to work on this, the fact that it's sitting right behind you and you're in your office is crazy to me. I've been looking at it, for a while and just wondering, what the life of this is going to be. So it's crazy, dude. It's a freaking honor. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, it's so good. And what I'm seeing in the chat right now, it looks like the CGC book is now sold out. So boom. Massive. Thanks everyone for picking that one up. Really appreciate it. I want to say there's only I think we only have like 200 of those in the shop, so that's pretty awesome. And I don't know if we had any. I don't know if there were any 99s in that mix either. I think there were only very few print quality and print differences come in there. And speaking of prints,
yes,
I think we've got one.
We got to give a quick shout out to Brian from Simple Man's Comics, because he had me on right before the expo, and we had a great time. And I really feel like he's got a good grip on the audience in this comic book world, even more so than where the artwork that I'm coming from is native. And so super stoked to be able to do his show, and thanks to him for doing that.
Yeah, Brian's a great supporter of us, and Brian and Jack, Mr. Bolo, have been doing a great job of out there, chanting us up. Been really nice.
You want to see the carving?
Let's put this thing out there. Let's put up the graphic too. You guys you got the carving too. Like, woo! Look at this. Here we go.
See if I can get this in there.
Oh man, that carving is so sick. So the print, it's $150 for the print. There's only 100 of these prints being made. These are now should be going live into the the Invincible quantity was 250, and there were no 99s. So yeah, pretty good run. So
yeah, and the print big one. I know some people who got the Ultra Mega print, and we're stoked on that. What an awesome project that was. This one's twice the size of that one. So for folks who aren't aware, this is twice the size of. Look, it's bigger than this whole window.
Oh, it's so cool. These are amazing. I mean, the fact that I've had this, in my office for a few days has been super cool. You sent me out one just to kind of hype it on the screen, and so I've had it up here, and it's I don't know, it looks so cool. I'm so dope. I'm excited. Awesome. So $100. There's only 100 of these available, and this is going to be it, guys. Like, get them if you want to get them. These are amazing. So I can't say how excited I am. I mean, it's really hard to contain the excitement of how this book came together, how it's here. You also get I mean, honestly, we should just be selling the book as like the Comics Vault Live variant. Just like the reverse variant of it is just my big grinny face on there. So yeah,
where's that on a shirt already?
Hey man, we're working on stuff. We'll have that at some point. At some point. I mean, we got to sell your shirts, and we got to sell the Ultra Mega shirts. There's so much other stuff that should go before my big dumb face is on a piece of merchandise. But we'll get it going. Looks like people are picking up the prints right now. Love it. Does anyone want to toss in any questions? Like, I think we got a little bit of time left. We can take some cool questions. And yes, that's the final item for the vault for this CVL right now, 207. So we went through the two Walking Deads. We got the Walking Dead Deluxe second print number 4 color and gold foil. We've got the black and white with the red foil. We did the Yoshitani variant for Skybound Xpo number 1 with Clementine. We've got the Haha number 6 connecting cover, which connects up to Ice Cream Man number 24, which we offered before. We're putting the links back up in the chat if you guys want to check those out there. Let's look at a couple questions here.
Someone was saying how cool they look if you ended up getting one of the comics and the print. I bet you there's some cool framing options to have them side by side, which is, by the way, I wanted to bring that up since we're here. Like, that's one of the things that I remember talking about with you when we were in the office in February 2020, before everything went crazy, that how cool would it be to do exactly what we're doing now is you publish artwork in a cover and people have the opportunity to own original art. Like I have a few pages of original art, and they are super important and cherished here. And knowing that they're published and they're out there, but now giving people the opportunity to get some multiple copies of the original artwork that's been published. I don't know if it's been done before, but it's super exciting for sure.
Oh yeah. I'm one of the things I've really liked about being a part of the Attack Peter Print Crew group on Facebook. So if you guys want to join it, check it out. Is seeing these dudes who come up with these really crazy cool options for framing. Yeah. There's some really unique frames, and people can't see it here, but I've got artwork and paintings framed up here, and I think that there can be enough of a art form that goes into the frame as it is into the artwork itself, and it's a really cool when you connect with a framer who does really unique stuff.
Absolutely, and there's some killer stuff out there. Shout out Matthew's Framing. He's one of the print crew who hand makes his own frames, and they're rad. So looking forward to see what he does with this.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sarah, so okay, this is one of those things that somebody asked about. So I just celebrated my 10th anniversary with Skybound, and as part of that, there was a very special cover that got produced for Skybound X #1, and a very, very limited run of those. I don't know what I'm doing with them yet. I'm going to be giving them out to a bunch of key people in my life who've helped me on this journey and all that stuff. Actually, I got a copy here. This this is what it is. It looks pretty awesome.
So sick.
This is no longer 9.8. That's probably 9.2. But I'm going to find a way to do something special to offer to the fan base, so it'll be out there. So hopefully we'll get some stuff figured out on that once I get them in hand. That'd be great. Let's see. Someone else is asking, will the Skybound X connecting covers be sold together or 1 month? They're going to be sold together, and we'll have more information on that this coming week. But I'm so excited for these to get out there, and I've got some other cool content that we're going to put out for it too. The artist is amazing. Super stoked. Yeah. Gary wants to know, are the prints numbered and signed, or how did you do that, Peter?
Yes, they're numbered and signed, and for the first time since we've been doing this, the prints are already locked and loaded at the warehouse. So as soon as you order the Battle Beast prints, they'll, there's not going to be a big delay in getting them to you. So that's kind of exciting.
Yep, that is true. I will say this too. I need to go back for a second, but there's only 14 prints left. So if anyone wants to get them, they are almost going to sell out. So grab those now. I might have to go buy one myself if I can. I do want to say that the Skybound X #1, the Yoshi Yoshitani print, the Haha 6, and the Invincible, these are still listed as pre-sales. So we're waiting for them to be shipped to us from CGC. They've all been shipped. We should have them in house at the office this week, and then we will ship them over to our fulfillment center, and they'll be going out shortly after that. So very excited, and I'm stoked that we're going to be able to get this stuff to you as soon as we can. Just knowing how the grading services are, everything's backed up because everyone's getting all their stuff. Yeah. So we've got about a minute left, and I just want to say, Peter, I'm so stoked at this journey that we've been able to have together the past year or so. Coming into the company and kind of bringing a really cool energy and vibe and all this stuff, and the stuff that we've been working on, and the fact that we've been able to do two comics and prints now, and I think this is just going to be the start of more stuff, I hope. And I think we've got some really stuff down the line. Anything you want to say to everyone out there while we're here?
It's been a crazy 2 days. Thank you guys so much. And, if you ever wondered if Skybound is as cool in person as they are on all these expos, they're cooler. They're the greatest group of people. I'm so stoked to be able to work with them. And like I said on a tweet somewhere, they still think I'm cool after knowing me this long. So that's a good sign of good people, because I'm a pain in the butt sometimes. But I love it. I'm happy to be here. Full circle. We did it, dude. And it's exciting.
Dude, I love it. Peter, thanks for coming out. Comics Vault Live 207. This is done. We'll catch you. We'll have news for 208 in a couple weeks, and also catch me on Whatnot. We're going to do a special Whatnot next week too. So everyone, want to say thank you so much. We're gonna hop this back over to the guys, and we'll call it a day. Have a good weekend.
Later, guys.
Big clutch. Always
Listen.
coming in clutch.
And also Attack Peter. That Battle Beast art
so
was
cool.
stunning.
Yes, everything
God.
they dropped is so cool. Can we look? Yes, thank
There we
you. Already
go.
read my mind.
Yeah, and then and also the new Skybound X #1, Clementine. I mean, everybody's been waiting for this character, so I know that one, especially at that grade, is going to be like quadruple in value in the
Also, this
future.
gold again. We have the half human, half zombie. Love this.
Yes, and
So
it looks like
freaking
one's
cool.
gold foil, and I think he said the other one was red foil. The black and white one is red foil, I believe. That's
Peter,
amazing.
can you or Sean just slide one of these into my mailbox, please?
Papa Skybound, Uncle Skybound?
I live
can you
at
please?
1234 Skybound Lane.
I was gonna say, like, she's not really giving her address.
Girl,
Oh my god!
stop.
It just terrified me. I was like, oh god. I was clutching my pearls for a moment.
Oh my gosh. You were clutching them.
Nice.
I will
Nice.
stop.
That
I
is
will
nice.
stop. No, please, yeah, obviously, like we have been saying, all of the expo, store.skybound.com. Check those out. They're going quickly already.
Yes, and you can
So-
always scan the QR code at the bottom of any of those screens when they come up. And I just have to say, Danny, all day I've loved what you've been doing with your hair. It's
Oh,
fantastic.
thanks. I braided it myself. We have up next, we have our friends at the movie trivia Schmoedown.
Here we go. It's the Schmoedown that everybody's been waiting for. I think these are the two things that people wait for. People wait for Big Clutch and they wait for Schmoedown at every Skybound
We
event.
give the people what they want.
Yes.
And I was gonna say, I know I was trying to remember trivia during the break, and did you know that Beetlejuice is only in like 17 minutes of his own movie?
I did not know this.
17 and a half minutes.
Bizarre.
Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice is only in 17 minutes.
Of his
I
own
feel like
movie.
that's kind of well known in the movie community. Like movie Twitter would be like, yeah, we
Mhm.
knew that. But for everyone else, especially if you only have your nose in comics and never look up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is why I watch Schmoedown. I get all my trivia from there because these are not things that I'm going to know off the top of my head. The
Right?
rapid fire of these guys looks like John Roca is going to be coming back. John the Outlaw
Oh.
Roca. We just saw him in the podcast.
Yeah, he was on our podcast
segment.
panel.
He's going to be
Mhm.
coming back. Paul Oyama. Who else is
We
coming?
have JTE. We have
Oh.
Lon Harris. Lon, by the way, I want to say, Lon, if you're watching this, I single-handedly pushed him to watch Ted Lasso. No, I didn't. The whole internet did. But it took the entire internet to force this man to watch Ted Lasso, one of the best shows out there.
Okay.
So they're also up for an HCA, Hollywood Critics Choice. No, Hollywood Critics Association Award, along with, again, Invincible. If
Yep.
any of our critics vote, I think I can technically, no, I'm not in the Hollywood Critics Association.
We have
I'm
to
in,
get
like,
on
the
that.
TV Academy. Yeah, I will. No, I won't. I was like, I will create fake names and illegally vote multiple times
No.
just for Omni-Man. I'm
Nobody does that. So
no. I will bribe the HCA. No, I think I'm excited that Invincible is on their radar.
Yeah,
So
no,
like we said earlier, animation doesn't always, I know because a lot of my friends are animation writers and they
Mhm.
just don't always get the same, especially adult animation.
I agree.
Like we said, our friends over at Harley Quinn, which is adult animation, and all of the storytelling and issues that Invincible tackles, aside from ripping people apart. Also, a lot of the father-son, I relate to that a lot.
Mhm.
Relate to that a lot, that dynamic. So,
But you don't
complicated.
relate to the father keeping your mother as a pet, though. I'm hoping that
No, but if Omni-Man wants to have me as his pet,
Oh,
they're like,
girl.
cut Danny's mic off. Cut Danny's mic off. I'm sorry. Movie
Up
trivia
next on
Schmoedown.
Schmoedown.
Mark Ellis, Christian Harloff and Mark Ellis are the two hosts of the movie trivia Schmoedown. Mark Ellis is always, whenever I say something like that, he was like, and we're going to commercial.
You know what's really
So
funny? The two things that I've loved, I've been able to work with Mark Ellis a couple times over this pandemic, and being able to do events like this with him live, and his puppy. His dog usually has made an appearance. Maybe we will get an appearance today. We don't know, but I hope we do because they're adorable. So yes, up next, movie trivia Schmoedown.
And we are back on this exclusive pay-per-view event here at the Movie Trivia Schmoedown. What a match we just had. And once again, I am joined by Andrew. That is a new fella. Hey, chum, what's your name?
My name is I'm making phone calls. People are trying to get me replaced on pay-per-views, and it ain't happening. Guy's doing a great job, but he's getting the first match. I'm getting this main event, and I'm excited for this main event, Mark Ellis. This is a big teams matchup between the Exchange and Swag. You've got a lot of tournament people who've done well in tournaments, people are ex-champions, and this is a big match between Rushmore, the team of JTE and John Roca, and Final Exam, Paul Oyama and Lon Harris. This is a big match, especially for John Roca, who, Paul Oyama knocked him out of the tournament last year. Both of them knocked Final Exam, both Paul Oyama and Lon Harris knocked the Founding Fathers out of the tournament. So there might be some revenge that Roca is looking for, especially after they came that close to winning that little mini tournament that we had not too long ago.
There is, and you know that at least 3 of these competitors love to scrap against one another. Then we hope that the other one named Lon shows up. But yeah, I mean, you talk about these factions, you talk about these 2 teams. We're looking like we were in the last match we just had that Andrew and myself called. We have 2 elite squads that believe that their very destiny is predicated upon getting that team's championship belt, and what a stride they could take towards it with a big win here today.
Yeah, it's close because because the teams division was so small at the beginning of the season, all these new teams, it's not like the singles division where you got to win 4 or 5 to get a title shot. They're all in the hunt right now, especially with the tournament coming up. They all have a shot to get to the Spectacular. And Mark, speaking of the Spectacular, if you've been following me just a couple days ago, tickets for the Schmoedown Spectacular 6. That's right, 6. It is going to be live in person. The Schmoedown Spectacular will be live at the Globe Theater December 4th. Get your tickets now. These tickets will go fast and already have been. The Schmoedownlive.com. Get your tickets now, and one of these teams you see today could potentially be defending the championship at the Spectacular if all goes right for them.
Well, I will just pick that up and say we have a spectacular promo that's going to teach us exactly how we got here today right now. Let's take a look.
Teaming up with JTE.
Yeah.
I think about top 10 Patriots. Now you are playing together.
Come aboard. Join the outlaw. Let's shock the world. Let's etch our names back on another mountain, which is why we've taken the name Rushmore.
there's just something about what the exchange does is that they don't play it very sportsmanlike. They go in there, they talk a lot, but what they have been doing this season, Mark, is they have been delivering wins.
And look at the record. Exchange is killing every other team when it comes to wins and losses.
You know who our team is now, don't you? Yes, OB. You know who the hell the team is now.
You know who they are now,
You know
Frank.
who all the players are now, Frank.
But Paul Oyama and Lon Harris are determined. Even though Lon Harris might not even realize he's playing trivia today, the chemistry that he's got with Oyama, it works.
Well, I want to win the team belt for my partner, Lon. You know, there's been this long discussion of who is the greatest player to never win a belt, and I kind of want to shut that down.
It only takes blinking once before a team like Shazam can get ahead of you.
Hey, I missed like 3 or 4 beats, all right? Like, be fair.
I'm Babe Ruth calling that shot. We're going to win the free-for-all, and that's just going to be what it is. So we obviously got other matches to get ready for. So, Paul, when you're done with your thoughts, let's talk, brother.
Wait, we have other matches to get ready for?
The better team lost today. We'll be back. We're not worried about it. Anyway, put 2 and 2 together. It equals 4.
We need to reclaim our status as the greats.
I feel confident me and Roga could beat any team that we face. I respect him, I respect his knowledge, and I agree with, Tom said earlier, Gucci, our skill sets match each other very well, and we really complement each other as players. I feel like this is going to be a great run. Jen, you're going to be interviewing us quite a while, so let's,
I can't wait.
There's a lot there already. There's a lot of history. This is I don't want to say last run for Final Exam. They've had a lot of, I don't want to say last run, but they've had a lot of opportunities, and they've gotten so close. When it comes to tournaments and #1 contender matches, and they've gotten so close to get to those title matches, and they've just fallen short. They still have that tournament. There's still a possibility if they don't win here today, they could be put back in the tournament again. But you know how much they want to get it done in this run, because Paul Oyama still has that free-for-all shot. Does he want to use it in teams, or does he want to try to build up with Lon and get there? I know how badly he wants to get Lon to that title. Lon's the one guy in the match today who has not held a championship. So I know Paul wants to make that happen. I know Lon wants to make that happen, and they got to beat a really formidable team here in John Roca and JTE. They looked tough in that tournament where they just lost to Danger Zone in the finals, but it was a great run by the 2X champions.
It's a cornucopia of questions, some of which will be answered here tonight. Will Final Exam finally live up to their potential? Will Rushmore once again attempt to etch their faces in, well, Mount Rushmore of the team's Schmoedown? Will their manager show up? A whole lot of stuff.
Mark, are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the movie trivia Schmoedown. 3 rounds in the teams division. Introducing first, representing Swag, with a record of 5 wins, 3 defeats, and 3 knockouts. They are the 2020 Ultimate Lon Harris and the former movie trivia Schmoedown champion of the world, primetime, Paul Oyama. Final exam. Ready for Paul, let's start with you. Big matches. You've had some really big matches this season. The match with Ethan Irwin, even though it didn't go your way, a classic match. You played brilliantly in that one, but I know how much the teams division and getting to that title match, what it means to you to play Roca and JTE to get to a #1 contender match. How are you feeling?
I'm excited to play teams again. It's been a while. We've only had the one match early in the season, and playing with Lon is just, in the actual ring, it's a joy. Getting him here, that's a whole other, task and journey. But I'm excited to be back in teams. Teams is, I think I actually, have the most fun playing in teams of any of the divisions. This is a huge match. We're playing 2 undeniable, unquestionable legends of the game. We saw how good they were as a team already in their first seasons, their first few matches. So we have to bring it today, but I believe that we will.
Wait, who are we playing again?
Lon, I was just about to congratulate you that you're here. You're playing against a team called Rushmore. You must have heard of John Roca and JTE. I was going to ask for your thoughts about your competition here today. Surely those names jog some sort of mouse on a wheel in your head, right?
Hey, is that the guy who invented the rule? That's a weird coincidence.
Yes.
I never realized. I thought that stood for something.
I'll take the answer I can get.
Take the explanation.
Yeah, well, let me ask you guys both this, because we are, as we mentioned, spectacular tickets are on sale. Live events are happening again. In studio is happening again. Paul and Lon, I both know that you guys are so excited to get back in studio. Is winning here, is it a motivation to win because you know that we can get back into the studio and play in those live events? Paul?
I think anytime you're in a match, it feels like a win is a step towards that next live event, that big studio match. And I think that this is no exception. Again, we haven't played in a while. It's good to get back in the ring against a big opponent at a big pay-per-view like this. And this is absolutely, it's a big step, potentially towards spectacular.
Lon, did you know what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely most fun to do this in front of a big crowd, especially if, like me, you're charging $20 a head for photos and autographs. Like, you want to get the most people you can. It's a market.
Strangely enough, at the Schmoedown Spectacular, we will be doing the Expo again, and the delinquent, we'll ask him to be there, but whether or not he goes up, that's on you to figure out. All right, well, thank you to Final Exam. Good luck to you, and we'll see you in just a minute. And their opponents, representing the Finstock Exchange, with a record of 2 wins, 1 defeat, and 2 knockouts, the former Movie Trivia Schmoedown Team Champion of the World, JTE, and the former 2-time Movie Trivia Schmoedown Team Champion, the former 2-time Movie Trivia Schmoedown Champion of the World, the Outlaw, John Roca. This is Rushmore, JTE, John Roca. Let's start with you, John. I know there was some big matches again for you, similar to Paul, where you were just there, whether you talk about the Bateman match or the last match with Danger Zone, where you just had it. You were right there getting back. I know right away after that match, when's the next match? When are we going to get that shot for those titles? And now you get to potentially get revenge for you, John, against the team that knocked you out of the tournament last year. How do you feel going into this match?
Look, I understand storylines are what we built this league on, and I get it. I understand it. I've played into them. I've been the Outlaw for 7 seasons, building this thing brick by brick alongside you 2 good-looking gentlemen. But I tell you this. What's past is past. What's now is now. All right? The present is what's important here, and I've got a final exam to ace to put them away once and for all and move on to the next level. And that's what we're about today, all right? Paul Oyama, I respect him. He's a former champion. Lon Harris, he's a former man who used to shower and wear decent clothes. He used to be a professor. I respected him in those days. But now they're here. They're gritty. They're hungry. And I love it. Because guess what? I'm just as hungry. I'm just as gritty. So let's get in that ring and let's have these 4 bulls slam into each other. And let's see which 2 are standing at the end of this whole thing.
All right, then we pivot to a competitor who's always freshly showered, JTE. That would be you. And so, look, I mean, you talk about how Team Swag's manager gets to see his team on Hard Knocks for a 3rd time. I know that upsets both of you gentlemen, but does it upset you that, because I'm detecting something in your partner's voice there, that maybe you feel like John does, that you helped build this league, and then folks like Oyama and Lon come in, they're just riding your coattails to stardom. Is that the mood of Final Exam?
I mean, listen, I don't even know what Final Exam means. What are they quizzing each other? I mean, what's their gimmick here? One of them looks like Adam Gomez, and Lon Harris is like 1 haircut away from being Cousin It. I don't know who we're playing here. They're jokes. They're not on our level. We are Team Rushmore for a reason, and you have to have a losing record to be on Hard Knocks again. Patriots had that for the first time last year, but still. I mean, it's good to not be on that show.
I'm going to ask you guys the same question that I asked them regarding the Spectacular. John, now since the Spectacular has been live or in studio, not including digital, you've never missed the Spectacular. When it comes to live events and especially in front of crowds, and JT, you guys played against each other in the first Spectacular.
Yeah,
John,
that's right.
What's it mean to you knowing the Spectacular is going back live and the ability to try to get back there with those teams' titles?
Let's tell the truth about life. Sometimes a man lives long enough to be able to assess if he's on the final ride. And it's very possible that this Spectacular may be the final ride of the Outlaw. I've been to so many Spectaculars. I've shocked the world. And I've left you all with memories that you will carry for the rest of your life. You're welcome. So I'm excited to have another opportunity to get there one last time and shock the world and leave you with one more memory to stick in your mind, to have in your pocket, to tell your kids so they can tell their kids, your grandkids, that you were able to witness the greatness of the Outlaw and possibly even the greatness of JT together as Rushmore, earning our names. And hey, Christian Harloff, wouldn't it be great to have the Outlaw bring a third team to a title? Lord knows Dan could have done with Ben Bateman. I got it done with Dan Merle. I got it done with Matt Nost. And I want to get it done with my brother right here, JT, my Latino brother, JTE. One more belt, one more time. I want to be at Spectacular. Let's do this.
All right, Mark. So our competitors are here, and now the rules of round number one.
There are rules, gentlemen, in round one. This is the team's match, but round number one, an individual exercise of movie trivia, Schmoedown know-how. 8 questions will emerge in round one from 8 different corners of Schmoedown goodness. Each question is worth a point. No penalty for missing a question. There is no stealing in round one. You have 15 seconds to write down your best attempt at an answer. Once we ask you by name or nickname, please show what you wrote. At the same time, you verbalize your attempt into the microphone. Each team, as a team, has 3 usages of the JTE rule, or it's your repeat. Or if you want to say JTE, as one team probably does, call it JTE. That buys you another repeat of the question, another 15 seconds to get the correct answer. Each team has 1 challenge you may utilize at any point throughout the 3-round match. We'll bring in managers, we'll confirm, delineate that said challenge is taking place, and then we will make our ruling accordingly. And thank you to the live chat, as I see, of course, Ed Harrell, as always, playing ball for us, reminding everyone, please, no answers in the chat once again. Thank you so much. And Christian, I believe you have a query for each competitor.
All right, we're going to start here with Rushmore. JT, are you ready?
Let's rock.
Roka, are you ready?
Let's do this.
Oyama, are you ready?
Tiger clocks, let's do this.
Lon Harris, are you ready?
I mean, I guess.
Then let's get ready to Schmoedown. Round number one. Question number one. We're going to start with the character. Yeah, we'll start with a character. Why not?
Okay.
We're going to start with a category of horror/thriller.
Oh, come on.
Alex Wolff and Gabriel Byrne star in which horror film from director Ari Aster?
Sounds like that category might have scared you a little bit. You want to?
Nah, I'm good.
You want me to ask the horror ones from now?
Maybe so. 5, 4, 3. Damn it, I didn't buy coffee. 2, 1. Pens down, hands up. We start with Paul.
They ripped off Billy Madison with that on fire scene. Hereditary.
Yes. And GTE.
Hereditary.
Yes. Lon.
Hereditary.
And John Roque.
It's my personal friend, Alex Wolff. Hereditary. Thank you.
Did play him in a match. Very
That's
true.
right.
Very true.
Right. Alex remembers.
Schmoedown competitor, yeah.
Is Schmoedown competitor. Right. Question 2.
Question 2 takes place in the realm of 80s movies. This is the 1980s we're talking about here today, and your question for a point. Who plays the character Johnny Castle in the film Dirty Dancing?
Just watched this movie recently.
And?
It's great. Just a great film. You know, you should watch the movies that made us on Netflix. It tells a great backstory on this film. 5, 4.
Some creepy elements, but
2,
I love it.
1. Pens down, hands up, please. We start with JTE.
My dog's named after Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse, Dalton, but this is Patrick Swayze.
Yes. And Lon Harris.
Patrick Swayze.
John Roque.
The late, great Patrick Swayze.
Paul Oyama.
May he rest in peace. Patrick Swayze.
All right, so everybody has, at the moment, perfect games. There's 4 4s. We get to question 3, and here is question 3. Go ahead, Mark. Give yourself a chuckle. It's comedy time. Thank you so much. Who wrote, directed, and starred in the film Chef, about a chef named Carl Casper, who opens a food truck with the aid of both his son and his friend named Martin?
Wow, that's a lot of info.
Sure is.
You a food truck guy? People go crazy for him.
Yeah, the Kogi truck, man. Kidding me?
I like Viking Dog.
5. Oh, yeah, the 4.
Anaheim.
3. Yep. 2. 1. All right, pens down. Hands up, please. And we're going to start this time with Lon Harris.
I believe that is John Favreau.
Believe right, sir. John Roca.
Always go with the lobster at the food truck. John Favreau, son.
Yes. Paul.
This movie's like a warm hug. John Favreau.
Really is. And JT.
John Favreau. Movie makes you want to eat.
It does. It's fantastic. All right, here's the next question, Mark. This is question 4.
Yeah, it makes you want to eat and never tweet again. Your next question is in the world of comic book movies. And for a point, Ron Perlman played the character Hellboy in how many films? That's prime time game show host question asking right there, Christian.
With a little raise of the voice. Yeah.
A little raise of the voice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Hands up, please. We start with John Roca.
Is it 2?
It is. Paul.
Is it 2?
Yes. JTE.
It is 2.
And Lon Harris.
2.
Playing with a perfect game here, everybody. It's 8-8. Final exam and Rushmore tied up as we get to the next question. It's animated films.
No.
In what 2010's Disney film will you hear Kristen Bell perform the songs Some Things Never Change and The Next Best Thing?
I don't know if you saw this earlier this week. There was some activity on Twitter about how you and I should do a documentary about that pizza place in Anaheim.
Yeah, and I think I found it. 5, 4.
The place?
3. Yeah. 2, 1. Pens down. Hands up, please. This time, we're going to start with Paul Oyama.
I have Frozen 2.
That is correct. JTE.
I just put Frozen.
Incorrect. Lon Harris.
Frozen 2.
Yes. And Roca.
Frozen 2.
So JTE is the only one who misses on that one. Roca stays perfect. And at the moment, we see final exam go up by 1. 10.
Shake it off, baby. Shake it off.
10-9. Here's the next question. This is question 6.
That's right. Thank you for classing up Frozen 2 with Roman numerals. Your next question is in the world of Oscars, the Academy Awards. And the question, which actor received Oscar nominations for his performances in the films Midnight Cowboy, Wag the Dog, and Lenny?
So I'm going to tell you that I think that the name of the place is Mary's Pizza and Pasta. Marri. I think.
Okay. It was great pizza. I want to go back to the food.
5. I think it is 4. I'm not sure. Not confirmed.
In Anaheim, right? In Orange County.
2, 1. But it's not confirmed yet. I have to look at it. Pens down. And we start with JTE.
Dustin Hoffman.
Yes. And Lon Harris.
Dustin Hoffman.
Mr. John Roca.
Dustin Hoffman.
Yep. And Paul Oyama.
He's terrific in Lenny. Dustin Hoffman.
You got it. All right, here is the next question. This is question 7. We're going with action adventure here. Which DC EU actress played the character Giselle Hachar in the Fast and the Furious franchise?
He plays Lenny Bruce in that movie, the godfather of all modern comedians like me, who you can see in Seattle July 24th.
Well done. And
Will you be arrested after your set for
4, 3. He's going to get arrested after this show. 1. Pens down, hands up, please. And this time we start with JTE.
Gal Gadot or Gal Gadot? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
That is right. Lon.
That's good for you.
Yeah, I think it's Gal Gadot, right? I think so.
Yeah, either one. And Roca.
I'm just going to say Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot.
Yes. And Paul.
I believe it's Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot.
You are right, sir. All right, here's the last question. It's the last question. Now, so where we are at the moment is that final exam's working on a perfect game. If they get it, and John Roca gets it, all 3 of these gentlemen will get a bonus question. Mark, here's the question.
And that is in the category of family films, movies I love and I hope to never watch with my young ones. Your question for a point. Which movie star provided the inner monologue of the baby Mikey in 1989's Look Who's Talking? And I don't think that people talk enough about this movie. It's delightful.
It really is. Even the second one's all right. 5. It's all right. 4. 3.
Debatable.
1. It's definitely debatable. And hands down, hands up. Paul Oyama for the perfect round.
Bruce Willis.
Yes, sir. JTE.
Bruce Willis.
Lon Harris.
Bruce Willis.
And John Roca.
Come out to the coast. Love a few laughs. Bruce Willis.
Wrong movies, same actor. All right, here is where we stand. So John Roca, perfect round. Lon Harris, perfect round. Paul Oyama, perfect round. So it is 16-15. John Roca will have an opportunity to keep it in range if he gets it right here with Paul Oyama and Lon. All right, so JT, you're going to sit this one out. Gentlemen, same thing as before. Write it on the board. 15 seconds to answer. Here we go. Angela Lansbury stars in what 1971 Disney film that mixes live action and animation?
Okay, writing it down. Impressive rounds by all 4 gentlemen here opening things up.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down, hands up. We start with Lon Harris.
I don't feel confident, but I wrote bed knobs and broomsticks.
You are right. John Roca.
I'm going to challenge that but no, I'm going to say bed knobs and broomsticks. I'm right.
And Paul.
Bed knobs and broomsticks.
Okay, so perfect rounds for everybody here. Minus JT, it's 18-16. 18-16, 2-point lead for final exam going into the second round. It's the wheel round. Mark, how's it go?
Whole lot of points in round 1. In round number 2, more points are at stake, and they're all thanks to the wheel. It's a virtual wheel, gentlemen. You spin it with your mind. Once you do so, you're going to settle on a category featuring 6 questions of Schmoedown know-how in that particular realm. Each question's worth 2 points. No penalty for missing a question, but, and there is a but, stealing is available in round number 2. So if you're not sure of the answer, you can ask us for multiple choice. We'll give you 4 options, one of which we're told is the correct answer. At that point, the value of the question recedes to 1. JT's and challenges still apply. And Christian, here's how it's going to work for the teams match. So once the team is fielding questions, the opposite team will go chill in our green room stream. It's a totally different stream. They won't be able to hear or see any of the questions being asked until they're invited back for possible steal opportunities. In the meantime, we're going to ask a question to final exam. No, it's not a test. We just need to know, do you want to spin that wheel first or defer to your opponents who trail you by 2?
We will defer to the gentleman.
Okay, so with that, we're going to remove final exam. Cross our fingers, and we'll see if Dagnino is actually here. If not, they'll talk to themselves for 60 seconds.
Come on, Dagnino.
Come on, Danny. Come on, Tommy.
We can start the clock.
Let's do the 60
Hopefully he's on a hill or something.
That's all right. All right, JT, good stuff. We got the 60 seconds, so dude, shake it off. All right, Tommy.
There you guys
Right,
go.
can we get the
How we
60
feeling
second?
about this? How we feel?
Good.
Good. I missed one question. I knew it was either Frozen 1 or Frozen 2. I was trying to figure out if they're trying to trick me by, make it the more recent one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen either of those movies, but I made a guess. I had a 50-50 shot.
No, it's just intelligent guess, and it worked out here.
Yeah.
Look, we can take these guys. This is the round we want. Let's go. Let's spin the wheel and see what's up.
Yeah, I love that they deferred. I love going first.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
See
here-
in our wheels. Okay.
Here's the wheel is up, and the spin from Rushmore in. Here it is.
No whammies. No whammies.
Round it goes.
Uh-oh.
And it's settling on. That's
2010.
What do you say, baby? What do you say?
Yeah, listen, I feel good with this one.
Yeah?
I don't know about you, Rock, but there's very few on this wheel I don't hate.
Okay.
So I feel like if we feel comfortable with 2010s, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I feel good about it. I mean, I think we can figure our way through it if nothing else.
It's a little more broad, it is a little more broad, but
There are some dangerous ones out there, so 2010s, if we feel comfortable with it. I'm down if you're down.
Let's do it, baby.
Yeah. Take Tom out. Thank you very much.
All right, they're gonna go. We are good to go. I'm getting word. So round number 2 begins. All right. 2010s.
Oh, sorry.
Are you gentlemen ready?
Yeah.
Here it is.
Ready.
All right. What is the title of?
Need to see hands, gentlemen.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Thank you.
What is the title of the 2015 sequel to Magic Mike?
I think it's Magic Mike XXL, right?
Correct. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Magic Mike XXL. Final answer.
That is correct. 2 points. All right. Who played Joseph Joe Chandler, the older brother of Casey Affleck's character in 2016's Manchester by the Sea?
I believe that's Kyle Chandler.
Please go ahead, man.
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, that
to you?
sounds right to you. To me.
Right to you? All right, Kyle Chandler, final answer.
It's correct. 2 more points.
Nice job, JT.
Here's the next one. Robert Rodriguez and Ethan Manickis co-directed what 2010 action film starring Danny Trejo that was a spin-off of 2007's Grindhouse?
It's our boy Machete, Danny Trejo, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Was it just called Machete? What was
Machete is the
sequel
first one. Machete Kills is the second one. So.
All right, so let's go with Machete. Final answer.
It's correct. 2 more points.
Nice job, JT.
All right.
Okay. Sorry, fellas. Hands. Thank you.
All right. Here is the next question. That was question.
Let me make it wider so you guys can see my hands. Sorry. There we go. Okay.
So that
There
was 1, 2, 3. That was question 3.
Yep.
Here's question 4. Which actress plays Johnny Depp's wife Evelyn in 2014's Transcendence?
Let's Rebecca Hall.
I trust you. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah, Rebecca Hall. Final answer.
It's correct. 2 more points. Wow.
Good job, Roka.
Impressive on that one. All right.
Rap movie, but she's good.
All right. Here is the next question. This 2011 film, which starred Emma Stone and Octavia Spencer, was adapted from the Catherine Stockett novel.
Is that The Help?
Yeah, I think that's The Help.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Octavia Spencer and Emma Stone. That's the only film that I can remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go The Help. Final answer.
It's correct for 2 more points.
Nice.
All right, so that was question 5. Here's question 6. This is your final question. Here it is. Who plays the ruthless and bloodthirsty dictator of Belarus, Dukovich, in the action film The Hitman's Bodyguard?
Oh, Gary Oldman.
I only saw the movie once, and I vaguely remember it. So
Gary Oldman. Final answer.
It's correct for 2 more points. What a round by finally.
Good job, Roka.
You too, brother man.
28-18 gives them a 10-point lead. Really, very impressive round there. They got some hard questions and they navigated around it, but not even navigated. It's answered straight up. 28-18, perfect round for Rushmore. All right, so we're going to remove you guys and we'll bring back final exam. All right, Winston, you get 60 seconds to talk to your competitors.
I mean, you don't name yourself out of an out-of-date stone statue of nothing but ego without being able to do a couple things, so that makes sense.
No, it's impressive, honestly. It is.
No, real talk. That's 12 points in a round 2. That is extremely solid. I'm just saying, we just choosing random names. How you feeling, gentlemen?
Good. I mean, we did well in that first round. I'm proud of how Lon played. I'm glad I had a good round as well, and just excited to come into the spin. It's fun to collaborate. That's what the funnest thing about teams matches, and that's what round 2 is all about. So.
Oh my God, that's my favorite part is I just get to watch the two of y'all just go out and see. What people don't know is y'all the best of friends. It's so fun, but they don't understand that. They don't.
How many of us have them?
Yeah. Ones we can depend on.
20
well,
seconds.
bring that Will out. We don't need 20 more seconds. I dressed like Lon and Paul today. I got Paul's t-shirt. I got Lon's overshirt, meaning we in complete sync, baby. So let's go.
All right, thank you. And here is the spin. All right, so question here by final exam.
They seem really confident, Christian.
Action adventure.
I see. Going in, I felt pretty good. They went perfect. I feel like this is one. I feel like I just feel better about a lot of the other ones. Like,
sure,
you land on it. Whatever.
I mean, we could cheat off JTE's shirt, but otherwise, yeah. I
damn. Yeah, if he was in the call, damn. Yeah, I think we'll spin again.
Photographic memory. I will now telepathically send all of his t-shirt to you.
Marion Cabretti.
Here it is.
All right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Robert Rodriguez.
All right.
Rob.
Like that. He makes some fun movies. So, gentlemen, remember to do your due diligence. Take your time. Use your JT. Yep. No. Use your repeats. I'm not going to even invoke that man's name. Much love. I'll see you.
All right. So here is 6 questions in the realm of Robert Rodriguez for final exam.
Starting right now, gentlemen, let us know what is your final answer. Your first question for 2 points. What 1993 indie hit was Robert Rodriguez's debut feature film?
El Mariachi.
El Mariachi, final answer.
Y'all could have sung that in key together. That is correct for 2 points. And just like that, final exam on the board in round 2. Now find themselves trailing by 8. Your next question in the world of Mr. Rodriguez. Which actor plays the United States president in the film Machete Kills?
It's Charlie Sheen.
Charlie
I believe
Sheen,
he goes
right?
by Carlos Estevez is how he's credited, but I believe we could just say Charlie.
I think, yeah, Charlie Sheen, final answer.
Your final answer is noted and correct for 2 more points. They are cooking in the category of Robert Rodriguez as we approach the halfway point for final exam. Your next question. What is the subtitle of the 4th film in the Spy Kids franchise?
This is All the Time in the World, I believe, Lon.
You're correct.
All the Time in the World, final answer.
Making us feel very old, like we don't have all the time in the world there, Paul. That is correct for 2 more points. And now we move on, Christian, to their 4th question in the world of Robert Rodriguez. They're perfect so far. This next one for 2 more points. Which Robert Rodriguez film features supporting performances from such actors as Tom Savini, Fred Williamson, and John Saxon?
Is this from
I want to say it's Dusk Till Dawn. I know Savini and Williamson are in that. And I don't think Williamson's in Planet Terror.
We should go with it, I think.
Yeah.
From Dusk Till Dawn, final answer.
That would be Fred the Hammer Williamson, NFL legend. That is correct for 2 more points. Here's where we stand, Christian, and indeed the world. It's a 2-point game. Final exam can pull even with Rushmore with their penultimate question being correct right off the bat. Here it is. In the category of Robert Rodriguez movies, Johnny Depp plays a corrupt officer of what government agency in the film Once Upon a Time in Mexico?
I believe it's
the CIA.
CIA. That was my gut as well. I think we should go with it, right?
Yep, I agree.
The CIA, final answer.
Also would have accepted Central Intelligence Agency. That is correct for 2 points. It's a tied ball game, but we're not done with round 2 just yet. 1 more question for final exam, and if they stick either the 2 or the 1-point version, they're going to enjoy a lead going in to round number 3. The category is Robert Rodriguez. The final question for these 2 lads playing great so far is as follows. Who plays the psychotic and murderous criminal Richie Gecko in the film From Dusk Till Dawn?
Is it Clooney or Tarantino? I think that's Tarantino.
I think so too, but I think we should go to multiple choice just to minimize the potential.
It's going to be
steal.
Clooney or Tarantino are both going to be options.
I know, but if we give up a steal, you know what I mean. Let's go to multiple choice on that one.
2. Okay, multiple choice.
Multiple
I think
choice
Steph is Clooney.
for 1 point. Your options: A. George Clooney, B. Harvey Keitel, C. Michael Madsen, or D. Quentin Tarantino.
I think it is Tarantino.
I'm pretty
let's
sure
stick
it
with
is.
it. I just want it to be, you know what I mean, just be super safe.
I understand.
We'll go Quentin Tarantino, final answer.
My hand's in better shape than his is in that movie. That is correct for 1 point, and it is a 1-point lead for final exam as we chuggle into round 3. Christian, they're up 1 point over Rushmore.
All right, gentlemen, so final exam only went to multiple choice once. Find ourselves with a 29-28 game. Final exam by 1.
Great round 2, guys. Great round 2.
Yeah, amazing from everyone.
Well done.
Yes.
Very, very impressive on both teams. And now we find ourselves, it's round 3. Mark, what are the rules?
Where sportsmanship gives way to jocularity, round number 3. This is the round that will determine the match. Unless we go to sudden death overtime. Fred the Hammer Williamson knows a little bit something about that. In round number 3, we need 3 numbers from each team. These numbers may range from 1 to 20. Each one corresponds to a different category of Schmoedown know-how. Team's first question is worth 2 points, second one worth 3 points, final one worth 5 big points. There's no stealing, there's no penalty for missing a question, but it is the team format, so here's where it gets interesting. We're going to give you the 2-point category. From there, the team is going to have to decide which player is going to field that question solo. You may not rely on your teammates' knowledge for the 2-pointer. The opposite player on the team will answer the 3-point question. You may only collaborate as a team for your 5-point question. And so it is a 1-point lead for Final Exam over Rushmore. So Final Exam, we're going to get your 3 lucky numbers first. From 1 to 20, what 3 numbers feel fortunate?
I will go with, we'll go with 12, 7, and 15.
12, 7, and 15 for Final Exam, and for Rushmore.
What do you got there, JT?
Go ahead, you start off.
Okay, I'll take 12.
I'll go 19.
12. They took 12.
Oh, sorry about that. So can you give me your numbers again? I apologize.
12, 7, and 15 for.
All right, I'll go 10.
10.
I'll go 19.
Okay. Yeah. And what's the highest one?
20, isn't it, Mark?
20. Mark?
You gentlemen took 12, 7, and 15. The highest number you can possibly go is 20.
Okay, we'll do 20 as the third one.
All right, so we have 12, 7, 15 for Final Exam, 10, 19, and 20 for Rushmore. All right, so we are going to remove Rushmore and bring in Winston Marshall. 60 seconds.
Hey, you know what I love to see? Perfect strategy. Because the funny thing is you had the right answer, but I love to see playing that down and giving us an opportunity just in case, so that we're giving ourselves a buffer. And you know when you're allowed to do that? When you have perfect rounds in the first round, you're allowed to do what you want. You can kind of just float around and do what it is. So you got 3 repeats, gentlemen. Hang on to that. Do what you do. We know how we like to handle the 2 and the 3. So talk it out once you hear the category about how you want to take it. Other than that, man, look, here's the thing. We're playing with house money at this point. You know what? We are playing with house money in this lead and how everything's been going this season and whatnot. And this is what's so much fun.
Not kidding.
Honestly,
not kidding. Not kidding.
Here's what's so funny about it, though. You 2 are the best to ever do it. And again, there's no ego here that's going on. It's just 2 guys that are best friends that are just out here answering questions. So go do what you do best. I'm going to chill here, finish this in celebration of my favorite announcer. I mean, I love the other one too. I just, he's got that cute face. It kind of looks like a little carrot and all that. So cheers. Let's do this.
Lon, by the way, so we have all 3 repeats. If you want to just be totally sure, don't feel free to burn it on your solo question. Don't worry about it. If you need to use it, use it.
That's time.
Fair enough.
In the exchange. Perfect. All right, 60 seconds to talk to each other.
There he is.
There he is.
Let's go, boys.
It's a 1-point game, Tom.
Just
Awesome.
talk.
Awesome.
Okay. How long do we have? 60 seconds? Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna miss your
Swag
vibe.
just
We're
said
not worried
that they're the. Yeah. Swag just said they're the best to ever do it. He's already talking nonsense.
Wow.
I know you gotta put your players on a pedestal.
Was that Winston who said that?
Get out of here. You're not the best at it.
That's all right.
Not too worried about like that.
Yeah,
Awesome.
all right. We got to take him out.
Let's
take him
do
out.
this.
I don't know. After those stirring words, I don't know how to follow.
I'm ready to go through a brick wall.
I don't know how to follow.
I will say, Tom did
like
not say
that.
one word I disagreed with.
Just really rallying the troops, Just
All right, let's see.
fucking
Let's get coming back.
Ted Lasso over here.
So we are back. It is the 3rd round. Rushmore is going to go first here. Mark, it shows category 10. Category 10. And that's going to start them off in the realm of modern classics. Modern classic 2-pointer. Who's going for modern classic?
What do you say, JT?
I mean, I feel comfortable with it. How do you feel?
Yeah, if you, I think you feel more comfortable than I do. So.
Okay, I'll take a shot. Let's go.
Okay.
All right. So Mark, modern classics is JTE.
All right, this is for the lead over Final Exam. For 2 points, your question: which director helmed the films The Last Temptation of Christ and Mean Streets?
Martin Scorsese.
That sounds like you've seen a couple of his movies. That is correct. 2 points, and more importantly, now the lead for Rushmore.
That's right. So now we're going to jump to Final Exam, and they chose to their 2-pointer. Category 12, that's Julia Roberts.
I think I'll take this one, Lon.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Why don't you go for that?
All right, so here is the 2-point question for Paul Oyama.
All right, in the category of Julia Roberts, who Christian is close personal friends with, for 2 points, and to regain the lead, Julia Roberts co-stars with Cameron Diaz, Dermot Mulroney, and Rupert Everett in what 1990s romantic comedy?
This movie's crazy, by the way. My Best Friend's Wedding.
Yeah. I enjoy a good wedding, especially Christians. That is correct for 2 points. Once again, Final Exam, a 1-point lead over Rushmore. We go back to them for their 3-pointer that will be answered by the Outlaw.
All right, John Roca, category 19. That's animated films.
Oh, no!
And
All right. Son of a gun.
so you are at your 3-point question.
You got this, okay. You got it. You got
All
it.
right, here we go.
Is-
Jason Sudeikis. No, I'm joking.
Oh no.
It is animated. All right, here it is.
All right, category is animated, movies drawn by hand or on a computer for 3 points. And to regain the lead by 2 this time, your question. What 2012 film features characters such as King Candy, Zangief, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Fix-It Felix Jr.?
Wreck-It Ralph.
There you go, baby.
It's correct for 3 points, and it is 33-31 Rushmore with the lead over final exam. So now, Christian, it falls on the delinquent shoulders of Lon Harris to regain the lead for his squad.
All right, so
Hey,
they
you sure?
final exam that shows category 7. Category 7 for final exam. Category 7, that puts them in the realm of Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is there are 3 points for Tom Hanks. All right, Mark, Tom Hanks.
All right, and this is for the delinquent only. Lon, your question to regain a 1-point lead in the world of Tom Hanks. Who co-stars alongside?
Question. So why does Paul have his board? Like, why do we need his board?
He can.
I'm just writing notes.
Oh, we're allowed to do that? I didn't know that. I thought you were supposed to see our hands.
Well, he's not answering.
I mean,
not next to Lon. I mean, he's not.
Oh, okay.
He's
As long as we know he's not
All right, I'm
typing.
just asking
It is.
questions.
Paul, what I would say is don't cover your mouth. That's the only thing I would say.
Okay.
okay.
Sorry, Paul. I'm just asking.
That's fine. All right, here we go.
And now we may continue with the category of Tom Hanks. The question for 3 points in the lead. Who co-stars alongside Tom Hanks as the character of Joe Friday in Dragnet?
Dan Aykroyd.
Very quick answer, and it's correct. Here's where we stand, Christian. 34 for final exam, 33 for Rushmore, which means it's only a 1-point ball game, but we're upon the 5-point question, and it's one that Rushmore has got to have.
Rushmore's got to hit this one. If they hit it, it's going to bounce back, and they're going to force final exam to try to win the game. However, if they miss, final exam will get the victory. They chose category 20. They find themselves with remakes and reboots.
Interesting.
Uh-oh. Remakes
Godspeed,
and reboots.
boys.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm going to erase that off my board.
All right, remakes and reboots.
Let's do this.
Reminder, you can collaborate with your teammate on this. We do ask you to let us know when it is your final answer.
We have all 3
JTs.
JTs. Yeah.
Go for it. Count the guy playing.
And your question.
I don't get it.
You were not a Lenny Bruce. Go ahead. Yes.
For 5 points. And to force final exam to hit their 5-pointer, your question. Dominic West, Wayne Knight, and Julie Benz all feature in what 2008 comic book reboot?
Brooke, I believe I know this.
Okay. What do you
I
think?
believe it. I believe it's Punisher Warzone.
All right, brother man. I defer to you if you think it's right. We've got 3 repeats. Do you want?
Yeah, I'm gonna use one repeat.
4, 3.
Repeat.
2.
JT me.
All right. Your question once again. Remakes and reboots. Dominic West, Wayne Knight, and Julie Benz all feature in what 2008 comic book reboot?
I'm confident.
Let's do it. I believe in you.
Final answer is Punisher Warzone.
And we're going to final exam.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
correct. That is
I
correct.
was like, what's happening?
Was correct. They got it right.
Great pull,
Good job, JT.
They got it right. It is a 5-point pull by JTE, 38-34. And now we get to final exam, who chose category 15 for their 5-pointer. They can win the game should they hit it. 15. That is the category martial arts films. Martial arts films.
Martial arts films. Christian always seems to have a little bit more fun in the match when we ask a Julia Roberts question, but now it is martial arts movies. Final exam, that is what stands between you and a victory over Rushmore today for 5 points. Your question.
Can I ask how many repeats they have?
3.
3. Okay, cool. Thank
No,
you.
no. They have 3. They have 3.
They have 3?
Yes,
Okay.
they do.
Okay.
Your question for 5 points and the win in the category of martial arts. What actor who is Academy Award nominated in the 2000s plays Stavros, an international terrorist in the 1997 film Double Team?
I believe it's I think it's Mickey Rourke, Paul.
I don't have a gut inkling. If you feel good about that, let's
believe it is,
Let's
and
use
he
a repeat.
was-
Let's use a repeat just to.
He was nominated for the wrestler.
Repeat the question.
First
All
one.
right, that's your first one. You have 2 JTE rules remaining. Your question in the category of martial arts films. What actor who was Academy Award nominated in the 2000s plays Stavros, an international terrorist in the 1997 film Double Team?
Yeah, that's sounding right to me. The more that I think about it.
I'm pretty sure. I know he's in Double Team.
All right, Mickey Rourke. Final answer.
And your winner, prime time, Paul.
Let's go!
Juan Harris, final exam.
If all fives were in the world of JCVD.
So
First
I was
time
thinking, is Dennis Rodman Oscar nominated?
what a battle it was. 39-38. Rushmore loses by 1 point to final exam. Big victory by final exam as they take out the 2 legends. All right, gentlemen, congratulations to Swag. Pick up the points there and a big victory for you guys. Thank you guys, and we'll see you in just a moment with Jen Sturgeon. Look, this is what final exam does. Final exam is one of those really scary teams. If you get them on a day like this, good luck. Like it's not going to go your way. The question is, can they get over that hump of the other side of final exam? Because you see that, like, they'll have these games like this, and you're like, nobody's going to beat them, and then they can have that stumble. Can they get past that stumble? Because if they play like they did here today, they're going to be a hard team to beat.
Yeah, they towed the line with their spins in round number 2, but it came up gold for them, as did round at number 3, working so well together. Chemistry on full display. One is left to wonder why Double Team, coming out in 1997, wasn't featured more prominently in the Last Dance documentary. That is a question for another day. The questions right now are going to go to the winning team final exam and their manager, Winston Marshall of Team Swag, right now with our own Jen Sturger. Jen, it's all yours.
Congratulations, gentlemen. I know it's a good day whenever Winston starts the interview with dancing.
Girl, I ain't danced in a long time.
He starts his job
Come on
interviews
now.
too.
You're doing
That's
that.
exactly how I started. I said, "Hey, how you doing? I'm Winston A. Marshall. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm 6'2",
Don't
and I'm
forget the
repped
A.
by
Don't forget the A.
the
Winston
Winston
A.
A. Marshall.
Marshall,
Exactly,
not
and
the
I'm
You're doing kind of
and I'm repped by
the Shaq
Yeah,
dip, you know, the like.
yeah. DPN talent. What's good?
Yeah,
Let's do this on
you
this
guys
show.
are
Harris
too-
isn't even with him.
You're too much. Anyways, let's talk about this. He picked up another huge victory today over Rushmore. How does it feel to take down legends like JTE and Roga?
Look, but they scored 38 points. Like,
Right?
they clearly came to play, obviously, and they kind of showed why their stature is as high as it is. But I just got to give credit to Lon here. As soon as he said Mickey Rourke on the 5-pointer, my gears started turning, and I started remembering him as that character. I don't know if I would have pulled it on my own, honestly, and the credit goes to him for that. I think we worked together really well in round 2. I still think it was the good decision to go multiple in that one. I just did, the margin was really, I figured 1 and 2 points. Basically, I figured they're going to hit all their questions. A lead is a lead, against them. We're going to have to hit all their questions anyway.
Yeah,
but
that ended up being the right
win.
call.
Yeah.
I think that ended up being the right call. I mean, as you can see, it gave us like that, having that extra point. If things had worked out differently, that could have been the difference between, the whole game.
Yeah.
You guys are back in the hunt again. So, you play big games like this and you've had some stumbles in the past. So how do we get over the hump and get to that title match? Like, how do we get to the next level and put some belts around your waist, gentlemen?
You're talking about looking like this. You talking about this, Jen? Right here. Get them 5.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I know they got 5. I know they got 5.
Not in a long time, Winston. I don't
Hey,
know if
come on
that's
now.
the example you want to pull.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. What that means is greatness in our blood, baby. Greatness is here. So the funny thing is, and we've talked about this in the past, that we are on this trajectory that we imagined at the start of 2020, and that we plan on finishing by the end of 2021. These 2 guys are 2 of the best to ever do it. You've got I joke about them being best friends, but like there is a kinship that genuinely is there.
It's very
That's what I
apparent, honestly.
It
It's
is.
very apparent in their chemistry and the way they play.
Oh, 1,000%, and that's what I said, JT. You got a little, a little butthurt earlier when you were like, you're the best to ever do it. I said best friends to ever do it. I don't know how close you are.
Wait,
with
no, we
Rocha,
are
if y'all
also
best friends, but we are best friends. Like
We're the
this
best
is-
to ever
this is-
do it in the last 2 hours, easily.
In the last 2
Well,
hours.
actually, maybe the other match. I don't know. Maybe who knows?
I think if you're looking at it holistically, like all
20
in,
minutes
yes,
for sure.
that's
20
the-
minutes.
the best
So,
ever did, yeah.
guys, you have Danger Zone out there, Deception, Lightning Time. Like, what matchup intrigues you the most?
I have learned long ago to not circle opponents potentially on the calendar and to wait for who your opponent is and then to prepare for them as much as you can. Because if we sit here thinking, oh, let's prepare for Lightning Time or let's prepare for Deception or Danger Zone, and then if 1 ounce of our energy is not going to the team we are playing, that's when you've lost the match. And I think it has to be laser focused on one team. And that's whatever team comes out of that little area. And when we know our opponent, we will focus in. But I think trying to prepare now, it's like, that's not going to serve us very well.
I'll do this. I got this one. I know who we want, just not Danger Zone. Stop giving the dungeon points. Can y'all just beat the dungeon, please? Like, can we all step up collectively as a unit, as a whole of factions? Can we be all of the events?
If we have to do it, we will. If we have to do it, we will.
That's all I'm saying. Just stop letting them have points. That's all I ask.
It's like the scene at the end of Endgame, right? You're like, someone open the portal. For
On
the love
your
of
left. Come on.
Should we get a pig? Is that maybe the? I feel like I'm going to start pitching that. I feel like maybe that's the guy.
Anyways, Paul, you're still sitting on your free for all title shot. You know, with
Oh.
this win.
That's right. Sorry. Yeah. Let me just get
Yes,
that.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it literally, but sure. Should we rule you out, cashing it in for teams, maybe?
I don't think you should rule out anything when it comes to the free-for-all shot. I don't think that anyone who's holding a belt, stay vigilant.
Oh, okay. Don't get comfortable if you're listening out there.
All 5 of y'all clowns, all of y'all, you all know this.
All right, Winston, a last question for you guys, though. Does this win potentially start Swag's comeback? Like, is this the turnaround that you guys need
Wait,
today?
Winston, are we not doing well this season?
Yeah, we're not doing that great, man.
Oh.
We're not doing that great. But that's okay. Here's the thing. I see a lot of people. I see people on the Twitterverse, on the Reddit, all this stuff talking trash about whoa, how the mighty have fallen. Oh, they're not whatever. But I'll tell you something right now. You can ask anybody that's on this faction. This has been the time of our lives, man. Like, we genuinely have really been enjoying each other. Like I said, we're playing with house money. So you know what's more embarrassing than what's amazing about a meteoric rise out of the gutter is watching all those other people fall. So I'll just say this. Y'all should probably rest on your P's and Q's, because otherwise, if Swag come up, we gonna sweep you off your feet, baby. Just like Mickey Rourke. Oh, Lordy Jesus.
And
Direct
on
quote
that
from the
note,
movie Double Team.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys go. But congratulations
Thanks,
again,
guys.
gentlemen. Always
Thank
a pleasure seeing you in this circle, as opposed to the second interview.
Yeah, hey. Whoo! You ain't never lied, Jen. Whoo! Hey,
Later, guys.
Paul Oyama is making a play also for Player of the Year, too. You look what he did when he started out in the beginning of the season. He takes out William Bibiani. He wins the free-for-all. Had a very tough match with Ethan Irwin. Came down to the wire. Although he didn't win it, he still played tremendously in that, and then he wins this match. So he's in the running, depending on what they can get done here in the second half of the season. But Winston he's happy, he's excited, as he should be, because they need a run, and it's all about momentum. In any sport, it's all about momentum.
Yeah, this is what their season is predicated upon. Now, getting this W here today over an incredible team featuring a bevy of talent like Rushmore, now you can say, here's where we go and we make a run. Are they going to be able to storm through tournaments? Are they going to be able to galvanize their entire faction with the win from Lon and Paul today? You'd be hard-pressed to bet against them at this point, Christian. I know they're trailing by a lot, but man, can they make up points in a hurry.
It really is. And now, as Jen is going to talk to Rushmore, and I hate to say this, not because the guy's a legend and he's played in so many matches, but if JTE hits that Frozen 2 instead of 1, and they still go to multiple choice, then Rushmore potentially wins. Who knows? It's hindsight, but it's that close. That's how close this match was. This wasn't oh man, Rushmore just didn't get it done. Roka played perfect. JTE basically played perfect. Just that one question, and we're going to hear about it. And I'm sure I'll hear about it for bringing it up. But here is JTE and Roka as they are with Jensen. No one's surprised Gucci will not be there because he's frozen in the Matrix.
Ordinarily, I'd be sad that the manager isn't here, but I feel like I'll just get so much clearer answers that aren't wrapped in a ton of metaphors from you two. So obviously not the outcome either of you were expecting, especially considering the level of play that you guys had today. You guys have been playing lights out this entire season.
Yeah.
I mean, I would ask what could we do differently, but I really don't think there's too much.
I mean, I need to start buying some like Disney soundtracks. That's probably the biggest thing I can do. Listen, the Frozen, when they named the 2 songs from Frozen, and again, I'm going to harp on this only because if I did get that point, possibly we could have been tied, could have went to, overtime. I kind of got my head a little bit because I'm thinking, okay, the most recent one was Frozen 2. They didn't say Let It Go, but they want to put Let It Go in there. So like, maybe they're trying whoever writes these questions, PJ, and some of the other guys, maybe they're trying to mess with my mind and be like, oh, the obvious answer is Frozen 2 because Let It Go isn't in there. So I was like, oh, they're trying to play some tricks with me. So I wrote Frozen, debated writing 2. I knew it was one of the Frozen movies. So I had a 50-50 shot. It was a coin flip. I went with the first one, and unfortunately, it did not turn out to be Frozen.
You guys, obviously, today has to be a bit of a letdown, considering the way you guys started off the season. So I gotta ask you, does the potential for the studio return give you guys like a second like burst of energy, to maybe finish out the season?
Yeah, I mean, potentially for sure. I mean, I think we're getting used to the virtual. I think I started out.
Yeah,
the
but I
season.
also think you two are legends, and you play you love a good crowd, Roka.
I do. Well, sure, of course.
You've never
Absolutely.
turned down attention in your life.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I absolutely would be fun to be back in the studio, feel that crowd, play off that crowd, get that intimidation factor. I think that was one of the reasons why I beat Oyama years ago one-on-one, is because he sensed from the crowd that they had motivated me in anger, and it was just I steamrolled through him in that match. So, but I'm proud of how we played today. I mean, we JT, you could say about JT missed that 1-pointer, but I had no clue about that 5-pointer. So JT coming in and putting us in that position to possibly take this game right at the end. That's why this is a team game, and it's great to have an incredibly knowledgeable guy like JT on my team. And remember, JT had so many perfect rounds leading into this situation. Remember, I'm the one that let us down against Danger Zone in that first round, and who knows what would have happened then. So you can't, this is the way the game is. We study for hours and hours and hours, and sometimes it's just not the question that comes up that and it bites you in the butt. If they go to it, if JT misses, but look, if Paul and Alon go to multiple choice one more time, we're looking at sudden death. If they miss one, especially as hard as we've been studying Robert Rodriguez for months now with the Finstock Exchange, we would have stolen it. So it's those kinds of things that you just can't plan for. But I think we played a hell of a game. We got nothing to hang our hats about. It sucks to lose by 1 point, but I think we both played spectacularly, certainly enough to win the match. Those guys just got it done by one extra question more. So all the gloating, and especially putting up rings from the 90s, who gives a crap about teams that were good in the 90s? Winston, update your background, son. Show your record for the last 25 years, man. It ain't pretty.
Yeah.
Trust me. So talking all that smack is just good. But I guess he needs it. He needs to motivate his team, and they want to do their thing. But then if they go out and crap,
Roka, Cowboys fans, it's always their year.
Yeah, it's always there till it isn't. But if they want to go out and feel confident about this victory, they escaped us today, and we'll see what they do. If they blow it in the next match, then what was the point? And all of the push goes right down the window. We'll be back. I know that because we're too talented not to be back. That's for damn sure.
All right, Roka, then what's all this talk? You brought up spectacular. You keep teasing this whole riding off into the sunset thing. What are you talking about?
This is something I've been thinking about a long time. And, I've said it before, and I'm having a great time with this Finstock Exchange. I'm loving it. But the man is tired. The outlaw is tired. He's been carrying a lot of weight on his shoulders for a long time. And after a while, it just kind of bears you down. But I'm playing some of the greatest Schmoedown I've ever played.
Absolutely are, sir.
Except for that Danger Zone match, I feel like I'm playing some of the greatest. So if I'm going to go out, and if it is my final year, I'm going to go out playing great and have nothing to be
nothing to regret. So, but
and you won't come back and play for the Wizards, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, like Jordan. But no, listen, I've been doing so much. At some point it just becomes too much to carry, and maybe it's time I laid the hat down for a little while and the boots down and let other people step in and make their names and make their bones. And certainly we've got 10 potential superstars in the Finstock Exchange, and it's been or 8 to 10, and it's been a blast to watch them grow under JT and I's tutelage and Craig's and Tom's.
Well, tough loss today, gentlemen, especially like I said, when you're playing at the caliber you're playing at. But it's a long season, so buckle up.
I'll just say, Jen, I do think we played great tonight. And this is one of those games. There's certain matches you walk away like, God, I could have done this, I could have done that. I feel like we played so well. You got to give credit to the other team. They played really well.
Yeah.
This is one of those matches where I will sleep good tonight, knowing we played almost close to perfect.
Yeah.
And we just came 1 point away from going overtime or possibly a win.
Echo that. All credit to Lon and Paul. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. JT, if I can give you any advice, it's let it go.
I knew it. I knew it. I saw it.
You're evil.
Take care, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
And Jen hits JTE in the head with a blaster.
That was it. I mean, I've seen her win roast battles at the Comedy Store, and there's a little bit of that coming out.
She had that wound up since round 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was a great match. It was a great match to be a part of. It was a great pay-per-view. Thank you to Andrew Guy. Thank you to Mark Ellis. Thank you to all you. And once again, it has been very hard for me to hold in my excitement. I know that you've seen it. We're coming back. We are coming back to live events. We are coming back to in studio. We're getting it done. There are going to be a lot more announcements coming down the pike, but the first one, the big one, the Schmoedown Spectacular. The tickets are live, the schmoedownlive.com, December 4th. Get those tickets now. People are so excited to come back to live events. They're not going to be available by the time, it's December 3rd, I'm going to get some tickets. They're not going to be available. So get them now. Get them while you can. The Schmoedown Expo is going to be happening. Everything is going to be going down. It's going to be a massive, massive event. If you went to the Schmoedown free-for-all when we had it back at the Globe, it's just a great theater. We can't wait to go back. And Mark, I can't wait to be in the Muppet booth with you back in the balcony.
Yeah, I cannot wait to be the Waldorf to your Statler once again and see just how many $20 headshots Lon Harris is going to move in that morning expo. And so it was a very exciting 2 matches that we had here today. Christian, always a pleasure to call one with you. Guy did a great job as well. To all of our competitors, managers, our incredibly hardworking team behind the scenes at Skybound, our writing staff, Jen Sturger. It's just been a blast from start to finish. And what a way to cap off a great week, bud.
Absolutely was. Thank you guys so very much. Really appreciate everything that you have done for us. Make sure if you haven't joined Patreon, please do that. Patreon.com/Schmoedown.
There's another one.
Speaking of the Schmoedown Spectacular, by the way, Patreon.com/Schmoedown. If you are a patron and you can't make it to the Spectacular, well, if you're a $10 patron, you're going to be able to watch it live with everyone else because the Spectacular will be included for $10 patrons if you are a $10 patron. So sign up today. Every pay-per-view, everything that we do, obviously, you will get it. And a lot of big changes, fun changes coming to Season 9, and we are just getting started. So for Mark Ellis and the rest of the team, thank you guys so much. We'll see you next time.
Well, that was a Schmoedown. Thank you so much, Schmoedown. Thank you so much to everybody who joined us this weekend for this amazing event. Thank you so much to the Skybound community. Thank you, Danny. Danny, did you enjoy yourself this weekend?
I did, yes. Hats off to everybody involved for making this happen. Seriously. Also, our friends over at Nongshim Shin Noodle Soup, they're the whole reason we got to do this.
Absolutely.
So thank you again. I'm definitely going to be heating this up and rewatching some Invincible.
Yes.
Truly cannot get enough. When I like something, I tell you, I watch it like 5 times. I watched the Ted Lasso first season 5 times, not even kidding.
Whoa.
But 2 of those times were forcing other people. Like I had to sit them down. Same with Invincible. I'm going to be like, I will literally sit here and make you watch this. But after the first episode, they're already hooked. So
That's awesome. There was so much swag this weekend.
Yes.
Also, I still want that tote.
Please,
what's been your
Mr.
favorite?
Skybound. Oh, honestly, I liked listening to comic book collectors because like I'm not necessarily, I feel like I'm such a novice. I kind of just pick up things that I like, but like actually the art of like comic book collecting I think is really cool. And then yesterday, obviously, our Attack Peter. Here we see two Attack Peter prints.
Two Attack Peter prints and comic.
Yeah,
The Clementine comic that is coming. And actually, the Clementine drop that happened already. And of course, our Great British Bake Off friend, Kim Joy, the Magic Bakery. Those cards are adorable.
Yes. So, and the penguin pin. Don't forget that you get a penguin pin.
Yes. And remember, everybody, to don't forget, hit that QR code. I know it's towards the end. We don't know what's left, but try store.skybound.com. Try.
Yes. Yeah. And then you can also watch this full stream or yesterday, or if you want to send it to a friend or a loved one, you can watch it at youtube.com/skybound. You can see our beautiful faces forever.
Oh God.
Forever.
I can't think of what's my favorite because there was so much like Schmoedown that just happened, but also like the Rob Liefeld conversation yesterday with
Robin
Kirkland. Yeah. So many things. Again, I'm always a big fan of the swag and I'm always a big fan of the comics because there's so much now that Skybound has going on. And also I'm really excited about this podcast that's coming.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe they'll let you or I show up occasionally on it.
Please do. Please do. We actually have our next expo will be in October, our Halloween expo. And that was a lot of fun the last time we did that. So it was a spooky time.
In costume.
It was ghoulishly great.
But for October, you're doing like a gazillion amount of things. Are there any of them you can talk about?
Ooh, no, not yet. I don't think, but hopefully soon. And
so you're writing some things and you're producing some things.
Yeah. I'm doing all of the things to try to break through in this business. But yeah, definitely just follow me on socials. I'm at Ms. Danny Fernandez. Follow me, and that's when I plug and tweet my stuff or whatever podcasts I'm appearing on or panels. I'm excited that hopefully cons may or may not be opening back up again. So that'll be cool to kind of do. What about you?
I am also kind of everywhere. Not anybody's writer's room yet. But I am the Blur Girl, TheBlerdGurl. I have the Blur Girl Live, which is Tuesday nights on Twitch, twitch.tv/the Blur Girl. 2 hours of fun, talk about the Week in Geek, and then I always have a guest where we talk about something happened in geekdom or actually in the world of TV and film and genre. And I always usually have a BIPOC guest because I think there's this misnomer that there's not that much of us in this business and there's a lot of us. So I love it. And then I also have my column over at Sci-Fi Indie Comic Spotlight. Been talking to a lot of people about a lot of stuff. My next, which I don't want to give away everything that I'm writing about, but I have some really cool stuff coming up about Milestone, which I'm excited about. And then I have, of course, the Blur Girl podcast, which is sort of tangential to the live. And I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about this yet, but I am doing something at San Diego Comic-Con. I can't say more than that, but I'm excited about that too. So
mysterious.
So like Danny, follow me on Twitter and you will see all and hear all the things. But we really appreciate your support. We appreciate Skybound support. We couldn't do any of this without the fans though. So please retweet, tell everybody about these, link them to the YouTube, link them to the store. And tell everybody that about all the cool stuff that Skybound Xpo has going on.
Share your comics.
Yes.
If you love a comic, tell someone about it and share them.
And tag the creators so we can learn more about these music creators too.
That's true too. I also think a lot of times creators, especially during the pandemic, they're kind of creating in a vacuum and they don't always, if you are inspired by someone's art or inking, lettering, like anything like that, let them know, tag them. Because I think a lot of times they don't always get to hear from people. So yes, even the people behind your favorite properties and franchises, if you love something or if that's something you're trying to get into, just tell them like, hey, you inspired me.
Yeah, and
Goes a long way.
honestly, I actually have a rule on all of my social media channels. If you tag me in some art and you have not tagged the artist, I will ask you to go find them and come back and tag, because it's very important that we give the artists and the and the writers and everybody their due. And cover artists, interior artists, you know, as we heard today, variant artists, give them their shine, because you know, not everybody sees that stuff and not everybody knows how many people it takes to make a comic or a show.
Yeah, it's important. So definitely let your artists know that you appreciate and love them. We are very pro artists over here. So
Absolutely. And thank you for hanging out with me today, Danny. This has been amazing.
Yeah, this has been great. Our first team up.
I know.
First
I've
of
never
many.
worked with you before, and this has been so much fun. Thank you so much. And I can't wait to have you on my show so we can dig into the particulars.
Yes. Thank you, Skybound, for letting us play with you. Thank you, everyone at home. And we will see you for the next Expo. Catch you later.
See ya.
Bye.
Just act on your spicy instinct.